gear, I ain't got no room on stage for no amateur pop stars. Me and my clique don't fear, trashing hotels like some animal rock stars. You opened up with a bang up job, but it's time for a real deal headline. Line so big that I can't find the end, I'm gonna kill this airtime. Don't get too comfy, you make the scene now, they gon' love me. I got the keys now, get your own seat. You must be senile if you think you tag along. I'm sorry my friend, you pegged me wrong. You must be lost man, your time is gone. If you think I give you the blueprint, you better be stupid or else you're deadly wrong. So long I've waited to take the night. Got no more patience, I think it's time. The man of the year, so you're right. I waited all my life and now it's showtime.
You already know what time it is, right? It's your boy Eclipse Darkness. I do this for my people. How I like that. I'm a black, strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turned turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down. I done seen it all. Came up from the gutter, baby, now I'm here to ball. I've been talking, yeah, my ish, so now they wanna call. They got my line tap, oh yeah, they tryna take it off. Oh no, here we go again. Pull me over, let me guess, it's cause my melanin. Asking questions, me and you both know irrelevant. But I stay cool and collected cause I'm heaven sent. They hate it, I love it, they know that there's no one above it except for God. Instead of be coming with negative energy, I gotta move and die. Give me that back, can't touch my crown, I'm a king and yeah, you know that. Talk about giving it back, I'ma come and take that, yeah, I'm a black strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down. Yeah, they know I be about it. I don't do a lot of talking, come and see about it. They gon' try to keep it from you so you don't know about it. I'm a young pharaoh, pick it up and read about it. Here's your opportunity. Telling stories, yeah, to make sure they remember me. Can't hold me down, cause I leave behind a legacy. And don't believe them when they say they who they claim to be. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. Stand tall. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. Stand tall. I'm a black, strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down.
Few will rise and many shall fall, but a real conqueror will stand tall amongst them all. Hey, boom! Put your lighters up, represent it where you're from. If you're a child of Zion, marching forward till thy kingdom come. To all the old and the youngster, if nobody can put you under, stand up then if he's a fighter, show them you're ready if you conquer. Make them know that you're a conqueror. Stand up and if he's a fighter, show them you're ready if you conquer.
till a player on top know it. Rooftop penthouse sweet. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look.
You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. You take us down, keep fighting.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Hello, and welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Season 1. It is going to be a very, very exciting one here for this coming week here, where we look for the best of the best from all around Southeast Asia. My name is ICBB12. You can call on me Terrence, and here beside me we have Sir Cloud, the one and only, the legendary, most coolest dude, all the way from the hood. You know, I love the hoodie, man. It's really nice. Like, I've never seen someone wear a hoodie like that. But most importantly, we are going to be talking about Mobile Legends Bang Bang. But before that, Sir Cloud, how are you feeling today?
Oh, I'm feeling excited. I mean, today's matches are going to be as spicy as my lunch because today's Elimination Day.
Oh,
Yeah.
I think I should have just gotten a little bit of meds here. You know, I can't stomach it. You know, because, and like you said as well, elimination is on the line, and one of these teams are gonna be eliminated from the tournament. So everybody's gotta give their all, pull off all their big pocket strategies in order to come up on top. But before that, shout out to our amazing sponsors as well, Snapdragon, for bringing all this setups all the way through that you've seen on screen as well. It's so fancy. But Sir Cloud, what are we expecting today?
Well, before we start the day, of course, we should start the day with a video introducing one of the teams. So let's go to the video.
The rest of the members of Euphoria are just positioned perfectly just around the area. Oh no, just carry on. We're gonna get the first initial kick, but now you see the rest of them actually go on in. Julian tries to get on there with the enhanced swords, but the Benedetta's electro final blow is just too much damage. Period is already dead. Glue is next to die. Head God continuing to just run them down. When does he stop? Finally does.
First 8 teams. Turtle getting gone on. Oh, okay, I mean, JH just steals it. Luminum Blast on the back line. They're gonna pounce with Peely, doing a lot of damage with those piercing arrows. Takenaga is unstoppable. Get rid of the Fedrin. DYY is gone. GameLab getting a good trade. Can Sway Esports hold on? Break even is back. Yome able to go on to 3 members of CU soon. They're running out of health. Yome able to get the immortality, and now Barbie G comes in with the ultimate, shuts down the Melissa. Kyrie is isolated. The Lord is pushing into the base. CU soon, your base is in imminent danger. Can Ashley clear it out? He's just a savior.
No,
he cannot do it. The Lord has done it. Sway Esports expanding the flicker from this Lolita. Now there's a chance for AA to re-engage. Nasu protected by the Count Alta, but they lost him. Kesu is still in the fight and getting the kick onto 4th Secret, who is untouched so far. Kesu the first to go, but is there enough damage though from Arrow 404? The Fredrin also goes down. 4th Secret finally threatened, but this guy is incredibly still alive. Once in the forward! You cannot keep doing this, my man. 4th Secret.
Stop him! Stop him! Somebody stop him!
Lord still very healthy, and now Break Even engages again. Sway Esports going for the jugular. All the spells thrown at the Crystal, at the Pat, at KD. They get rid of Mirth, but the Crystal is still in danger. The Lord not dead yet. Can see you soon. Hold on, stay tuned. Barbie G, they need a bit of finishing touch, but no, see you soon. Are you kidding me? They just would not go down.
And because of this, See You Soon will be able to bring it to a Game 3.
Well, there you have it. A little bit of recap on how things were going on in the previous weeks as well. And we saw a lot of insane clutches in last week as well. Everyone fighting for their spot to advance and also one step closer to that #1 spot. That is something that I'm looking forward to as well. But today, we talked about it as well. Elimination on the line. Who are we talking about today?
Yeah, it's going to be big right now, right? So we got a couple of big teams as well. And sometimes it's not because they're not performing. It's sometimes because they face up against certain opponents that might have done a little bit more study. And sometimes it's just one of those days. You know?
Well, it is indeed one of those days because today is the day. It is going to be extremely bloody. It might be a little bit spicy as well. We might see some sort of rivalry coming in. But this upcoming match here, we have Error 404 against,
Egoist,
which is something that I think a lot of us weren't expecting. But at the same time, let's take a little bit more on the upper bracket stats for you guys. This is the best of 3. From the previous week, we have MHRLK taking the 2-0 against PBN Strike, GPX taking the 2-0 against Esports, TE going up against Tiger Wong Esports with Tiger Wong coming up on top 2-0, and Euphoria taking a clean 2-0 against Miracle Gaming. What are your thoughts? Was all this very convincing in the previous week?
So this was the day #1. So we as we can see here, it's 2-0 all the way, and I would kind of understand as well because some of these teams they played a lot more matches as compared to some of the teams who directly qualified into the challenge season. Hence, they might expose their strats a little bit more than others. So we can see that most of the teams that actually do well were teams that directly qualified instead of playing another qualifier to get here.
Now, See You Soon Trial, however, was in a very, very close match against Sway Esports. It could have gone either ways in that series itself. And I was very surprised that Sway Esports was able to make a comeback in that particular match. And then TD went up against AES with 2-0. GameLab taking a 2-0 against Egoist. Forcing Egoist in the lower brackets as of yet. A8 taking the 2-0 against Error 404. So, with this redemption arc here of Error 404 going up against Egoist, one of these teams is going to be eliminated, and also one of these teams will have the fighting chance to actually crawl their way back in towards the grand finals, which is very, very possible because today, this coming matchup, today we're going to be starting off with Error 404 going up against Egoist, See You Soon against TD, and followed by the rest.
Yep, and this will be the matches that we'll be broadcasting today. So, like what you mentioned, Arrow 404 against Egoist will be our first match for today. Our second match will be See You Soon versus TD, and our third match for today will be Evo versus PBN. So a lot of interesting names here. Like for example, See You Soon. This is a big name in the scene.
Yeah, this is definitely a big name as well. I was very surprised to see them actually bowing out in lower brackets considering how close it went. And knowing them as a legendary team all the way from Cambodia, they have a lot of history that's going on. And hopefully this is going to be one step closer for them, especially when the upcoming SEA Games is going to be happening in May as well, especially in Cambodia. This is a very, very good opportunity for them to actually hone them skills, demonstrate what Cambodian flavor is going to be bringing to the table.
Yeah, but speaking about flavor, of course, if you're in a tournament, you got to add a little bit more spice, a little bit more flavor, and that is called the prize pool, ladies and gentlemen. The winner for the challenge season will take home $20,000 US.
Oh my goodness, I don't know about you, man. Like seeing 20,000, I don't think that's spice, man. That's the dough right there. That's the juicy stuff right there. And of course, in this case, first place walking with $20,000 US. Second place, 10,000. Third place, 7,500. Fourth place, 5,000. Fifth to sixth is gonna be 2,500 US. And seventh to eighth place is 1,250 US. And of course, bowing out in 7 to 8 may not be that lucrative. And the fight for the #1 spot is everyone's eyes on the prize because $20,000. Splitting between 5. With that,
I can buy a new Samsung Galaxy, just saying.
Hey! I could get like 2, 3, 4, maybe 10 cartons of Monster Energy too, bro.
Ooh, wow. I'll buy a lot of diamonds from Kachi Shop.
Hey! And of course, speaking of the Kachi Shop as well, did you get yourself a Jujutsu Kaisen skin? Because I loved it. Like I got myself a Gojo Satoru skin. Sorry, Satoru Gojo. Satoru Gojo skin. And I kind of want a little bit more as well. I don't know about you.
Wow, I want a whole set. Come
Oh,
on, they all look
4.
amazing. Let's
I know,
not
right?
not gonna lie about that.
So fancy. But of course, this upcoming match is something that everyone is excited. But I have a very, very interesting question right now, because now we're gonna having a rapid fire question segment where we are gonna ask you some very, very interesting questions. Are you ready?
Let's go.
Yeah.
Chocolate flavored poop. Both, cause they are both poop.
Poop flavor chocolate. At least it's still a chocolate.
I'm gonna choose the chocolate flavored poop. The second one. The second one. Yeah, the second one.
I think that chocolate flavored poop. I don't think I can eat the texture of a poop.
Chocolate flavored poop.
Yeah, for the gamer, we can no shower for a month, but we cannot no internet for a month.
I think I already doing the no shower for a month lah. So like I think no internet would be good.
I better no shower for a month better than no internet for a month.
I go to no shower for a month. Break my legs so I can still play ML.
Makes my legs better than my arms because I have to have my arm to play the MLBB.
Break legs. I can walk. I can walk using my arms, but we can play using our legs.
Play with ingredient mates because if the internet is lag, you will be English.
I'd rather be playing with other teammates because I will be getting more angry if I will play with laggy internet.
Of course, play with angry teammates because I can mute them.
Pizza with spiders. It's more healthy than cockroaches.
Oh, in Cambodia, the spider is very famous, so I would choose pizza with spider.
Pizza with cockroaches. I don't scared to cockroaches.
What the? Pizza with spider? Because I hate cockroach.
Pizza with spiders. Idol is Spider-Man.
Pizza with spiders or cockroaches?
Ew, absolutely nothing, dude. Like, every single questions were hilariously mind-boggling to a point that I am at a loss of words. Like, I can't believe they would actually choose at all. Like, poop favorite chocolate or chocolate flavored poop. Obviously, I'm gonna go for poop flavored chocolate because it's still chocolate, right? But chocolate, someone actually chose chocolate flavored poop.
Well, technically, chocolate favorite food is still chocolate, though. Just saying.
What?
I mean, yeah.
Okay, anyways.
But you know what? Besides that new thing that they've been talking about, we gotta talk about a new hero as well.
Okay, let's talk a little bit more on the brand new hero here, Arlott as well. It is currently locked pick, not allowed to be picked as well. So I'm a little bit surprised because, you know, it is a very interesting hero. It is kind of strong, not even strong here, meta-ish, non-meta-ish as well, because it's something that I think a lot of people weren't expecting, right? Because in terms of pick rate and win rate, it's not exactly the priorities because people haven't exactly figured out what Arlott's strat is. Some people play it on XP lane, some people play it on tank lane, but this is a very interesting one being played by Rexley. He actually played it on a tank role, and personally, I'm a big fan of it because I feel he's more suited to be a tank role because he's very similar to how a Martis kind of works in this team fight as well. It's just very, very disruptive, whereas damage-wise, you don't necessarily deal a lot of damage compared to the rest of the other fighters like Assassin.
Yeah, I think for Arlott, the main role is not about dealing damage, like what you said. It's more about trying to lock down your opponents.
Yeah, it's all about being annoying as well, being in your face, applying pressure, right? So that's, in this scenario, it's understandable why the drop percentage is a little bit down low, because people haven't exactly figured out how to play around it, or maybe even work around this composition. It's a very divey composition. There are a lot of players and teams still prioritizing on bringing in Lancelot tank, which also is very similar to how an Arlott. And if I were to categorize Arlott, it's very it's kind of like a Lancelot and Martis combined into one, both being the budget version of each other. And I personally think it is a little bit more detrimental if it is going to be in your face, applying a little bit of pressure, especially for zoning, right? But diving is something that Aro is really great at, but disengaging is something that is very, very difficult to do. I feel like based on this scenario, having this R-Lot, you need to have a composition where a team is going to be able to dive in your face and just complete it. And just like here as well, you can see he's super annoying, and it's a great setup for heroes like Farsa, great heroes for Yves as well to a certain degree, just keeping him checked into as a CC and just make sure he just gets one shot. If you put it on a different perspective, it is also kind of like a Kufra to a certain degree.
And despite the pick rate is only at what, 35.3%, but if we look at a comparison with the Pro League that's also happening, right?
Yep.
There were a couple of R-Lot picks as well.
Oh yeah.
And I would say those picks are really, really good. So I think like what you say, right? It's a matter of like people discovering exactly how, not only on how to build it, not only on what lane, but how to execute it as a team as well. So now that we have had a couple of days and we had the Pro League running, I'm pretty sure that these players would have gotten some inspiration from them. I would expect to see a little bit more R-Lot today.
Yeah, I'm a little curious to see how things are going to be going on as well. We haven't seen too much jungle R-Lot, we haven't seen too much XP as well. There's just a lot of variation when it comes to, hey, what does this R-Lot fit the best? And what kind of composition does it deal with the current meta? Because in the current meta, it is very, very unique and favoring towards the Fredrin meta, or maybe even to the Glue. But before that, without further ado, we are going to be jumping straight into the game here. Let us introduce to you the first team. It is going to be Error 404 up on screen with Natsu, Lord Ricky, Denzo, 4 Secret, as well as Yami Kaze.
So they play a lot of games on the broadcast. So as compared to their opponent, which we will talk a little bit on later, they seem to have a pattern of some of the heroes that they like to pick. So some of their favorite heroes would be like Valentina. They definitely like themselves a Brody. So we can expect them to probably go for those picks. But if Egoist doesn't know their homework, that might be banned out early.
Yeah, based on this composition as well, I think it was this particular fight here was 4 Secret was able to clutch it out for Arrow 404, bringing in the Brody with a very interesting composition. But from what I understand is that Arrow 404, they love playing around the gold laner with the carry as well as the Brody actually bringing to the table, but they also bring in the Cambodian flavor still, despite the nerfs onto Johnson. And not a lot of teams still play around the Johnson composition, but when it comes to Cambodian teams, you must never ever rule out the Johnson itself, because it's just so popular in that region, and it just very, very disruptive in terms of overall macro aspect of the game. And this is what I really like about how Arrow 404, or in particular Cambodian teams that bring in, you don't know what to expect of them every single time, and it's so unpredictable.
Yeah, but speaking about the Johnson play, right? You're right, exactly. Arrow 404, they have picked Johnson twice in that campaign so far, but unfortunately for them, whenever they pick the Johnson, they lose. So their personal win rate with the Johnson is kind of shaky, and maybe like what you say, right, because they have a reputation for Johnson, opponents know what to expect from them.
Yeah, meanwhile the opponents here, we have Egoist representing from Singapore itself, Vendetta, JH, DYY, Pingu, as well as Azura Rio up on screen here.
Okay, and if you speak about teams like you don't know what to expect from, I think Egoist is one of them, because if we look at their picks so far in this tournament that we have broadcasted, all their picks have been absolutely different. They have yet to have like a same pick at all. So this is, to me, a wildcard team.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And when it comes to Egoist itself, they were able to put GameLab in a very, very interesting situation by dominating the early stage of the game. However, when it comes to closing out the later stage of the game, Egoist seem to struggle a little bit here. They've got the early, especially pre-turtle fights here. This is something that they're very comfortable with. They understand when, where, and what they should be doing. But when it comes to the Lord fight, things get a little bit riskier from the fights, just because of how your opponents, or maybe if the meta draft as well, can be a little bit of a factor. So it is understandable that Egoist has a lot of potential to actually bring value towards within the game, but they are used to the current meta. They are used to the Kaja composition. They are used to a pick-off composition, but when it comes to a team fight, macro-ly wise, it's something that they still tend to struggle, and hopefully in today's game, they will be able to amend it and bring something new to the table.
Yeah, and it doesn't help that they went up against GameLab, so and they are from the Philippines region, and we know when it comes to Mobile Legends, Philippines is one of the best when it comes to region in the world.
Yeah.
So I mean, they had a rough start.
Yeah,
Not gonna lie
it
about
is
that.
definitely a rocky start as well, and they were able to adapt by bringing in an S-Test pickup as well, which is something that mostly coming from the Singapore region as well as Malaysia don't really play a lot of S-Tests. But up on screen, we have the head-to-head composition now. From Aero 404, we have Yamikaze, and from Egoist, we have Azura Rio. KDA-wise, is pretty similar. Kill participation is going to be favoring Yamikaze a little bit more. GPM-wise, Azura Rio is going to have a little bit more as well. DTPM is going to be 63,000 coming from Azura Rio, and that's looks pretty even here between both sides.
Yeah, but if we talk about like the Johnson pick, right? So Yamikaze has Johnson as his favorite pick, but unfortunately the win rate doesn't really favor him, so that's a little bit iffy. But when he played the Fanny, he played the Phobius, which is rarely picked, he wins, especially the Phobius part.
Yeah, this is something that I am looking forward to see as well, because both players do have a supportive role of a personal preference when it comes to the roaming composition, rather than the traditional aggressive one, like such as Hilda, such as even Kufra to a certain degree, which I think teams from GameLab as well as I think Evo Esports, they do lean on towards some kind of aggression here. So we might see a composition coming from both sides just based on the roamer itself, where they are going to be playing a safe roam play style. But before that, we are going to be jumping in towards a very, very short interview video for you guys to get to know the boys from Egoist a little bit better right now.
Hi, I'm Pingo from Egoist, and today's losses is tomorrow's win. If you're gaming, you should take that code. I think our key strategy is not to lose that badly like last week to like GameLab again and like climb from the lower bracket and like be more confident next match. I think Layla, because like you don't need to think much and like you can just sit back and enjoy and just press button. I think Ala is really like a good hero because like he's able to turn around team fights with like Petrify or like even a flame shot. Yeah, there will be changes, and we started playing more and like exploring different kind of draft. So look out for it. Who we fighting today? I don't even know. Never mind. I can just lay back and just enjoy my TikTok.
Well, enjoying TikTok is gonna be pretty chill and fun, but pretty laid back. Here's a little bit of not seeing eye to eye conversation taunts and potential Layla pick from Egoist. Definitely living up to the name. What are your thoughts on the interview?
Well, I was surprised when he said Layla, to be honest. I can see he's kind of like a chill guy. He likes to lay back, play his TikTok, and as well, that's why he likes Layla, because like all you need to do is just tap away, right? But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, for you guys can tap away as well in the Twitch chat prediction. Let us know who you think will take home the 2-0 or maybe the 2-1 in the next round.
Yep, we're going to be having a little bit of prediction as well. Let's take a look at our predictions on who is going to be coming on top. It seems like you are convinced that the Layla is going to win you a 2-0. And while me, I believe the Cambodian flavor, I believe the Johnson strategy is going to come on top, even though, no wonder you were bringing it up so much here. Johnson, 0% win rate. I'm sorry, I believe in the Cambodian pride here. I believe that the Johnson is going to finally rise up to the challenge this time, because it's not a very common hero that has been played in both Malaysia as well as Singapore region. So I'm just putting in a prediction there. What about you?
Yeah,
what about Egoist?
Well, Egoist, they played lesser games than their opponent, so their opponent has lesser opportunities to kind of study their draft.
Ooh.
But speaking about opportunities, thank you to our sponsors today for giving us this opportunity for being here. Of course, this is Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters.
Of course, when it comes to winning, Snapdragon knows you the best. With their core processors in every single phone that you're going to be using here, you can always check them out for providing you the best ultimate gaming experience to actually win your games. And when it comes to winning these games, he has gone for Egoist, and me, I'm gone for Aero 404. So hopefully it doesn't counter each other, because Aero 404 can be able to find the secret sauce and destroying your firewalls.
We should put something on the line,
We
should put something on the line.
Okay.
Every kill takes a sip of Monster. That'll be fun though. Let me see what happens by the end of the show.
It's over here.
There you go.
Monster energy right here.
There you go. I gotta grab mine behind. But
feels so good.
And every kill, one sip. Damn. That is something.
I would love to, but at the same time, we've got a job to do.
Oh, well.
And that is currently talking through the games that is coming up right here, right now. Arrow 404 going up against Egoist. This is the match to watch. And currently, I don't know. What are we going to expect? Like, are we really going to see the Layla being brought up?
Oh, man.
Because based on the interview there, he was so confident that he can beat Arrow 404. It's either that or he's just saving strategy. But based on last week's performance here, I did not see a Layla.
Not at all.
They are playing a little bit more on the safe side, leading onto the pick-off composition of Kaja, which is something that I think is very debatable in this current patch, because Kaja is great for pickoffs, but in terms of team synergy, it is a little bit lacking to a certain degree. So I hope they are going to be able to bring in the same flavor to actually come on top, because like you said as well, against GameLab wasn't exactly the easiest thing to do when it comes to their team fight potential, and seeing how they are in this spot right now, they cannot afford to lose, and there's just so much at stake when it comes to their tournament lifelines, especially now when they're in the lower brackets.
Yeah, so I mean, speaking about the Layla pick, right? So yes, we have yet to see a Layla the entire tournament, regardless of teams. But for Egoist, the fun fact is that they have never picked the same hero at all in whatever series that they've played so far in this tournament. So who knows? A Layla hasn't been picked as well. So who knows? Today we might see that Layla and something really, really out of this world. I don't know, man. This guys look like they are the wildcard team.
Well, speaking of which, we are going to be jumping straight into the drafts right now to find out, are they going to be dropping something new to the table? In this case, are we going to see the Denial Johnson pickup coming from Egoist? Egoist with the first pick potential. What is it going to be? Is it going to be the Fanny?
Yep.
Okay!
Yep. They heard this, casters.
Okay.
They heard the fact Johnson is the key.
Dude, you've got stats, right? You know, Arrow 404, you know, Johnson doesn't have win rate. Where is this coming from,
It's
bro?
all about respect.
Where is this coming from?
It's all about respect, just like you and me, you know? I respect you.
Respect, you know,
Respect.
I thought, you know, you're giving some hard stacks here, you know, you're representing Egoist, you know, and you're telling me that, nah, you know, let them pick the Johnson, right? Bam, first pick. Are you that afraid of the Cambodian flavor right now?
Well, I personally, I'll ban Johnson in any of my game. I just don't want to deal with it. I don't want to deal with looking at the minimap all the time just to kind of guess where he's at.
Okay.
Yeah, just ban it off, right?
Fair enough. But in case you didn't know as well, Xavier will be banned off, which is kind of surprising. But it's most likely that Egoist is leaning on first picking that Eve. However, Martis is also in the pool as of yet. Frederick completely ignored. Arlo also being ignored. Fanny as well is going to be completely untouched at this phase. So this is going to be opening up a lot of hero pools up in screen. Edith is also something that a lot of players and teams has not been adapted yet as a surprise pocket pick. And so far, both sides doesn't necessarily play that. 1-1 Joy coming from Arrow 404. Final ban here. Do they ban off the Frederick?
I'll be surprised if we don't see a Fedrin at all. Okay.
Maybe.
All
Just
right.
maybe.
I'm pretty sure we'll see a Fedrin pick. Now, you want to talk about Arrow 404, they did pick the Fedrin before, so they know what they're doing. At least their Fedrin, they have a win rate. So that's something there. For Egoist, they have picked the Fedrin before, but unfortunately, no wins with that. But nevertheless, doesn't mean that you can't pick it still. And if Egoist doesn't pick the Fedrin, now Arrow 404 is going to take it.
Well, it might be the case as well, but Egoist, they have pretty much set up the Johnson as well as the Xavier, assuming that they don't want to lean on the T playstyle, even though they can potentially pick it up. First pick here, Eve is a pretty straightforward one as well. Valentina, obviously a no-brainer coming from Egoist, and they are going to go for the first pick. Currently in the current patch, 7 times pick with only 14% win rate. This is kind of concerning, but it makes sense considering that now players and teams from all around the world has adapted on how to play against Valentina. Just pick heroes with not really strong ultimates away from this. So I guess that's going to be a little bit interesting to see whether or not they come on top.
Yeah, because Valentina, it's very dependent, right? It's very situational. It depends on who your opponents are, what their lineup is. So, but like what you say, right? I do see that team starting to adapt. Like before this, like Feather Airstrike was one of Valentina's favorite skill to take away, but we've seen countless attempts trying to do that, but the win rate is already mentioned there.
Well, as you can see,
they go
Arrow
Frederick.
4-4, they go for the Eve as well as the Frederick too. Very solid pickups here to actually open up the map. the real world manipulation can be very, very much abused by the Valentina, but it is going to completely deny Valentina's sole purpose as its hero, which is mobility. So forcing those box situations is not the end of the world, but it is still a very, very strong ultimate to be given away. Egoist, they will stick with the Moskov, 60% win rate so far for the Challenge Series, and sorry, 77% win rate with 9 times. No wait, it's not the Moskov, it's actually the Mortis that is being picked up from Egoist for the jungle side. Mortis, a great standard jungler here, tank position, going up against the Frederick, no surprises, but Egoist, they still lean on the Kaja as well. Personally, I'm not a big fan, but it is a pick-off composition that favors Egoist.
Well, I can understand why as well they want to take the Kaja. It's because they want to avoid Valentina from being picked off. Yeah, because Valentina can be easily picked up by Kaja, that's one reason. Second reason is that remember when we casted one of the Cambodian tournaments before this, the Kaja pick was really, really popular.
Yeah.
So that's also a trend with Cambodian teams as well. So I think they're just trying to deny
Legends,
it.
For Legends tournament as well. That was something that I guess when it comes to their pick-off, right? Back then it was really, really disgusting, but in this case, based on the patch notes coming in, Kaja is put in a very awkward situation to actually pair off with Valentina. And currently, with the S-Test from Arrow 44, it's not going to make things even easier now, considering that if you do not one-shot and burst this S-Test as quickly as you can, things can go south very, very quickly here. But based on these 3 core drops coming from Arrow 44, they are looking for a very late game composition to actually close up the game, whereas Egoist, they have to snowball pretty hard. But seeing the bans here, Moskov as well as the Melissa being banned means that Brody is also up for grabs. We're talking about XP laners. Edith completely ignored as well. Benedetta has been okay-ish. Paquito is also going to be in the pool as well. Yu Jong also can be very, very disruptive against a composition at Estes. So do they just double down on just banning off marksmen first, which I think is going to be the case, but that also forces either Egoist or Arrow 44 to potentially go for a Harry goal lane.
Yeah, that's potential as well. And besides that, let's not forget, Arrow 44, they have a decent win rate with Arkai, so that's something. Obviously, they'll be picking a tank at some point. So yeah, so that's one. Brody is still, like what you mentioned, up for grabs. And that's also another comfort pick for Arrow 404. They picked 4 times out of the, let's see here, 7 times they played in this tournament.
Well, speaking of the Arkai, I don't think it is going to be picked here. Roamer pretty much done and dusted from Arrow 404, but it is still flexible for the Freddy to be playing XP. Personally, not a fan of it, but Egoist, final pit ban here. Do they ban off another marksman? And that is going to be Brody taken out. Means that there is only Claude potentially still being picked up here. Popo and Koopa is still decent. I don't think we're going to see a Kimmy, but I feel like one of these players, as I think Egoist would be forced to actually play a Harif here.
Wow.
But Arrow 44, they bring in the Brody, the Bruno here, not expecting this coming from Arrow 44, but it is going to be a 4 secret Bruno, while Egoist is going to go down with a Clint instead for more true damage experience. So I like the Clint a little bit better than the Bruno, but at the same time, I guess from Arrow 44's perspective, denying it to actually have the football against the Ube strategy is something that he just doesn't want to give away. So I don't think that that's going to be happening, but Egoist's draft, I'm liking a little bit more. Final pick here is going to be the XP lane, and there's just so many that they can choose from as of yet.
Yeah, and if they don't deny, maybe like the Archive probably be picked on,
perfect.
But okay, Benedetta, oh wow, okay, so I'm trying to see like, okay, so assuming that Kaja, he initiates, I would say that definitely has to take out Estes first.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Estes will be in trouble if he's in the wrong position. So positioning for Estes will be key. They need to keep Estes alive. And Estes will then keep everyone else alive.
Yeah.
So that will be the key fight here between these two lineups.
In this case, Petrify set up into Electro Final Blow pretty much guarantees the real world motivation coming from the Eve is going to take a significant amount of damage. But with the Ube strategy, I'm a little bit curious here. Is it going to be enough to keep him alive? In this case, Frederick is going to be able to mock the Kaja. I love it, but I'm a little bit more concerned here. Final pick coming from Arrow 44. What's the XP lane to actually match Benedetta? They are bringing the Terisla. We are seeing a lot of rises of this hero itself. head-to-head matchup, Teresa is going to destroy the Benedetta, but in terms of rotation-wise, Benedetta is going to come on top. So macroly, Egoist is got something really, really solid, while Arrow 404 is looking for that wombo combo, one-hit wonder strategy where they want to just ube their way through. In this case, ultimate bonding experience.
Oh, how ultimate bonding experience. Well, yeah, and also I think the Teresa pick is also trying to counter towards the single pick-off initiation. So that's one, and that's to protect mainly Estes. Because like, he can like, I wouldn't say one shot, but he can deal a lot of damage, he can tank as well. So whenever, in the case of Estes gets caught, he can be the one to jump in front and try to save Estes first. And the moment Estes is allowed to be played, he will back off and start healing everyone else, and it will be a reset again.
Well, it is going to be a very, very different approach when it comes to drafting as well. One, going for a team fight composition. One, going for a little bit more macro decision and also pick off. In this case, I'm liking, sorry to say, I'm liking Egoist's draft a little bit more.
You like single pickoffs?
Just because there is so much kill potential in trend, right? You catch somebody off guard, obviously the team from Arrow 44 is gonna struggle to re-engage, but at the same time, if you can tank the initial Divine Judgment, then that is something that they will be able to come out on top. So early aggression, definitely I feel like Egoist is gonna come on top.
Yep.
Late game potential, I think Arrow 44 is got a stronger one. So in terms of execution, it's pretty clear that Arrow 404 wants to play the later stage of the game, but the win condition coming from Egoist is going to be pick off, and if things don't go according to plan, they can go for a split push composition, which is pretty much plan A and plan B for there, whereas from Arrow 404, it's just one plan.
Yeah, there's a little bit more versatility there, right? But here's the thing about like single pickoffs lineup, right? You gotta do well early. You gotta like probably think of like, I wouldn't say like winning 70% of the jungle from the start, but at least from the laning phase, the first 4 to 5 minutes, I think it will be critical for the roamer to really go around and make sure all the lanes are being won. So I think that will be the key.
Well,
if that doesn't happen, then they'll be at risk.
That's just me making the predictions right now. What about you guys at home? What do you guys think? Who has the better draft? Who is going to be able to come on top? Comment it down in the comment section. Let us know. What do you guys feel? Let us know what do you guys want to see, because as of yet, Sir Cloud is bringing you some hard facts for you guys. But we are going to be taking a very, very short break, and right after this break, we will continue into the game as we jump right in.
The rest of the members of Euphoria just positioned perfectly just around the area. Oh no, just carry on. Just gonna get the first initial kick, but now you see the rest of them actually go on in. Julian tries to get on out there with the enhanced swords, but the Benedetta's electro final blow is just too much damage. Period is already dead. Glue is next to die. Head God continuing to just run them down. When does he stop? Finally does.
First 8 teams. Shadow gets gone on. Oh, okay, I mean, JH just steals it. Domino Blast on the back line. They're gonna power to PD, doing a lot of damage with those piercing arrows. Takenaga is unstoppable. Get rid of the Fedrin. DYY is gone. GameLab getting a good trade. Can Sway Esports hold on? Break even is back. Yome able to go on 3 members of CU soon. They're running out of health. Yome able to get the immortality, and now Barbie G comes in with the ultimate, shuts down the Melissa. Kyrie is isolated. The Lord is pushing into the base. CU soon, your base is in imminent danger. Can Ashley clear it out? He's just the same. He cannot do it. The Lord has done it. Sway Esports. Expanding the flicker from this Lolita, now there's a chance for AA to re-engage. Nasu protected the count Ulta, but they lost him. Kesu is still in the fight and getting the kick onto 4th Secret, who is untouched so far. Kesu the first to go, but is there enough damage though from Arrow 404? The Fredrin also goes down. 4th Secret finally threatened, but this guy is incredibly still alive. Once in the moment, you cannot keep doing this, my man. 4th Secret.
Stop him! Stop him! Somebody stop him!
ESPORT still very healthy, and now break-even engages again. Sway Esports going for the jugular. All the spells thrown at the Crystal and the Pat at KD. They get rid of Mirth, but the Crystal is still in danger. The Lord not dead yet. Can see you soon. Hold on, stay tuned. Barbie G, they need a bit of finishing touch, but no, see you soon. Are you kidding me? They just would not go down.
And because of this, see you soon will be able to bring it to a game 3.
Chocolate flavor poop.
Both, because they are both poop.
Poop flavor chocolate. At least it's still a chocolate.
I'm gonna choose the chocolate flavor proof, the second one. The second one, yeah, the second one.
I think that chocolate flavored poop. I don't think I can eat the texture of a poop.
Chocolate flavored poop.
Yeah, for the gamer, we can no shower for a month, but we cannot no internet for a month.
No shower for a month.
I think I already doing the no shower for a month lah. So like I think no internet would be good.
I better no shower for a month, better than no internet for a month.
I go to no shower for a month.
Break my legs lah, so I can.
And welcome back. We had to take a very, very short break here to sort things out for you guys, and we will continue with the game. Drafts, it's been set. And speaking of which here, not showering for a month.
Oh man.
It feels like every single team that was featured on the video hasn't showered for exactly a month. And I think Egoist, they have one player that has not been showering for a month. And I'm genuinely concerned for their personal hygiene right now.
I worry what will happen if we have a stage and they're there.
Have you tried? Okay, truthfully, let's be honest.
Yeah.
Have you not showered for a month before?
For a month? No.
What's the longest you have done?
Maybe for a week. Come on, you guys would have done it, right? Gamers, you know, you game, you just forget about showering. Come on.
Producer thinks
guys.
you're smelly, but at the same time, during COVID days, when everything was locked down, guilty as charged, bro.
Confession time.
Confession. I've done it before, and it has caused some serious real problems for me personally.
Do I want to know?
Let's just say I needed to spend additional money to get certain treatments done.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah.
So I guess I don't want to know then.
Well, it's related to hair, but
alright,
you know.
not something I can relate.
Oh yeah.
just saying, just putting it out there. Sure. But then again,
but that's the thing,
a week, right?
Okay.
Was it a week? You didn't number it. Okay, I'm worried now.
Probably longer.
Man, dude! So
dude, okay.
My
so,
week is not that bad.
My reasoning is very simple, right? Okay, I shower because I go out, you know, I sweat, blah, blah, blah. But because COVID, you know, and everything, I was at home all the time. I have aircon blasting at me 24/7. I'm feeling a little bit lazy to shower. So, yeah. 2 years ago, I was a different man. 2023, I'm a different guy. And yeah, let's just end of story. There, that's it. Done that. Been there, done that.
We'll stop there. We'll draw the line there.
Yeah, I've already, you know, I shower every day now.
Come on, viewers.
Twice a day.
I'm pretty sure every one of you watching at home. Let's be real.
Seriously. Okay, when was the last time you did that? And why? Because too much work, too much what?
Yeah, I guess I was just like, you know.
Or you just think that your man aura and your man stench is just is you know.
I didn't want to go there, but since you mentioned it, you know, some people they do like that. Just like how we like the next game.
I don't know which people you're talking about, but now I am excited to see this game here because it is finally time here to figure out who comes up on top. We've got Egoist going up against Error 404 up on screen right now, and blue side we have Egoist, and on the red side we have Error 404. And starting things off, we do see a lane cut coming from Egoist, knowing that there's no point challenging the Terisla in the XP lane from Egoist.
Oh, Terrence, I'm liking what Egoist is doing. Look at this. They're going in for the jungle invade very early on. When they talk about this, that competition, they must win early. And if they can do the 70-30, at this stage, it'll be amazing. So far, so good.
Oh, great zoning tactics coming in from Vendetta Egoist. And currently he is going to be in an awkward position. He's going for the Petrify.
Wait,
he
what?
almost got the kill.
Yamikaze.
He might actually die to this. But however, Azura Rio forced to go in for the flicker for the trade-off to get a 1-for-1 trade. But it is going to cost his life here. While Arrow 404 is going to be losing a lot of space. Bottom side for Secret gets a solo kill against Pingu down bottom, so this is going to equalize the space for Egoist, but it seems like Arrow 404 will come on top with the economy trade-offs.
Oh, and unfortunately, they didn't manage to steal the buff, so mission kind of failed there. JH may lose his life. They are going in for it. Oh no, here comes the cavalry.
So much damage being done from JH. Fortunately for them, they do have the teams already starting to go in for the help as well. But right from the get-go, bare 2 minutes of game, we are going to be having a big appraisers wrap from Lord Ricky. Connects on 4. It seems to be a disaster, but they do trade off Vendetta in this fight-off. And Arrow 404 will continue to extend the lead right before the first hurdle. What was Egoist thinking about this?
Well, for JH to go and try to steal the jungle creep, I mean, I don't think that is the right timing, because they just lost the fight around there, meaning that your opponents are still somewhere there farming around that area, and because they lost that fight at the timing where the turtle is up, they might even lose this turtle.
Oh my god, such a risky play. Arrow 404 with the penalty zone, and the revolution comes in to zone them out, but the turtle will be secure from Arrow 404. However, the Ube coming in from the heels from Estes will keep them momentarily alive. A big appraiser's wrap from Lord Ricky is going to scare them off. They trade 1-for-1, a jungler for a roamer. Once again, Arrow 404 still coming up on top with these trades.
Yeah, we're starting to see the sustain coming in from Yamikaze. You gotta take him out first. But then again, in the group fight as close as that, if you overly focus on him, you'll be punished.
Yep, meanwhile, for Secret getting a little bit greedy with his plays, but gonna flicker. Divine Judgment is gonna set up for Pingu, but the kill will be secured by DYY instead, so Egoist is gonna be a little bit happy about this situation. But still, a very, very risky play from Team Singapore. Wow, Arrow 404 is gonna play this low, considering that they are trying to drag this into the later stage game. We saw Yamikaze's item as well, having the steel legs, and then potentially going for the Enchanted Talisman, while Lord Ricky looking to punish Bingo. Azura doesn't have the Divine Judgment to save his life, but seems like it is going to be under the protection of Tier 1. Real Militia drops in as well, trying to chip away at the grid, but he does finish him off right at the edge. No sustains whatsoever, while the top side, they are going to try and trade off for Egoist to get a kill, and they do get the kill on Natsu, but the Tier 1 down bottom will fall in the hands of Arrow 404.
Oh, looks like Arrow 404, they know that they cannot play this slow. They know that they cannot depend on the late game. They're pushing it back onto Egoist. After Egoist kind of revealed their strategy of going in for the jungle invade very early on, so they know that that cannot happen. They know that they're going to push it. But now, Arrow 404, they're bringing back it onto Egoist.
This is exactly what we're talking about as well. The pool-based strategy coming in. Vendetta from the sides is going to be able to A-OK. But look at this, only 4 minutes of the game. Very early Ice Queen ones coming from Denzel is going to be very problematic to stack it up, especially with the Estes slow. So this is going to be a big problem for Egoist if they commit towards a very, very big fight. And they are about to as well, because the turtle down bottom has spawned, and everyone from Arrow 404 is in position, while Egoist is looking for a 5-man commitment. Penalty zone connects onto Natsu, who's going to come out alive, but the Real Woman Nation will zone them off. The counter one as well is going to help zone them out, and it is going to be all-out brawl coming in, but it is going to be Egoist that steals the turtle. But can they get out? The slows coming from Denzel is going to kite Vendetta, but they don't seem to be able to finish him off. It is a 5v4, but with all this considered as well, Arrow 404 took a 4v5, did not lose the fight, but they do fight and make space for Secret up top to benefit on the fight.
Again, another group fight like that, very close quarters. We see how Yamikaze just sustains the entire team, and while sustaining, they manage to take that turtle away. So it's going to be tough if they don't take down Yamikaze, but Yamikaze has to be off position, but Natsu, no.
There's no way he survived this. He's all by himself. Penalty zone has been expended as well, and that's going to be a freebie, but can they give it for him? But forced to use the stolen penalty zone and to commit to that fight. While middle lane here, Egoist, they do not have the numbers to contest this, so they are going to try and trade the tier 2. Meanwhile, bottom side, DYY will get a tier 1 for themselves. Arrow 404 still leading a little bit more.
wait,
Azura, what are you doing? You're all by yourself. He is going to get the Divine Judgment on Yamikaze, but the heals are going to keep him alive. Real Prediction will finish from Azura, while JH in a little bit more trouble. The crits come in, but it is going to be Yamikaze that gets the kill.
Dude, the great Yamikaze, again, is the same recipe that they just repeat, because if it's not broken, why fix it, right? So they just play very close to each other. We can see that they're moving as a 4, trying to get those pickoffs. And whenever they do that, they have Yamikaze to back them up. Egoist, they have a problem, especially if they're being picked off like 1 by 1.
Oh, it's interesting to see Yamikaze rushing the Oracle as the second item here to prioritize the heals here, knowing that Egoist doesn't have the burst to shut him down, especially with the Divine Judgment. And because the Divine Judgment values magic here, Valentina doesn't necessarily have the strongest early burst to set things up, especially when how Yamikaze is so far off. And we are heading into the middle stage game. And currently, Egoist still looking to contest the third turtle once again, but this time they will be forced to concede this as Arrow 404 will group up as 5.
Yeah, smart move for Egoist to just let this turtle go, because they know that at this point they cannot contest it anymore. And with the talk about like early game domination has to come from Egoist. Unfortunately, they were countered by Arrow 404, not giving them any opportunity. I mean, the numbers.
Prediction-wise, Arrow 404 overwhelmingly taking 92% as of yet. But it can vary in terms of prediction, because top side, Natsu is going to get caught off. There's no way he's going to come out alive unless he goes for a penalty zone. He is buying a little bit more time. Frederick comes in. Can he get the trade-off? And yes, Lord Ricky looking for it as well. Gets a 2-man taunt, but he's all by himself. Divine Judgment connects the dot and they force the revolution. And that's going to be Egoist getting a double kill, while Arrow 404 is looking to threaten the inhibitor down bottom, and they might actually get it.
What?
Egoist, they're calling for recalls. Only the Kaja remains, but the explosion will clear off the minions, but the damage has been done. Almost half HP on the inhibitor. Vendetta gonna be looking out for the wave clear as well. Can they get the Azura? Nope, the crit is not gonna be enough, but they do trade the tier 2 up top. But Azura, a little bit too much. Yamikaze will finish with the slow, but they do get the inhibitor eventually. Egoist, they've lost a little bit too much in this trade.
Well, yeah, I mean, Egoist, they got a couple of kills, they got a tower, but then again, it's not going to be worthwhile for them, if you ask me, because they lost the inhibitor at the bottom lane. But look at the movement by JH. What is he doing there? Oh,
he's
no.
all by himself. He's got the Martis coming in, but the heals from Estes a little bit too much to handle. He is going to be able to go up healthy as well. Azura does have the Divine Judgment, but still hesitating to go in for the fight. While Arrow 404 is looking for objectives here. 20 seconds left before this next Lord. They will deny the purple, but here comes the penalty zone. It connects on 3. Real world manipulation comes in, and the counter penalty zone comes in, but it's not gonna matter. They just don't have the damage. Natsu will be healed up by the Estes, and he still survives. And now the reset comes in. Egoist, they lose 3, and Arrow 404 has so much space to work with.
Ooh, okay. Arrow 404, they have that opportunity. JH a little bit caught off guard, his teammates a little bit too far. Even though he managed to evade them, yes, he's NTCC, but if his teammates are just too far away, they cannot follow up anyway. So he will end up just taking damage for nothing.
Yep. And now, with the Lord going to be up for grabs as well, Egoist falling behind with 4k net worth deficit. They have no choice but to go for the split push, and Arrow 404, they can't... They're not allowing it, considering that they have one inhibitor advantage down bottom. This is going to be tough, but before that, let's talk about instant replay.
Yeah, so just look at the movement. So at this point, they do not have JH because he was too low, he had to back out, and he cannot come back into the fight. Yes, he's anti-CC, but the moment he goes there, because he has only like, what, 30% health, they'll easily still take him down.
Yep, in this case, Vendetta's Vengeance is going to start it as well. Petrify connects on 1, but no follow-up through. It is going to clear the minions, but the heals from Estes will continue to allow them with this assault, while the rest of the team from Egoist is cutting off the creep waves down behind, and JH is thinking to try and split off the fight where they can go for the pick-off. Azura also from the sides waiting for the jump, but can't see the talent his way through. Lord Ricky just completely ignoring the Martis. not much of a threat because the top side inhibitor will fall from the side of Egoist. And here comes the penalty zone. They force the back out. Azura is here to go for the Divine Judgment, but the heals from Estes is going to keep Force Secret alive as they continue to blunder their way through. Revolution will keep them in check, but where's the minions? The Lord is coming down bottom, and Egoist, they don't seem to have the damage, but they somehow still lose members in this process. 3v5, 5-man strong from Era 404, and they are going to close out the Crystal. They focus down the fight, but it doesn't even matter for Egoist anymore. It is over because Arrow 404 takes game 1.
This is one of the fastest games that we had. 11 minutes and 40-ish seconds, 10 minutes and 40-ish seconds, not even 11 minutes. So it was a very convincing win for Arrow 404 because they know that their opponent is trying to catch them off guard early on. Because like what we discussed about the pick-off strat, and they managed to counter that. They know that they'll be jungle invaded, and the moment they realize it, they're not letting it go easy. They went out to the top, take that purple buff away from Egoist, and from then onwards, they just snowball onto Egoist.
Yep, in case you missed out on action as well, these are the recap highlights on how things went through in game number 1. At the start of the game, Egoist taking a very Egoist approach to try and go in for the early red invades without JH's assistance, and because of that, they were able to buy time, but the solo kill from Force Secret down bottom is what made things change for Arrow 404. And ever since then, every single fight that Egoist tries to make an attempt onto his Yamikaze somehow survives and keep them all alive.
And I really like the discipline from Arrow 404. Whenever they saw JH coming from behind, they don't go all in, trying to charge, trying to chase him down, but they're like, okay, guys, don't even bother about him. He's anti-CC anyway. Let's focus onto the objective, and let's focus onto the top lane coming in because the Lord is also pushing in at the bottom lane, and that is how they secured the finale of this round.
Oh, you can see the size of relief from Arrow 404. Teamwork is what the dream makes the dream works. In this case, the coach, you can see the excitement the moment they know, hey, we got game 1, we're coming in. Let's hope to take game 2, because as of yet, in the lower brackets here, Arrow 404's lifeline has been extended by an inch, whereas Egoist is one step closer to being eliminated.
I mean, looking at the current meta and the current strat, right? Honestly, I'm not really a fan of single pick-off strats. I feel that it's very, very risky because you really need to win the early game. And if you fail that, your opponents will just snowball. I think there's another example to see that whenever Arrow 404, they manage to defend their ground very, very early on. When it reaches like, let's not even talk about the 10-minute mark, right? When it reaches like the 5th minute mark, the moment that hits, that's it. They just go all the way. There was almost no comeback for Egoist because Arrow 404 plus, I have to mention, Arrow 404, Yamikaze, it's a yummy round for him.
Yeah, Yamikaze, a little bit on fun fact as well, his itemization was a little bit different as well because he prioritized on the steel leggings from the Dominance Ice and then got himself a value mana regen necklace and then proceeds to go all into the Oracle first to keep himself healthy from the burst coming from the Valentina as well as the Divine, the Kaja itself. And once he got the Oracle, he proceeds to go in for the tanky composition, and by then, these 2 tanky items immediately put him in a spot where if Egoist tries to jump in, there's no way they're going to actually finish him off. And it's kind of surprising because normally for an Estes, people would prioritize getting the Enchanted Talisman as quickly as they can instead of going for tanky composition. So this switch up here is what made Egoist kind of miscalculated their damage output, and that is what made them in a very, very awkward position.
And from a macro perspective as well, right? Kaja didn't have any chance to do any single pickups because 4 of them from Arrow 404, they stuck together the entire round. Maybe they left their one, I think it was the goal laner just doing his own thing, but the rest of them just stuck on 4. And if you are moving in a group of 4, there's no way for Kaja to do his thing.
Yeah, it was so difficult to do so as well, especially when the sole objective is to shut down Yamikaze, and time again, Egoist just did not expect that. So the plan A didn't exactly go according into their favor, and hopefully game 2 they will be able to bounce back, because based on the drafts, it was a pretty clear intention on what Arrow 404 was playing as well. They wanted to play an Uber strategy. The Benedetta was great, but like you said as well, follow-up and pick-offs didn't exactly gel too much in that situation, and it was a little bit of miscommunication. It was pretty clear coming from Egoist. And hopefully game 2, they are able to result and fix that, because that was very, very chaotic, especially in the early stage of the game.
Yeah, I hope that in game number 2 they kind of switch up their strats. Like, try not to think of like single pickoffs, because single pickoffs are very, very risky, especially in a situation where your opponent likes to move in a group. So I am a bigger fan of like if they can think of a group CC sort of strat.
Yep, and of course, whatever you've seen so far, without our friends that has been helping us throughout the entire tournament himself, shout out to Snapdragon Elite Gaming when winning matters. Because as of yet, winning is all it matters for the team in order for them to advance into the later stage of the game. And currently, Aero 404 is 1 game ahead. And for Egoist, sorry to say, 1 more game. If they do not step up right now, they're out of it.
I mean, well, speaking about stepping up, you guys can step up as well by getting yourself a Galaxy S23 Ultra, share the epic, and level up your game. Of course, this phone is just super smooth. It's amazing. You can put your best, your best settings in a particular game. You can put your best settings in Mobile Legends and still play it smooth like a baby.
Yep, and of course, to keep you guys all hyped up and unleashing the biz with Monster Jet Energy, you can actually get yourself a drink to keep you guys up and going in the late wee nights of the night, especially if you're trying to push your rank all the way through, especially now when the season is about to end, heading for that mythical glory. Get yourself a Monster Energy to keep you guys energized and unleash the inner beast within you for Mobile Legends. Bang, bang. And all things considered, there is a special promotion coming up as well, where great deals and game top-ups is coming up. All you gotta do is just visit www.kachishop.com and get yourself some diamonds, because I love my skins in Mobile Legends, and currently Jujutsu Kaisen, a personal favorite, baby.
Oh yeah, and now we're in the middle of the month, so in a couple more weeks we'll be seeing a new Starlight as well. So you gotta get that ready, you know.
Yep, for sure. In this case. Now, speaking of just a bit more as well, right? Besides the Jujutsu Kaisen, now the personal favorite one right now in Mobile Legends, there is this one where you can get epic skins and collector skins by going for 10 rows all the way through. It's a little bit pricey on the end, but with Kachi Shop, you can get a pretty sweet deal with those diamonds. Just saying, just saying. I love my collector skins. Unfortunately, I only have 2, so...
Well, it's time to visit Kachi Shop then.
Yes, indeed. But now, game number 2, adaptations. What kind of... You've seen Egoist. They've always played heroes that are always very, very unique. Do you think that now is the time to bring in the Layla?
I knew you were about to say that.
Yes.
Yeah.
He was so confident that he was going to bring the Layla.
I mean, okay, if they were to bring in the Layla, they have to have a group CC comp. Like, don't go for the single pickup spot, because you will leave your Layla vulnerable. Yeah, and Layla has the least mobility. It's easy to be picked up, especially if you're a good assassin. So if they do pick that, I want to see how it's played.
Yep, and before that, we'd like to shout out to Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, where you share the epic and level up your gameplay. You can check out the slick designs of the phone itself and also take some good pictures with it. And if you're a fan of photography, this is the phone to go for. If you're a fan of gaming, you're also here to get it as well. You can see it's just all the way through, giving you the best experience for your viewing pleasure. In this case, your daily lives as well. And who doesn't want a brand new phone? Yeah. I do. Do you want one?
Yep, I do.
Exactly.
I will not shower for a month for it. Just put it out there. Just put it out there.
We're going there again, aren't you?
Just putting it out there.
But to be honest, that's a pretty small price to give. I would do it too.
Oh yeah, baby.
Because if I go 1 month without internet, I wouldn't be able to use the phone. So it makes more sense to not shower for a month and get a brand new phone. I would. You know, we gotta get ESL to actually do this for us, you know. Snapdragon, you gotta do something for us, man. You know, a challenge, you know, not showering for a month and see the effects of it, and for the sake of the phone. Totally worth it, right?
Absolutely.
Would this be a content that you guys would like to watch? But of course it would. It might be nice, but we gotta ask you guys to spam that in the chat. If you want to see us not shower for a month as a video content for ESL to win a Samsung Galaxy Ultra phone, please let us know in the comment. But before that, now game 2 is on its way. 1-1, Melissa being banned, Egoist banning the Fanny this time for game number 2.
I mean, okay, so we saw a couple of respect bans earlier on, right? We saw the Johnson ban, we saw the Brody ban. I was kind of surprised that they let the Fedrin go, especially Egoist let the Fedrin go towards Aero 4-4 because that's one of their comfort picks. They have a decent win rate with the Fedrin as well. So I expect this round they gotta, because they're gonna be the second pick, right? Come on, guys, you gotta ban the Fedrin.
Well, might be the case. Egoist, they're still respecting the Johnson once again. But at the same time, Fredrin still up for grabs. Yves as well. Valentina also up for grabs. But Egoist say it's okay. We keep it on open. Joy is somebody we just don't want to deal with. And I think it's a better call. Because as of yet, Aero 4-4, do they still let go of the Kaja? Or do they still prioritize an Estes? Because as of yet, Egoist, they do play an Estes, especially from Azura Rio. So is this a good denial pick here, considering how well Game 1 went for Aero 4-4?
I don't think Kaja is a real concern, because the moment that you move as a 4, automatically your Kaja has difficulty trying to do that pickoff. And it doesn't help that they had an S-test before this as well. So definitely not going to be in their thought to try to deny the Kaja away from Egoist. I think that they might go for their comfort pick Fedrin. That is a possibility. But is it? Yeah.
First pick Xavier coming
Xavier.
from Aero 4-4.
Right. There you go.
I was expecting a Xavier to be completely ignored. It was banned in the first game. But for a first pick from Aero 4-4, it seems like it is going to be with the intention to try and zone out a potential Mortis or Fredrin composition if Egoist decides to go for it. In this case, Egoist says, we ignore it, we're still sticking with the Kaja, bringing in the Beatrix this time. At least with the Beatrix, it is going to be able to do enough damage to set up with the Divine Judgment. So I'm liking this safer pickup. And this time, Aero 4-4, do they respond and mirror by bringing up their marksman as well? In this case, there is still the Brody, there is still the Clid. Carry as well is still up for grabs as well, which is something that I think they could still lean on, or they just completely ignore the marksman, which is also a possibility here for Aero 4-4.
Well, as much as you like it, right, I'm going to be the bringer of bad news.
Okay.
So for the Kaja pick, they pick it, before this, they picked this twice. Both of them lost.
Oh.
Yeah. So
that's actually good news for me, because I predicted Aero 4-4 2-0.
True enough. I mean, yeah. But they're going for very safe picks again. So Fedrin as expected. And for Estes, I mean, if you have an Estes and you roam as a 4, it's just perfect scenario for them. I'm really worried for Kaja pick in this round.
Oh, I'm a little bit worried as well. Aero 4-4, they're still comfortable with the Kaja pickup here, considering how things went in game number 1 this time. Even though they won game 1, game 2, it is going to be something that Aero 4-4 is going to be bringing as well. Fredrin is great against this composition. It does provide a little bit of protection to make sure that this Estes doesn't get pulled too far apart in towards the later stage of the game. Egoist respond with the Eve. This time, they will have to slow in their hand, because if you think about it, game 1, Aero 4-4, the Denzel was able to get a very, very early Ice Queen wand 4 minutes in the game, which kind of stopped everyone's from the side of Egoist's movement to set up with the Estes slows.
Yeah, so I'm still worried about Egoist lineup for now, because we did talk about like, okay, single pickoffs, you gotta win the lanes early, but Aero 4-4, they found a counter to it. And if the same thing happens again, we're gonna see the same story. They're just gonna snowball up, and I don't know. I do hope that there's a different plan on Egoist's mind, because if it's the same plan of trying to invade the jungle, yeah, Aero 4-4, they'll be very much more prepared this time.
Well, hopefully it is going to be the case, because as of yet, based on the bans here, Ling will be taken out, and this is a good one, considering that how things went from Egoist in game number 1. The only thing they lacked in terms of split push was a particular hero to complete excel that, because they needed Vendetta in most of these team fights, which kind of stopped Vendetta from doing his own thing in terms of split push. So not taking risks, giving away the Ling is going to be something that Aero 4-4 will refuse to do so. However, there is still a potential Hanzo roam or maybe Hanzo jungle being picked up to actually do something like that, which oftentimes can be extremely annoying to deal with, especially with the Estes. But based on this draft here, I don't think Egoist would take the risk to play the Hanzo. But at the same time, it is the final game for them. So, I don't know. It's a little bit risky now.
Yeah, okay. So I'm going to pull off a pocket pick here, from my opinion, for Egoist, right? So if Egoist can pull off a Yin,
Oh yeah,
somewhere.
Yin is
Yeah.
pretty good as well.
Yin,
Isolating the Estes and just completely one-shotting him.
Yeah, but
that's a pretty good shout.
the bad news is that so far we haven't seen them use the Yin, so we don't know whether they're comfortable using it or not. And for a Yin to be effective, he has to be tanky enough to just go straight in, lock the Estes, and make sure his teammates are able to do the rest of the business. And by the time he shows back up, it's like everyone onto Yin. So that could be one.
It could be one as well, but Egoist now, they're bringing in the Terisla to deny it from Error 404, knowing that the penalty zone was very, very annoying to deal with, and it was something that Egoist, once they get caught with it, nearly impossible to get out from game number 1. However, Atlas still in the equation. Diggy also still in the equation, but I don't think Arrow 404 would go for the Diggy nor the Atlas because of the fact that they do have their roam and major. So it is going to be down towards the EXP lane. Glue completely ignored. Edith completely ignored as well. So I think this is something that Arrow 404 may consider bringing maybe a Benedetta. Marksman-wise is also something that they are kind of missing out as well. Carry is still pretty decent-ish. Clint is okay as well. Yeah, okay. They're going to go for the carry as well as the Lapu Lapu.
Oh man, carry's win rate 80%. So far looking good for Arrow 404. But okay, so it's going to be a Kadita pick. Let's see. Okay, this is going to be interesting though. So Kadita pick may try
Wait
to
a minute.
stop Estes.
Who's playing jungle? Is this a Terisla jungle? Wait, it is a Terisla jungle.
Looks like it.
Okay.
We're gonna see something okay.
Okay,
interesting.
Egoist is bringing in a Terisla jungle.
What if it's Kaja jungle? It's possible as well.
It's possible, but
because we have seen Kaja play in the jungle before.
I'm not a big fan of Kaja jungle. I would like Terisla a little bit more, but I want to see how this goes. You know, I want to see what Egoist is gonna be bringing to the table. But Kaja jungle, okay. Did not expect that at all.
Not as much mobility, and for Kaja jungle, early on Tuduro's jungle invades not the best of heroes, so I don't think they will continue on with the strat that we saw early on. I think this time Ego is going to play a little bit safer. He's going to play on his own half. Basically, they learned their lesson from the previous rounds. But with that being said, if that is done, then there is a possibility for Arrow 404 to overtake their jungle instead of opponent's jungle. Meaning that they'll choke them down.
Like you said as well, it is going to be a Kaja jungle coming from Egoist. Not a big fan, but hopefully it is going to work out in their favor because here comes the invades, starting with the orange buff as well. Egoist going to go for the setup, and that's going to be the first blood for Egoist. And we talked about damage as well. Kadita works wonders for against an Estes, and now the Retribution comes in and he's going to steal, and Lord Ricky will secure it with the Retribution. However, they're all so low coming from Egoist, and they might actually die to this, and they are going to force the flicker. Natsu flickering forward, not connecting Ashura, but he is going to pay with his price. That means Egoist will come on top with 2 zeros right off the bat.
A little bit too hasty there. But nevertheless, looks like it's going to be the same starting strat from Egoist. They're going to go in the jungle. They try to win that 70% of the map early on because, again, this is a single pick-off strat for the most part. Except for Azura Rio, but it depends how he's played. But, of course, looking at JH actually playing it, and we saw how his playstyle was before this. He likes to go for the backline. It feels like based on that round, he's a single pick-off player. He likes to do his own thing. So that's why they try to open up the map for him.
Currently, Egoist, they have a very, very strong early composition, whereas Arrow 404, they need a lot of time to actually scale this game, just like how Game 1 is. But with the Xavier coming in, it is going to be even longer, considering that it takes a lot of items to actually pop off. In this case, with the Kadita roam, it is going to bring so much value when it comes to snowballing their way through. And you can see Azura is getting bullied out, but eventually, all he needs is his Ocean's Breath. And once that comes in, the Estes will not be able to survive this. Wow. Turtle will begin. Here comes the Revolution comes in. They do secure, but as soon as I say this, the Kadita goes for the pop-off, takes down the Yamikaze, and now Lord Ricky needs to make a run for his life. Vendetta goes in for the kill, but the Appraiser's Wrath from Lord Ricky will shut him down, almost killing Ashura with him.
Ooh, just by the last tick of his health there, he managed to survive that 2v1, but is still able to sustain. Lord Ricky, man, deserves the Lord title.
Oh my goodness, that was as close as it gets, but fortunately for them, Egoist still not out of the money yet. It all comes down to this Kadida play. Meanwhile, Aero 4-4 looking to stabilize what the chaos that Egoist has brought into the table. And with this stabilization, it is going to be a little bit safer now. Azura missing the connection. Denzel going to be clearing the minions with the dawning light, and he is going to be forced to back off. So it is going to be a passive retreat for Aero 4-4 right now.
Alright, this turtle fight is going to be interesting because Aero 4-4, they're playing a different strat this time. They're not going in as a 4 going around. So they kind of open up some space for Egoist to try to do the jungle event. Now they're roaming as a 4 instead, but are they going to be able to get a pick off? JH
oh my goodness, the Divine
Judgment
Judgment pulls it in. They go in for the one-shot. Lord Ricky could not get out in time. Mistakes were made, and this is good for Egoist because the next turtle is going to be on the bottom side. However, Lord Ricky is going to be able to join this next upcoming one. So Aero 4-4, they have to start a fight, but it seems like they don't really have the damage as well. Purify comes in from Secret to get out of the Kadida burst, but little did he know, Azura didn't even have the ultimate available. So a little bit of a safety net coming in, but the top side as well, we do see a little bit of fights coming in, but I don't think it is going to translate much here coming from both sides.
Ooh, safe one there by Natsu. But now the turtle is going to be up. We're going to see some fights happening at the bottom lane. Yamikaze's in trouble.
Yamikaze barely surviving in the dawning light. Will secure a little bit more. The rockets from Beatrix almost connecting, but with that play, Yamikaze is going to be able to get the reset in. Turtle comes in. A lot of ultimates has been expended. Not a good fight for Egoist. And Aero 4-4 should be able to take this unless they go in for the forced fight. And it seems like they might be the case, but it is going to be the Lord Steel as well. Penalty zone catches on 2 with the Beatrix out, and that is going to completely shut down Aero 404. Denzel needs to run for his life. They lose Ricky, but it is going to be the carry that takes the turtle buff.
Oh, at least the carry managed to secure the turtle buff. That's all right. But look at the top lane as well. Natsu's been left alone, but focusing on the bottom lane.
Oh, bottom lane. Divine Judgment gets resetted as well.
Oh,
the double spam heals from Yamikaze will keep him alive, and he's going to be A-OK. The Dawning Light saves the day, clears the minion at the last hit. It is going to scare Egoist off, but little did he know, Yamikaze doesn't have the mana. Egoist will try and continue this, but it's just not worth it.
Why, thank you for Secret. I kind of saved him there, so that was a good one. Yamikaze actually saved him.
Let's take a look at the items here as well. Seems like Yamikaze went for an early magic defense item, knowing that the Kadida is the reason why he's dying, instead of going for the steel leggings here. So a little bit interesting item choices, but all these item choices has helped him stay alive, and that is exactly what he needs, even though he's died twice. But without this item progression, he might have died more than twice, and that would be a very, very different game, because Egoist has put him in a spot where if they kill the Estes, they are going to be able to slow down his progress and come on top. But Natsu needs to make a run for it, and he's going to get pulled back, and here comes the damage. Real Nation with the penalty zone to keep him alive, but Natsu, he's just so tanky. He's got the sustains, he's got the stun, but will he survive? Yes, he will! The lifesteals with the minions is what keeps him alive. He's making so much space, but will he fall? Yes, he will eventually. But the middle lane from Aero 404, they're just trading across map objectives, but Egoist was able to come on top of it all.
Yeah, so much spent on the top lane, but then again, it's worth it, because for the longest time, Natsu has been having a time of his life at the top lane, wasn't challenged that much, and that pickoff was necessary to stop him.
Yep, and as of yet, we are going to be seeing a little bit of a issue coming in from the screen as well. We are going to be taking a little bit of a things here to actually figure out what is going on. But as of now, a better game from game 1 from Egoist, looking pretty solid as well. I did see Pingu on the Beatrix getting a very early plate of this there. That means this Beatrix is going to hit very, very hard in this next upcoming fight.
Okay, so before this, I was kind of like unsure about the Kaja pick, but now because the Kaja has a swapped role, it was given to, I think, the right player with the right mindset, because like what we saw in game number 1, JH, his mindset is like, okay, I'm all alone, I can do my own thing. And you want that kind of mindset player to be playing the Kaja, because he will be the one to do that single pick off with the Divine Judgment. And I think perfect, giving him that role. So far, so good. He got like, what, 3-4 kills based out of the Divine Judgment pick-off. So, great pick so far.
Yeah, so far, this Kaja jungler is somewhat working out for them. And to me, I don't really like it, but because of how the Divine Judgment is set up with the penalty zone, any hero that gets pulled by this Java Judgment is gonna get completely killed off. But even then, I'm surprised that Lapu Lapu up top was able to survive so long despite the chain CCs along with the revolutionization, and that is going to be a little bit of a problem later on for Egoist to actually overcome. If you can't kill the Lapu quickly enough, things are not going to be looking good.
And that was even without an S-Test there. If there was an S-Test, then it would be even harder, right?
Yeah.
But I really want to see, like, after all that fight happened at the top, like, what's the timer on the next objective? Like on the turtle, I believe, is the next one.
Oh, the turtle right now.
If not, they would just, you know, they would have to let the turtle go because they expended all their outs at the top lane.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit difficult as well, considering it's about 30 seconds left before this next turtle fight. I think they should have the ultimates in this upcoming fight. But the biggest objective here from Egoist is that their composition is under a very, very short timer. They have to continue snowballing this and trade objectives as quickly as they can, because once the S-Test comes up online, once the carry comes up online, they are nearly unstoppable. So catching the right targets is Egoist's game plan, whereas Arrow 4 they're looking for that mid to late game transition where there's absolutely nothing they could have done from Egoist.
Yes, plus we do know that carry is a hyper carry. Even the hero's name is Carry, so it absolutely makes sense for them to really try to push out to Arrow 404. Arrow 404 trying to open space to Carry. Carry's not involved in any fights at all so far, but he got a Lord, it seems.
Seems like we have taken a little bit short break just now, and the Lord has been taken out in favor of Arrow 404, and this is actually big for Egoist because eventually they are gonna lose out in terms of economy, and this is not exactly what Egoist wants. And now with the Ubi coming in as well, the penalty zone catches on 4, it looks good, but they are gonna be able to get out. They're going for the save against Lord Ricky, but Yamikaze is just keeping them all alive, and that is gonna be Natsu getting a kill on towards Pingu, and that is huge for Arrow 404.
Oh, just look at the bottom lane as well. The Lord is pushing it, but then again, this is of course the first Lord, so it's not going to be that difficult for them to defend this, but they have spent a lot of time at the bottom lane. Now Veneta, super duper low, but Natsu's not going to go in for the chase.
Yep. And now with the top side also being pressured as well for Secret, dropping a little bit low in this vicinity. JH doesn't have the flicker for the Divine Judgment, so he doesn't need to be very scared about what's about to happen, because as of yet, Arrow 404 has got a full map control. This is a Kaja game where you should not be afraid of the Divine Judgment without flicker. But as of yet, it is all about those setups. And Lord Ricky looking for the threat in here. Azura missing the stun as well. So they are gonna back off.
I believe it was stolen though. I'm just trying to really see that. Yes, Natsu did manage to steal it away from Egoist. So that is denying the purple buff away from them. Now without the purple buff, I mean, purple buffs are really, really important. And now without that, I think it's going to be a little bit tough. I'm trying to digest like what is the plan from Egoist at this moment. But because they have a Kaja, I guess their one and only plan at this point is just to roam as a 4, try to get those pickups. But because they do that, they lose objectives on their side.
Yep, at the same time, they are going to be forcing a couple fights. But interesting now in the itemization, Yamikaze actually looking to go for an early winter Trunkian, knowing that Egoist needs to kill him off. And as soon as I say it, it just got out. And this is huge for Arrow 404 because Egoist, if they make one wrong move on Yamikaze again, Yamikaze is going to be setting up for a big bait for the rest of the teams to actually kill him off. And in this case, Egoist, they have to find the perfect catch, and Azura is going for it as well. Petrify looks good, but he could not get the Ocean Breath. He gets completely chain stunned. They are dead. Dawning like connects on 3, and now Natsu is going to try and delay the fight, but the Divine Judgment going to stop him in his track, and they go for the penalty zone and reset the fight. But guess what? The heals from SS a little bit too strong. They cannot kill him enough, and once again, Egoist will lose off in this fight.
Oh, it was hard for them to try and pick off Kaja, pick up Estes anyway, because he was in a position where in case JH jumps in onto him, focusing on him, they were all there to pick him off.
Oh, now with the Stells coming in, they get the Terror 2 down middle, and Egoist, this might be their potential tournament lives if things don't go on. They need to find a way to shut down this Estes, and it seems to be a problem. JH opening up the map, but he doesn't have those flickers. The Lord already respawned for the second one. And Arrow 404 in prime position to contest a big dawning light. It's going to connect, but it's not going to be good. Called it with the ult there. Yamikaze will survive, but eventually the Winter Trunket will keep him alive, and he flickers out of there. And now the turn of events for Secret makes it for the team, and Egoist, they have to back up, and they are going to back up. But Enzo, 1 HP snipe from Pingu is going to take him out, and that is going to be Arrow 4-4 making a mistake, but buying enough time for Lord Ricky to secure the turtle. The Lord once again. Real Illumination down mid has been forced out, and that is huge for Arrow 404.
Oh, JH being at the forefront, very, very brave move for him indeed. But he doesn't have the flicker anyway, so it's going to be difficult for him to execute it all alone. He can't really pull the target anyone under the turret, so it's more of just being there, but he cannot be off position at the same time, so I don't think it will be a big impact right now. But so far, looking at how things are going, Egoist, yes, they did win the early game, but like what you mentioned, the moment Estes is online, the moment Carry is online, and this is the moment we can see that Arrow 404, they're starting to catch up.
Oh, this is going to be difficult as well, and they cannot afford to make those mistakes anymore. With this Lord coming in with 4K advantage, Arrow 404 will look to try and close out this game. Yamikaze now, they're trying to isolate DYY. Dawning Light will start things off, try and connect, but it's not going to work. Azura from behind, he connects on 2. Ocean's Breath on 3, but where's the damage? The heals from Ube with the penalty zone, but where's the follow-up? They just don't have the damage to kill Yamikaze, and he survives and keep them all healthy. Pingu tries to go in, will get traded off right Natsu instead. They just didn't have enough damage. They did not sink it, and now with the Xavier coming in, it's going to scare off DYY. Arrow 4-4, they get the full reset from the Estes heals, working their magic on tier 2, while Egoist is trying for their dear lives to fight for the tournament lives, and now Dawning Light again to scare him off. Force Secret cleans out the final inhibitor, and now they catch JY, and JH will be finished off by the carry. The Ocean's Breath comes in from Rio, but where's the damage? Absolutely non-existent, and that is going to be the Crystal focus down as Arrow 404 takes a clean 2-0.
The sustain from Yamikaze, he was the key towards them winning that fight. And he was in a good position as well. And for Egoist to not try to take him out as early as possible, I mean, that I know it's difficult because they stuck as a 4, but then again, if you allow him to stay alive, he will sustain the entire team, and it's hard to win the fight when that happens.
Oh my goodness, much love from the coach of Arrow 4 for the players themselves. You can see the smiles in their face, the decision making, the discipline that they've made so far. However, let's take a look at the highlights here on how things went down. You can see Egoist, they had a pretty decent start in early composition, but it all came down to whether or not Azura Rio is able to get those kind of big wombo combo setups for the team in order to come on top. And Arrow 404, they understood that as long as Yamikaze survives, he is going to be A-OK. In this case, this play right here, Yamikaze completely shifted all the entire team for the team and denying Egoist that potential kill onto him.
And yes, I really like the starting from Egoist, but then again, the moment Arrow 404 hits their power spike, they went for the split push and they started to group up and take this 4-man fight. And look at this, how sustained Yamikaze. Okay, so looking at the hell of Yamikaze, yes, Egoist, they tried to go on Yamikaze, but because Yamikaze was well surrounded by his teammates, and his teammates know how to react to that on time to try and save it, to try to not allow him to go down, that means that the entire team sustains. They didn't lose a single player in that round.
Yeah, it's just really, really unfortunate as well, because if you think about it, they just needed some sort of damage, and currently the only main damage output was pretty much the wombo combo, and the initial combo came in, they just didn't have enough damage considering how low of economy they were. But nevertheless, congratulations to Arrow 404 bringing in the Ube strategy 2 games in a row and worked out in their favor 2 games in a row. Their journey will continue. However, we have to say goodbye to Egoist.
Yeah, unfortunately, Egoist will be bowing out of this round, and well, a good round for Arrow 404. And now that you always talk about like how the Johnson pick for Cambodian teams, right? No, I guess right now, looking at how the composition is working out for them, Estes is the key.
Yeah, I agree. The Estes really worked out as well. And you have to shout out to Yamikaze. This time he went for a different switch of itemization. He prioritized on the Athena shield as a first item. and then going for the Dominance Eyes, and then rushed a Winter Trunket and skipping the Enchanted Talisman, knowing that the one-shot kill potential from Kadita is what is going to turn his tides, and this early Athena shield on him is the reason why Egoist was struggling to win all these fights. And props to his Arrow 4-4, and props to Yamikaze in his itemization department, because not every player in LBBB will adapt to the itemization. We always have this standard loadout, we just follow the particular build, but understanding what items to prioritize first is what sets you apart. In this case, Yamikaze was able to single-handedly clutch it because of this decision, allowing the rest of his team to do his job. And what a better way to actually close out this game. This is a good example on how things could have and should have been done in their favor.
Yep, and now they're showing that, you know what, even if you ban our comfort picks, even if you try to take out like the Johnson, for example, especially the Johnson, which is proven to be their comfort pick, it's not going to be a problem for them. They have multiple strats that they can adapt to with different situations. And we're not only talking about the lineup, right? In terms of the play style as well. This time around, yes, they allow their opponent to win the early game, but maybe that at the back of their head is like, well, we didn't plan to win the early game. We planned to win the later game, and they are able to sustain that towards the later stage of the game, get carry to be online, and the rest is history.
Yeah, that was pretty much it for Arrow 4-4, whereas Egoist, thank you so much for trying 2 games in a row. The Kaja was great, but eventually it was just too hard to handle against an Estes. The Estes was a big threat from the side of Arrow 4-4. Maybe banning that off and letting the Johnson might have been the better choice from the side of Egoist. But nevertheless, Arrow 4-4, their journey will continue, and you can see 4 Secret, 832 GPN. Perfect dream farm as well for this marksman. But the MVP series gonna be none other than Yamikaze coming in from Arrow 404.
Yeah, Yamikaze, my man. It's not about the KDA, it's not about how much he farms, it's just about how he executes his work and how he helps his team overall. This is just beyond stats, and to me, Yamikaze has been consistent for 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah, he is by far the strongest player in this match as well. Was able to sustain it all for the team with a 92.1% kill participation. Damage taken per minute, 4,995.1. That's a lot of damage, but it makes a lot of sense, right? Considering how much of a focus that everyone from Egoist was shifting on him. And it's not just 1, it's 2 games in a row.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I'm glad that he's actually on the MVP charts because, yeah, sometimes support players get forgotten.
Yeah, roamers gotta have them love here. In this case, I'm proud to see a support is getting some love from the production, or in this case, being star of that match itself, MVP from Arrow 404. And of course, if you guys are excited for more Mobile Legends Bang Bang action, there is going to be the most anticipated match for today. It is going to be See You Soon Trial going up against the Drift. This is going to be an exclusive banger of a game.
Absolutely. I mean, we all know the See You Soon brand, they are a big brand within the Mobile Legends scene. But here's the thing about the Drift. The Drift, we have not had a broadcast of them yet. So in terms of See You Soon trying to learn what their trends, what they like to do and all that, they don't have as much information.
Oh, that is going to be a problem for both teams as well. The element of surprise and the element of the brand. Who is going to be the ones that rise up to the challenge? Well, that's going to be a complete different story, because that is going to be what's happening next coming match. But for now, we are going to be taking a very, very short break. And right after this break, we'll give you the match that you guys are excited for. My name is ICBaby12. This is Sir Cloud. We'll see you guys in a bit.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Number 1 in the street, so that one a bang bang. Everybody touch a road, everybody bang bang. Then I wanna so neat, everybody bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. This I wanna so good, this I wanna bang bang. This I wanna so wicked, everybody bang bang. Sun a shining, everybody bang bang. This a bang bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. wanna so bug, this I wanna bang bang, this I wanna so wicked, everybody bang bang. Sun a shine and everybody bang bang. This a bang bang bang.
I'm a different berry on the plate. They've been slipping on me in the late. Got a juice to communicate. Small in size, heavy in weight. I'm not a bitch, I'm a daughter of king. No compromise, cause I know what I bring. I stand for love like a sun on a ring. Shining bright when I rap, when I sing. Black gem, high refractive index, reflecting light. That's a princess business. My fate is strong, standards are high. My crown so big, I'm a blessed to lie. They don't know, no. What I do. They don't know. You a crew. Match 100%, for sure, 100%. Proud, 100%. You a 100%. Match 100%, for sure, 100%. Proud, 100%. I do 100%. Мы из Украины, братьям привет. Мы из Украины, сестрам привет. Воля, сила, це наш спірит. Ми без обмежень, sky is the limit. Були білі, мили, жовто-сині кольоро. Ми це рили, хвиля, сила, наше слово, то є flow. А над нами тільки Бог, лише з ним ми до перемог. Інше сіто є фрод, Богу слава, лише аплоз. Благословіння, мій word. Наші люди, наш support. Squad game with the Lord, most high word. Match 100%, for sure 100%. Proud 100%, you a 100%. Match 100%, for sure 100%. Proud 100%, I do 100%. For sure, 100%. Proud, 100%. You a 100%. Match 100%. For sure, 100%. Proud, 100%. I do 100%.
Hello, and welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, brought to you by ESL. And of course, this is the Mobile Legends Bang Bang tournament itself, Season 1. My name is ICBaby12. Join with me, the legendary Sir Cloud as himself, as we take you through the commentaries for today. In today's games, it is going to be a very, very explosive one, because this upcoming match, see you soon going up against the Drift. But before that, shout out to our sponsors here, Samsung Galaxy, for bringing you the best ultimate experience here. The Galaxy S23 Ultra, as well as the Snapdragon sponsorship, is just what keeps everything going throughout this entire tournament.
Yeah, the last time we casted next to each other, there was a Samsung as well.
Oh my
and
goodness.
now it's a Samsung again. I mean, thank you so much to Samsung for supporting the Mobile Legends scene as well. Got to big up to her.
Yep. At the same time, let us introduce the team that you guys are excited and waiting for. Ladies and gentlemen, this is See You Soon. Up on screen, we have Trabot, Kyrie, ASCII, Na, and Laflami.
Yeah, I mean, See You Soon, they are a big brand within the Mobile Legends scene in Southeast Asia. So, I mean, there's a lot of expectation based on their brand, right? But then again, this is of course not that professional scene. See You Soon. They're kind of like the academy team, but because of that brand, I'm pretty sure they have a good system. One of their hot picks, of course, is going to be Fedrin. Very, very meta right now. Yeah, so got to look out for that.
Yep, La Flame in this case is going to be something that I'm watching out for as well, because See You Soon has been known for their flashy roaming composition. Back in the days, it's all about those choke kicks. Can La Flame set it up for those insane flash Way of the Dragon, and in this case flicker Way of the Dragon composition, so instant chain stuns all the way through, and I'm looking forward to see whether it happens, and that is going to be something that we are going to be excited for. But in case you missed out on the action as well, these are some highlights in the upper brackets where See You Soon was narrowly able to clutch it out against Sway Esports, but unfortunately Sway was able to come on top in the 2-1 series.
Yeah, and if you kind of look at it, right, this kind of defense, they are able to still do it despite being pressured on, and the other lanes that they are only left with an inhibitor, we can see how they are able to withstand that sort of pressure. And you're right about La Flame, and because he knows how to play different kind of strats. So he has played a Kaja strat before, which is a single pick-off, and then he has played a Lolita, which is more like a tank-ish and able to do group CC. So, and as well as Terizla as well, one of those heroes that's able to do those final one shots. So he has this kind of versatility in him.
Yep. Terizla also in a very awkward position where you can play tank as well as XP lane. However, they didn't really transition well, but with this clutch play coming in from ASCII as well as Trabot, they were able to come on top and tie the series. And of course, it was still a very, very nail-biting finish. Meanwhile, their opponents right now also representing from Cambodia. We have Tongflok, Starboy, Reach Swag, I Am Rookie, and Fuji to start things off for their tournament lives here for the Snapdragon Pro Series.
So the thing about the drift is that before this, within the Snapdragon Pro Series, there was no live stream of them. So See You Soon may not have as much information, or may not have the up-to-date information about the drift. However, these two teams, they come from the same country. I'm pretty sure in whatever other tournaments that they played, they would have met with each other. So they kind of know each other's styles, but it's a matter of like in the current meta, the current patches, are they up to date enough?
Yep, they do have their comfort heroes and also their own individual playstyle. Today, we are going to have a little bit of a taste on how Cambodian MLBB is going to be looking like. But up on screen, Na and Iom Rookie's head-to-head stats. KDA here, 5.8 from the side of Na, favoring towards him. Kill participation a little bit more onto his rookie side. DPM also 4K in his favor. GPM as well. Damage time per minute is going to be 3.3k in his favor. So we are going to be seeing a little bit of a late game marksman gold laner from Iron Rookie, whereas Na is looking to engage rather early on. Itemization and hero priorities here is going to be a little different, more on Brody from Rookie, but we do see Carry as a great early game hero from the gold laner from Na.
So an extra fun fact as well about I Am Rookie is that before this, so they have two gold laners to swap in at least within the team. So before this it was Al Jazzy, he played the majority of the rounds in fact, and I believe that I Am Rookie only played one round before this. So yeah, and it was Brody, so that's why it was a Brody icon below him. Lesser experience within this tournament, but that doesn't mean that he's not good. But speaking about them being good, are they good in interviews? Let's check this out.
Hello, my name is Paragon. I'm from Team Sisu Trail. You cannot win us. Your victory is just a dream. And a lot because this hero is very annoying. He can chasing the backup line strong and on the lane and can spread on the team fight. Very hard to fight with this hero a lot. From our mistake against Sway Esports, if we meet them again in the next match, I'm confident we gotta beat them. We feel a bit of pressure, but our fans, they always believe on us. They always cheering on for us, even we win or lose in the game. They are the best friend. Yeah. Hello, the drift. Prepare yourself. Be coming to your room.
Oh, I love this guy. I love Paragon already.
I'm
here.
a fan now. I'm a fan of this guy.
You know, he can speak really, really good English as well. See you soon. See you. We're coming to your room. We are gonna take your house. We're gonna take your pillow. We're gonna take your money. We're gonna take your trophy. We're gonna take everything. Paragon is what a lovely guy.
Yeah, the only way for them to keep him away is just not to shower for a month.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah. Just
okay.
putting it out there, an
Okay.
idea.
Fair enough. But speaking of which here, seeing how things are progressing as well, a lot of people still thinking that banning Arlot is the way to go. Extremely annoying to deal with and extremely nimble. And will the trend continue in today's drafts and pickups? Maybe, just maybe. But so far, the stats do not lie. We haven't had one of the biggest win rate thus far for Arlot throughout this entire 2 weeks here. And I'm looking forward to see how it all goes down. But for now, what about you guys? What do you guys think about this matchup? What are your predictions? Because right now, we're gonna see our predictions on what we think on this upcoming matchup. And this is interesting because why? Both me and you, we're gonna be leaning on see you soon. And it makes a lot of sense considering that yes, the brand, the fans, you know, their consistency, their track record looks super solid from See You Soon trial. Whereas the drift, not a lot of data to work on. So
yeah, it's because of that, right? It's because of what we have seen so far. But then again, this is the advantage of the drift that we talked about. Because they haven't shown themselves that much, maybe they have trump cards to just pull off. But if I were to look at some data that we managed to pull out from production, so they do have some comfort picks. They're comfortable with the Amon, Valentina, Give, Grog, Lapu Lapu. These are some of their comfort picks. So I don't know if there's enough research being done by See You Soon, but if they have this data, maybe they have an idea on how to counter the drift.
well, I'm personally a big fan of how the Amon is going to be bringing here. Will they be able to bring out that value? Because right now, with Monster Energy, can you unleash the beast and to get yourself going into this game? And as of yet, with this Amon, it is going to be taking a lot coming from the drift, drifting their way in towards the Suns and Horizon, leaving sketch marks to actually come on top. In this case, right, running around See You Soon, because right now drifting is the way to go. Can they drift in the room? That's going to be a completely different question, because See You Soon is going to be coming to town.
It's going to be coming to their room. Yeah, there you go. So it's going to be exciting. I mean, I honestly, I don't know what to expect from the drift. It's not like we had a lot of opportunities to see the games before this. So, I mean, it's a wildcard team, and sometimes these kind of teams are scary.
Yeah, expect the unexpected. In this case, drifting is going to be a very, very good one as well, because I'm pretty sure the TikTok memes from the fans, if See You Soon can actually come on top, we are going to be expecting the Paul Walker song coming in, bro. But at the same time, we're going to be taking a very, very short break, and right after this break, we will jump right in for the game for you guys.
Chocolate flavor too. Both, because they are both poop.
Poop flavor chocolate. At least it's still a chocolate.
I'm gonna choose the chocolate flavor proof, the second one. The second one, yeah, the second one.
I think that chocolate flavored poop. I don't think I can eat the texture of a poop.
Chocolate flavored poop.
Yeah, for the gamer, we can no shower for a month, but we cannot no internet for a month.
No shower for a month.
I think I already doing the no shower for a month lah. So like I think no internet would be good.
I better no shower for a month, better than no internet for a month.
I go to no shower for a month.
Break my legs so I can still play ML.
Breaks my legs better than my arms, because I have to have my arm to play the MLBB.
Break legs. I can walk. I can walk using my arms, but we can play using our legs.
Play with ingredient mates, because if the internet is lag, you will be English.
I'd rather be playing with other teammates because I will be getting more angry if I will play with laggy internet.
Of course, play with angry teammates because I can mute them.
Pizza with spiders. It's more healthy than cockroaches.
Oh, in Cambodia, the spider is very famous, so I would choose pizza with spider.
Pizza with cockroaches. I don't scared to cockroaches.
What the? Pizza with spider. Because I hate cockroach.
Pizza with spiders. Idol is Spider-Man.
Meta heroes.
Meta hero.
I would prefer to choose my favorite hero because when you have confidence, there's nothing that can stop you.
I prefer meta hero.
Favorite hero.
Favorite hero.
Meta hero.
Favorite hero?
Five mage.
Five mage.
I make in my team.
5 match in a team.
5 mage. 5 mage.
I think no kill but win the game because in the current meta, the kill doesn't really matter now, and it's discipline that wins the game.
No kill but win the game.
No kill, but win the game.
No kill but win the game.
No kill but win the game.
Of course, we will pick no kill but win the game.
Get carry to mythic rank. Get carry to mythic.
Play rank with 4 warrior players.
Well, with a little bit of a spice, a little bit of taste, a little bit of personality to see the players here on our break time. We hope you guys enjoyed that session because we have some interesting delicacies from Cambodia. Spiders. That is something, you know, personally, I've never tried spiders, but when my journey in Thailand, it was scorpion. Neither of them I would ever try. Personally, I would not eat that.
Cockroach is a thing though. I believe that in Thailand they do have that as one of those street foods.
If you zoom into my face,
well,
I would rather eat rice and chicken rice. That's
dude, that's cheating by itself.
You know, I'm just gonna eat chicken rice. That's the most, you know. Like I think in China as well, they serve like wasps or bees or something like that. That's also something that no. Anything insect related is a big no-no for me. Please, I have a phobia for insects. Stay away from me.
Now we know what to serve you for
Please don't.
dinner.
I will cry. Have you seen a real grown-up man cry before? If you throw that in my face, I will cry.
Wow, I never knew that you have that sort of
Yes, I have a phobia
weakness.
for insects. Yes.
Okay.
I may look crooked and tough, but no. Insects scare the crap out of me, bro.
Okay, we know what to get you for content on.
No.
Like, yeah, production, like, you know those ones that dip your hands inside and you kind of guess what it is? Yeah.
I would kill you. I would kill you.
Yeah, there you go.
Production is saying yes as well. No, please,
Yes.
no.
Good
absolutely
content, you know?
I'll take a katana and just...
I will accept the katana just for you to do that.
And I will go to jail because of that. But nevertheless, here a little bit more interesting fact as well. Meta hero, savage or not kills here. In this case, personally, I'm a savage guy. You know, I want to have that big savage here. I don't mind losing the game because at least I can blame my teammates. You guys suck. Whereas I've got a savage here. I'm the best. Even though I lost the game, it's okay. Savage or nothing, bro.
You know what, teammates? Prepare your cockroaches if you want to revenge onto this guy.
Okay. Please,
yeah,
no.
just dump it onto his face.
No, please, no. I'm not gonna hide. I gotta. Oh my god, my jacket's too small to hide my face right now. Holy cow. Anyways, now back into this game here. See you soon against the Drift. So we don't really have a lot of information about Drift. We know they're from Cambodia. We've seen a lot of Johnson pickups here, but do they still play the Johnson? I don't think so, because based on the current meta here, Fredrin, both sides going to be prioritizing that a lot. Estes, who do you think it is meta-ish? Because so far, it has worked wonders for some of these teams.
It has.
And not gotta find the code to break. And so far, the only one who did it was Echo from M4, who actually beat the code and destroyed the Estes composition. And so far, can everyone or anyone in this tournament itself actually take them down? And so far, this upcoming match, see you soon, do they prioritize on this Estes?
Well, speaking about breaking the code, right? So for these two teams, based on our current tournament, none of them has picked Estes before. That's number one. And despite both of them being Cambodia teams, and you did talk about how the Johnson meta inside of Cambodia is a thing, right? But none of them have picked Johnson at all as well. So it's going to be interesting to see if that's let go. I think we might see the ban coming in for Estes as well as a Johnson.
Maybe,
Yeah.
just maybe based on the trend here. But so far, Kaja is something that See You Soon will be playing a lot as well. We might see a contest coming in from the Kaja pickup right from the get-go. Eve, a pretty standard one as well. It's just so extremely annoying to deal with. Valentina is also going to be a safe one. We haven't seen too much Edith yet, which is something that I think a lot of teams are still ignoring it. We had this conversation with BM Casters as well, that Edith is great at just single pick-off, single fight 1v1 pickoffs, but in terms of team fight, if you are able to kite him around, Edith is put in on a very, very awkward situation. So can you play against an Edith is also something that to be taken into its consideration, because I'm pretty sure there are teams that play around an Edith composition.
But it's very interesting because during the qualifiers, Edith was one of the highest pick.
Highest meta-age pick, which is weird, right? And banned as well.
Correct. But when it came to the playoffs, all of a sudden Edith just disappears.
Fell off,
Yeah. And I think maybe it's also because, like what you said, it's very one-directional on how to play the Edith, and you might want to use those like one-directional during the early stages because, well, to a certain extent, you might think that your opponents are easy.
Yeah, I agree. And you know, Edith is the type of hero where you go in, you have to have a certain combos, and those certain combos can take around 3 to 4 seconds before you can actually execute it. Whereas heroes like Grok, boom, instant wall charge, dead. Someone's gonna get killed immediately. So it makes a lot of sense that that may be a possibility. So far, we haven't seen Grok XP lane with damage item for quite some time. It is still a force to be reckoned with as well. I'm a personal big fan of it. Roam Grok is still something that is very popular as well, which I think See You Soon may be bringing to the table. Kufra also something they are going to be taken as well. I think Fanny will be the most contested heroes between both these teams if they decide to go for it. But first ban, let's see. Is it going to be Arlott? Is it going to be Fanny? Let's take a look right now.
Yeah, speaking about the Arlott, so they did mention, okay, so there you go. It's a Fanny.
You know,
but speaking about
almost every single Cambodian team I've seen so far, if the Fanny lets go, they will pick it.
Okay, so why in your opinion Cambodian teams are so into Fanny?
They're just mechanically good.
Okay.
It's so difficult and it's so flashy. Who doesn't want to be the star player? In this case, Fanny, one of the most difficult heroes in MLBB to this day to be played on pro level and also in your normal pub games, because the mastery of the hero is not something you can play in 100 games. You need at least 1,000 games to be a god at the hero.
Oh wow, that's a lot of games. Absolutely a lot. But now we're looking at the first few picks, right? First few bans. So not too much of a surprise that Arlott was banned. We did see that during the interview that Trebot says that Arlott is just OP in his opinion. And I guess that because they're from the same region, right? Within the region, they would agree the same. However, it's surprising still to see that Arlott has a very low win rate. Interestingly, that Johnson is not being banned. It could be the final ban, if not. But honestly, my gut feel is that I don't think it'll be picked, even though it's not banned.
Yeah,
I
don't
feel
think
that
it'll
because
be picked as well.
because like what you said, it's so in Cambodia that they know how to play around it by now.
Yeah, exactly. Even Digi and Faramis is going to be in the pool as well. So considering that Faramis was completely ignored, I'm looking forward to see whether or not how they adapt to this playstyle. Meanwhile, Martis completely ignored during the open qualifiers until the later stage of the game. But now we finally see a rise into his Martis bans coming in. But it also opens up for heroes like Leomon, opens up, like you said as well, a potential Yin to a certain degree, which personally I'm not a big fan, just because of how lack of AoE control it does bring to the table. Tarista, on the other hand, is something that I'm a big fan of. Amazing flexible hero pickup. Fredrin being banned means that there are different junglers being picked up as well. Arkai is something that they may consider as a first pick as a safety net, but I think Valentina or Eve is the greatest to be picked up, but the Drift, they choose to go for Kaja, denying it away from La Flame from the side of See You Soon.
Okay, so the bad news is that Kaja has not had a good run, at least in the games that we have seen so far. However, the Drift, they have had a win with the Kaja pick before, and now it's like just one out of one, but it's still a win anyway. So they definitely know what they're doing. But see you soon. This opens up a lot of options for them. So we do still have the let's see here. Terizla is open for them, but that will probably be picked up later on. We do have the I want to say Farmers. Now, Xavier is still available.
Yeah, and at the same time, you know, when it comes to Kaja here, you kind of want to stack it out with magic damage output as well. Farsa is an amazing hero to have. Or see you soon. They're sticking with the glue. They're sticking with Valentina. Two very, very strong power picks that can actually benefit from the Divine Judgment pull. And it seems like it is going to be a catch game as well, because I remember that once upon a time, see you soon, they do play a Kaja composition or a glue alongside with a Cho, just for the fact that they can have very, very strong pick-off and isolations to actually take off heroes. In this case, the Drift, they immediately respond with the Farsa. And based on this draft itself, you can see the level of priority based on the drafts is way, way, way much, I would say, higher. And their understanding of each other's composition is way, way much higher than what we think of from what we see on the screen.
Yeah, and at some point, a lot of players will be like, oh, so because they have a Valentina and then you pick a Farsa, isn't that like some of the counter? But in reality, what we have seen like in terms of execution, people know how to play around that anymore in current times. So even though if you have a Valentina on the other side, it doesn't matter. Just pick a Kaja because, just pick a Farsa because Farsa is definitely really, really good with the Kaja.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Kufra as well. See you soon. Bringing in the roaming Kufra to try and stop the Kaja's movement, or in this case, the Moskov movement to a certain degree. However, landing those shots is going to be extremely, extremely difficult to do so, because as of yet, I like that See You Soon is going to be banning off the land slot. This is a great time as well. Jungle land slot has been really, really popular in every single region. And in this case, it's a tank land slot. See You Soon don't really want to take the risk. And interesting enough, yesterday, one of my pub games, I was completely destroyed by a tank land slot just because of the fact that I can't kill him.
Because he's a tank.
He's got no damage, but it's so hard to kill him because of how mobile it is. And in this case, the Drift, not taking the risk, banning off the Hayabusa, expecting an assassin jungle just because See You Soon has pretty much dropped two very, very tanky heroes. And it might be triple tank, a triple threat for See You Soon as well if they decide to go for it.
So here's the thing about See You Soon, right? Because they are fairly versatile from what we've seen before this. The Drift, they sort of like have a trend of like comfort picks. So for the Drift to try to like ban out something from See You Soon, there's a lot of options for them to ban. So even in a final ban, it could be the carry, it could be the claw, it could be the Melissa. These are the options. It could be a Terizla even. So there's still a lot more options for the side of See You Soon.
Oh, smart.
But looks like they go out to ban two big mobility heroes out for
really
them.
smart coming from the Drift. I was expecting a Ling as well, because this other hero can actually completely shut down the Farsa. Meanwhile, from the side of the Drift, they are afraid of a potential XP laner, right? See You Soon, he's got the glue all the way through. I was expecting maybe forcing a Yujong to deal with the Farsa, but I don't think it's that great. They have two very, very tanky heroes. That I don't think it's going to be a jungle Kufra, considering that there's no Fanny. So this is going to put See You Soon in a very awkward situation, right? So the jungle flexibility is going to be up and up, but the Beatrix is going to be a safe pickup for now.
Yeah, very, very safe pick. Do they really need to deal with the Farsa?
Yes, definitely they need to find a way to deal with the Farsa, because once the Divine Judgment sets in, if no one can cancel the Feathered Airstrike, that's pretty much two guaranteed Feathered Airstrike, completely one-shotting anyone that gets pulls in with the Divine Judgment. So I think that's a great way, but for See You Soon, now what they're lacking now is a jungler. So a jungler that can completely shut down the Farsa might be a Paquito jungler, maybe even a I think an Akai jungler wouldn't be too bad, but they are going to be lacking a lot of damage. A Benedetta jungle isn't too bad as well. But the Drift, they are bringing in the Baxia. That means there is a jungle Baxia coming from the Drift. Personally, a big fan of it. But it is going to be tough because in terms of early damage control, Boxer is one of the strongest. Mid to late game, extremely weak. It is just tanky. And currently, see you soon. Do they match the tankiness or do they try to go for the damage here?
I have a feeling that they're trying to open up a lot of space for Moskov here. So we might see like the 4 roaming around everywhere.
Oh, so
away.
smart.
Okay.
This is so smart of See You Soon. Don't need to match it. Penetrate the armor. In this case, Jungle Dirov is going to be one of the strongest to actually completely shut down all these tanky compositions. And I think back then, having the Dirov to set off the Irrital is great. And I like this. I like this from See You Soon.
Oh, wow. I feel that this is a 50-50 matchup based on the draft. Like, the Drift, they have their own advantages, like with the Kaja and the Farsa, and then you have a Moskov when it comes to late game is really, really strong. See You Soon, on the other hand, they have a lot of sustain in terms of tank at their side. They can protect the Beatrix at some point, so they can protect the Dirov as well. So I do see that this is hard to tell.
Yeah, this is definitely hard as well. I agree. The final pick of the Boxia as well was what caught me off guard. But a Divine Judgment set up with the Tortoise Response is also a lot of magic damage in that vicinity. And it's nearly impossible to kill the Boxia, especially if you don't have any sort of true damage to a certain degree. Beatrix, it was in a situation where he needs penetration. Fair enough. But at the same time, the meta has shifted there. Multiple marksmen has been playing Golden Staff as well as Corrosion Scythe, which kind of differentiates from the previous penetration meta. So, I don't know. I don't think the Beatrix is going to get a lot of value from that, but it is going to be a battle between penetration and Golden Staff advantage. In this case, having it on the Drift side, it is going to be putting in a very, very big win for them, especially for the Moskov.
Yeah, but overall, I'm liking the fact that these two teams, they are showing something that is not their comfort picks. Like, not their thing that we've seen before, at least in this tournament. So I'm liking to see how are they going to execute it at the end of the day. Like, but I do foresee that based on these two drafts, we might go for the late game play. Looking for them, but if we do go for the late game play, I mean, I've seen a lot of Moskov plays inside of pub games, and Moskov's late game just
it does
very, very
hurt,
difficult.
and especially when now in the current patch as well, it is a disgusting force to begin with. And hopefully it is going to be a hit or miss for See You Soon Trial, because if this game goes well, we might see the full 3 game based on this first game draft, and both of them, of course, fighting for the tournament life. So it all comes down to who dictates the early engagements. And currently, See You Soon in prime position to do so. But at the same time, same can be said for the Drift. So expect the unexpected. And currently, I don't know how to say, because this draft is closer than what we've seen so far in the previous series.
Yeah, and we talked about like the Johnson pick, like the obvious picks, right? It didn't even came out.
Yeah,
like,
unfortunately,
not at all. Yeah.
This is not Impunity KH, but hopefully with a little bit of a different spice, we are going to see the Cambodian flavor right now up on screen. The Drift going up against See You Soon Trial, fighting for the tournament lives here for the Snapdragon Pro Series. Ladies and gentlemen, this is game 1 as we head into the game here with blue side for the Drift and red side, See You Soon.
Okay, so both sides respecting each other, but keep your eye on the mid lane though. It seems to be a little bit of a scuffle there between the two sides. And because both drafts are kind of equal, they have their pros, they have their cons. That's why you don't see that level of jungle invasion like what we saw in the first series today. Both sides, I think they're just playing it for the late game.
Yep. And as of yet, Kyrie actually opting to go for the high and dry instead of the Demon Slayer, where Starboy going for the Demon Slayer on this Baxia. So this Baxia is going to be able to get a little bit more value in the pre-4 stages in terms of rotation as well. So in terms of macro aspect, See You Soon's got to play this a little bit safer, because once Kyrie gets his first 2 items, this is where Kyrie is going to be able to shred through the armors of the Baxia itself, and it is going to take a little bit more time. Meanwhile, bottom lane, we do see a little bit of engagement here. Tong Plock is going to be forced to back out. Wow, Starboy tries to save his day, but it's taking a little bit too much damage. This Baxia is going to completely chain stun to death, and that is going to be first blood in the hands of See You Soon.
Yeah, very interesting though, because we saw that the recall came in from his teammates, but yet he went in to engage, so it feels like he went in all alone, and it kind of gives me a sense of like maybe there was a miscommunication there whether he should engage or not. And plus he is a tank role, so being that sort of role, naturally you won't have that much of damage to take out your opponent.
Yeah, that is the big problem as well. But if it's any other jungler, I'm pretty sure the Starboy might have survived. But Derov does have its natural early penetrations pre-4 without items. So it's going to put him in an awkward position. But now, Feather Airstrike being expended as well. But the counter Feather Airstrike from Seiyusun is going to keep him alive. The penalty zone is going to keep Seiyusun in check. But it is going to be a trade for 1-for-1. But the drag back coming from Trabot is going to try and stare him off. And the Terrify from Arski is going to try and kill off Starboy. But Starboy is just a little bit too tanky. And the Flame doesn't have the damage to kill him off. Whereas the DPS from Seiyusun has been fallen apart.
Yeah, not the target they don't want to take out. So Starboy managed to get away. But then again, it's more of just shooing him away, not letting him to be involved in the fight that much. And that's not a bad thing sometimes. Sometimes it's not about taking out your opponent up front. If you can put him at a low health situation, you force him to go back anyway. So it's pretty much the same outcome.
Yep, Starboy now dropping a little bit too low. They're having Fuji and Ridge try to set up a gank. However, it's just not worth it right now. But bottom side, just Trabot still dominating his 1v1 against this Terrorista. So it's going to be playing a bit slow. The Flame, Tyrant's Revenge will be hurt from Rookie. So it is going to be playing a little bit safe. The Drift shifting their focus to make sure that Rookie gets his farm. And that's exactly the same idea that Seiyusun is thinking as well. But the Flame has a rough idea. They heard the sound, but it doesn't connect. So that is going to be the pullback coming in. Divine Judgment as well going to pull the Flame in. But a big Tyrant's Rage to set things up will force the Feathered Airstrike to take him down. But they finally take the Kufra. But can they get the trade? Yes, they do. It's going to be a 1-for-1. But it is only a roam for a roam from both sides. While the top goal lane healthily for not to actually go in for the fight. Starboy looking for the flank, but there's only so much this Baxia can do, especially when all the ultimates from the Drift has been expended.
Okay, so Fuji going in with the Divine Judgment. I think there was no other better target at that point of time just because of how their opponents positioned themselves. But then again, if only he could have caught something a little bit softer, then it would be better. But they expanded so much onto one player. But I think it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, it was a 50-50 trade.
Yep, setting up an early Feathered Airstrike to scare off Seiyusun. They're happy about this as well. They're trying to lure the turtle to the sides. Starboy is there. Trabot looking for the backline as well. But here comes the catch. Connects on 2. It is going to deny them. Turtle Buff secured by Seiyusun. And they collapse on the Drift. They take down Starboy. They take out Tong Block. And they're looking for Fuji. This Kaja will eventually fall. Fuji. He flickers away. The Tyrant's Revenge not connecting. But Trabot will be the one to finish him off. And they also get reach, and that is going to be a triple kill for Kyrie. 6-1-1, 4 minutes into the game. The perfect dream run for this jungle Derov.
Yeah, beautiful engagement, but they're not done yet though. At least look at this, right? A 4v4 engagement with, of course, all the kills given towards Seiyusun, and at the same time, they're not allowing I Am Rookie space. There's always someone with him because we do know that at the late game, he's very, very strong. And even if we look at this instant replay, look at where the positioning of which of Reach is at. Like, because of the cooldown, it just takes too long. There's nothing much that he can do but just dance around the backline.
Yeah, good decision making coming from Seiyusun as well. As soon as they knew that Feather Airstrike was down, that was the perfect opportunity to completely collapse on the knowing that their main damage dealer is out of the equation. In this case, Rookie is pretty much the secondary DPS for the Drift, and currently they need to buy time for him to come online, whereas Kyrie can single-handedly just one-shot everyone in this stage game. 9 minutes a game, and look at this. Fuji, he goes for the Divine Judgment. Look at the burst coming in. The Tyrant's Rage also connecting in Starboy, and now they are going to collapse on the Drift, and Abyssum Strike will finish off Rookie. Starboy narrowly survives at the last tick. They do trade a jungle for it, but the damage has been done from Seiyusun.
Ooh, that was a close one. Luckily, Reach Swag was there to kind of trade it off back, but then again, the trade still favors towards Seiyusun because they got the turret, and at the same time, because they got the top turret, the turtle area is open for Seiyusun. They can start going into the jungle, they can get a little bit more space, and they can secure that turtle easier as compared to the Rift.
Oh, this is scary as well. Blade of Heptasis up on Kyrie on this Derov. Meanwhile, Starboy's only got the Dreadnought armor, and despite that, it is still never enough armor, especially against a Derov. And it's going to be a big problem because eventually somebody's got to deal with it, and currently, wise choice coming from the Drift to ignore it. They go for a lane swap, sending Rookie down bottom. But likewise can be said from Seiyusun. They also send the Beatrix down. And while this is happening, Kyrie just got his Malefic Roar. So even more penetration for the Drift to deal with.
okay, so now objectives have been secured. Looking at, we still have like 100 more seconds before the next objective. I think both teams are just focusing on the farm. The drift, yes, they need to do the pickoffs because they still have Fuji, the Kaja active. If they don't do that, it will be a little bit of a waste. That's why they're heading towards the bottom lane.
Bottom side, they do get the catch on Rookie with the Tyrant's Revenge to set things up. They force a fight. Divine Charger coming in, but no, they don't have the damage as well. The Business Strike will connect on Starboy, but at the same time, the Feathered Airstrike not synced with the Divine Judgment is going to put him in an awkward position. LaFlame tries to zone out Swag, tries to go in for the catch on Reach. Unfortunately, it's going to allow the Tier 1 to fall down bottom. Starboy immediately dying to the Derov from the side of Kyrie, and See You Soon opens up even more space, and now middle turret exposed potentially, and it's going to be the Drift to defend. And you can see You Soon, they're hoping for a mistake. They're waiting for the moment to strike. The snipes are already being set up as well. Looking for the perfect shot.
Here we go.
To clear the minutes. It is going to connect on Rookie, but they do have the damage. Tong Plug goes in for the dive, but they just don't have the follow-up. And once again, the Feathered Airstrike from Reach, every single time See You Soon goes in for the fight, Feathered Airstrike down means we can take him out.
Yeah, and plus the Feathered Airstrike was a little bit far, so it could not affect the fight at all. But it looks like they're not done yet though, taking the purple buff. And look at this, Trabot just going for it.
Oh my goodness, it's going to be a solo kill, Trabot. He's going to try and scare him off, but he is going to be forced to back out. The Drift not going to be able to finish him off, but space created. Tier 1 will fall, and See You Soon with a healthy 5k net worth lead. The Flame now trying to delay the inevitable, but he is going to be zoning the Drift in case they go for a surprise Lord Steal, and currently not going to be happening from the Drift.
Okay, yeah, it's definitely not going to be challenged by the Drift because they know that they're way behind, and like what you mentioned, 5k, 6k gold lead. They should just focus on farming, try to open up space, especially try to pick down the objectives, because if the turret is still up there, for them going for the jungle invade is difficult.
Oh my goodness, another penetration up on Kyrie. That's going to be the Hunter Strike here. Triple penetration damage item on this Derov. While the Drift, how can they deal with this? Because as of yet, Starboy is down by 3 levels against Kyrie. This is going to be a big problem to the Drift, while See You Soon is in full control of this situation. You can see the items out here as well. Full item on that anti-Cuirass, but at the same time, he needs a little bit more than just an anti-Cuirass to tank through this penetration from Kyrie.
Oh, here we go with the Lord play. Definitely going to go up to the third tower.
Oh my goodness, what is that blind clutch? The Flame almost connecting on Fuji. I don't think he was expecting to actually connect. Went for a delayed Tyrant's Rage, but that forces the flicker out on the Kaja, and that is huge. Conceal play comes in. The Rookie might be in trouble. Fuji tried to block it, but now the Divine Judgment to catch him off guard.
Oh, here
the
we
Flame
go.
is going to get caught up, but eventually they lose the marksman, but the Lord is still standing, and they will be able to trade 1-for-1. A tank for a marksman. See You Soon, still very happy for this.
But at the same time, they managed to take down the turret, so now look at this. The entire top jungle is open for See You Soon, immediately takes the buff. Now they're eyeing for the orange buff, and they're going in for it. Can they make it in time? Starboy could not secure it in time. Yes, he will still, but then again, they will lose the bottom turret.
Oh, it's going to be very difficult here. Arski zoning over the Valentina. See You Soon will be forced to back out. Played its safety net here. 17 seconds left on the clock. Wait for this next Lord. Do not risk being picked off, and that's smart. And you can see they are freezing the lane just to make sure that the Drift doesn't get this economy lead. Just intentionally not clearing the mid lane, just denying as much economy before this next Lord fight.
Ooh, See You Soon. They're just playing textbook right now. They just take one objective after another, going as a group. They're not like doing anything fancy like one person, just going in for the backline and doing stuff like that. So this is just textbook play coming in from See You Soon. And it's working out for them. That's absolutely fine. They open up so much space for them. And with 35 more seconds before the Lord comes up, the Drift is not going to be able to challenge it.
Oh, look at top side as well. Trabot all by himself looking for a wave clear. But if Rookie shows himself, this is going to be a solo kill for this Glue. And there's no one around to actually provide assistance here. We do see the conceal play to open up the map for this next Lord fight. The Flame looking to engage, but the Drift is so afraid with this fight. But
Kyrie?
Divine Judgment connects on Kyrie. That's huge. That's the biggest target. And now the Feather Astra comes in. They take down the Dirov. And this is go time for the Drift. And now the Flame misses the connection. Where's the damage? They just don't have it. And now with the Lord spawning in, this is prime time for the Drift to steal the Lord away.
Oh no, that was a blooper there from See You Soon, unfortunately. It started off with Kyrie being caught, and then the Flame went in but not connecting onto anyone at all. And now the Lord is open for the Drift.
Oh, this is huge for the Drift, and they will secure the Lord. And See You Soon now gave away the lead that did not want them to happen. Now LaFlame looking for the catch.
LaFlame
He denies it, but he doesn't have the time to range. He's gonna run away. The Beatrix comes in, goes for the snipe, connects on Rookie right at the edge. But the Drift says, it's not worth it. We had a little bit of small win. Now it's go time for them to get that farm that they need.
And now it's discipline time for the Drift. Okay, so they're starting to feel the momentum. They're starting to catch up onto See You Soon. But then again, they still have like at least like 4,000 to 5,000 gold difference. They need to continue on farming. And that win at the lot, it was crucial for them to sustain.
Oh, now Fuji looking for the Divine Judgment. They take down ASCII. And that is going to open us up with the tier 1. And now they are going to try and get the goal lead as they try to push back.
Here we go.
Feather connects on Na. Feather flicker forward to extend it, but it is not going to be enough to reach him. Reset coming from Na from See You Soon. But you can see Rookie hammering on the tier 3s. But now the Flame goes in for a jump. But where's the follow-up? Kyrie dives in, but Rookie getting free shots all the way through. Trouble looking at the wrong target. Na now gonna give chase, but who are they gonna kill off? It is gonna be Teresa. The Flame extends with the flicker, but the jungler still stands. Rookie as well. Trabot now exposed by this Moskov as they try to delay the inevitable, but See You Soon, they cannot continue this fight as they need to focus on clearing the minions, but that is gonna be a good fight for both sides right now.
Well, that is the downside of playing textbook plays. Like, they kind of forget about Rookie at the back line giving free shots, so they didn't really have anyone to go there. And I think that we did talk about like the ban on the Ling, on the Fanny as well. So See You Soon, they don't seem to have enough of that mobility to go for the backline.
Yeah, that is huge as well. But at the same time, you can see things went through a little bit of desperation attempt, right? Like See You Soon, the moment they know that Na was a little bit too low, there was pretty much no choice for them to actually back out. And knowing that ASCII is nowhere to be found, it's so very difficult to actually engage his fight. And even Kyrie as well, he tried to chain up his CCs, but he just got immediately ignored because Rookie was the biggest damage dealer coming from the Drift. And eventually, as the game drags on, it was so hard to actually force a fight.
Yeah, and they didn't really focus onto Rookie, and Rookie just free shot away. Trabot was lucky they managed to get away. If not, Rookie was there to take him down. And if Rookie took him down, they pretty much don't have enough people to defend their base, and they could lose another turret. But because of that, still, now confidence has shifted towards the Drift. But anyway, the Drift, they are still behind by about 4,000 gold with 15 more seconds before the next lot. Definitely the Drift is going to challenge this.
Yeah, they've got the triple tank composition, but as long as the Rookie survives, See You Soon will get picked up bit by bit. And you can see already the disciplined plays are coming in. See You Soon is going for a spread fight. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Glue Trabot goes for the split. He's going to try and re-engage. It is going to be two guys over himself, so it's going to be space created. Rookie, however, will actually die down, but is he going to go for the kill? No, but it does drop Rookie down low. Lord still standing. Feather Airstrike coming in from RC. Is going to try and zone them off. 4v3, they have the big damage for Na to go in for the Rackets. They trade two. They take down the jungler.
Fuji?
And now the Lord will be reset down. Meanwhile, Rookie tried to snipe the base here. And now See You Soon forced to defend against this as they back out and respect this. However, they're all so low. While the Drift is going to be putting them in chain here. Kyrie almost dying at the edge of the Feathered Airstrike. The Flame will be in time to cancel him off, but he's so low. And they are going to go in for the reset here, coming from both sides.
Very, very interesting teamwork from both sides. And now the Lord has resetted. We saw that how Fuji actually gave away his immortality to open up space for Rookie to take those shots. But unfortunately, again, just too much for him to handle. Not enough damage yet to get those kills in. But at least the Lord resets. But now See You Soon will definitely get it.
Oh, they get the damage. And now the stolen Divine Judgment from Arsky won't be able to take him out. Now no Divine Judgment with the Lord pushing in. The Drift forced to use the Feathered Airstrike to zone them out. But See you soon. Now, a little bit more confident. No Kaja, no problem. They are going to put the pressure in.
Ooh, this is definitely still... This fight is definitely going to prolong. I foresee it to pass 20 minutes at this point, looking at how both teams just go back and forth. But then again, of course, see you soon. They have the Lord advantage. They have the goal advantage as well. It's still onto them. But the level of discipline and the teamwork shown by the Drift is just on point at this moment, and they are definitely having that momentum.
Yep, Rookie now going to be forced to defend here. Very quickly done as well. Banter Airstrike scaring off the glue relatively low. He's got the damage. The Flame going for the cancel, but it's not going to do good. Flicker from Fuji, but not enough range for the Divine Judgment. And that's going to be See You Soon going for the reset. They take one inhibitor, but can they go for more? La Flame looking for the flicker play. It does connect on the box here, but it's not the right target. It is only a tank. So they are going to slowly chip away at inhibitors. Nah, doing a fantastic job, but he's not going for the snipes. He's got the rockets. Phantom Airstrike scares him off, but nah, he's taking it too much. They need to run, and now Aski could not retreat in time, and he's going to run away. And now, See You Soon, they're getting chased down, 5v4. They need to run. Fuji still has the Divine Judgment, just needs the right target. But the rest of the team from the Drift, not going to give chase. It's just not worth it.
Yeah, it's not worth it because Rookie
maybe
has another
not.
lane, but he's
The
going
Flame
for it still.
He's going to go for the catch as well. They catch on Fuji, but now the penalty zone as well. But Rookie finally joins it at the sides to clean him out. And now, nah, needs to run. He's dropping so low. Starboy shows himself, gives the information, and Rookie with the mask off, just showing him who's boss. 5v3. And now, See You Soon, they have to throw bodies for this. Kyrie getting chain stun. He cannot move. And Rookie will take him out. Mega kill for him. Love Flame gonna go in for a jump. The Winds of Nature not gonna keep him good, but See You Soon, they manage to defend. They take down the damage dealers. They throw bodies for this. But now with the Phantom Airstrike coming in, Love Flame is gonna be A-okay, but the Drift, they could not close out the game at all.
Oh my goodness, just look at the defense coming in for See You Soon. They know how to U-turn it back to the Drift. And normally in that kind of situation, they would expect that See You Soon will just go all the way back into their base. But the Drift, they got caught off guard in that U-turn play by See You Soon. Now See You Soon has a second chance.
What a clutch coming in from La Flame to take down Rookie. And as long as Rookie stands, the Drift will have all damage to deal with. And you can see, based on itemization as well, already Malefic Raw, Demon Hunter Sword with the Golden Staff and also the Corrosion Scythe is going to put him at an advantage to do even more damage compared to the Beatrix, who currently only has no choice but full damage item, actually selling off his shoes. So Na is put in a very awkward situation where if he dies, that is it for See You Soon.
Yeah, speaking about that is it. Looks like this Lord, whoever loses it, that is it for them. Because it's now a very crucial moment. We are entering the 20-minute mark. And now this Lord, well, it's still 50-50, it's still anyone's game.
Yep, tournament lives at stake down towards the final 3 bars from the side of the Lord, but it is going to get resetted. Meanwhile, the minions are shoving in from the top side for the Drift, middle side from See You Soon. The Flame catches 2! That's going to be huge! The Wombo combo comes in, they take down Starboy, they take out Tong Block, and now Fuji, this is going to be the next to fall. Rookie, nowhere to connect, and now the stolen Divine Judgment from See You Soon turns the tides around, and See You Soon looking to close out the game. 5v1 Rookie all by himself. He has the damage, but it is going to be Na that finishes him off. What a clutch from See You Soon, completely destroying the Drift in this turn of events. What a catch, and See You Soon will take game 1 against the Drift.
Nicely done by See You Soon. Rookie was just off position. He wasn't anywhere when the initiation happened. And obviously, See You Soon, they had that information because they had one player at the middle river, and that's where, with that information, they took advantage of it. They know that their biggest damage dealer is not around. That's how they turn the tide.
Oh, that was just a little bit of a mistake from the Drift, and they could have just went for a comeback. But nevertheless, in case you missed out this exciting match between both See You Soon as well as the Drift, you can see the early stage of the game here, See You Soon was just completely dominating the Drift in all rotations because of how strong this Dirov brings value in the early stage of the game.
Yeah, but when it went to the mid stages, we do see that the Drift, they started to come back. Now, putting aside the scores, putting aside the goal difference, but we can see that in terms of gameplay, the Drift, they were a lot more disciplined. They had good communication between all their members at the middle of the game, and that's how they secured that entire middle lane, almost finishing off Siusu. But because the amazing defense coming for Siusu bought enough time for them to have this final fight, and that's where they won it.
This was a big one as well, because as soon as they realized Rookie was on the sides and LaFlame was able to catch two, that was the perfect time to collapse on the drift. And like you said as well, previously, prior to the fight, you have to give credit towards Na, because if you think about it, he hasn't died a single game on this Beatrix, and while this is happening, this fight was actually possible prior to this fight, especially for the base defense on Siusu. It was the Na chipping so much damage on towards the guys of the drift, enough to a point that it allowed LaFlame enough damage to kill off the Moskov to clutch it out. So I would say the synergy between Na and LaFlame is insane for this game, and I'm loving it from both these teams.
True enough, true enough. I mean, Na did play a big role, and just because Na didn't get punished, that's how we kind of forget about Na. Na was playing a very safe game. He was well protected as well, and whenever he shows up, he gets those kills in the back. And 6-0-11, I mean, perfect score for him. Can't ask for anyone any better.
Exactly, but based on items as well, he sold out every single item, went for a glass cannon build, and it was also Na, the one that actually always kept Rookie in check on this Moskov here, even though he was the breadwinner for the team from the drift. As long as the Rookie is not in this team fight, they are going to be able to win out in terms of this damage output here. Whereas from the drift, if Rookie is not able to join the fight, it's pretty much over, and that's exactly how the final game kind of looked like as well. So props to See You Soon. Even though it was 27 kills to 12 kills from the drift, the game was not this one-sided. It was as close as it gets. It came down to mistakes.
Yeah, it came down to those final moments. In fact, there were two series of mistakes, right, from either side. So it was the drift towards the base. I think they, in their mindset, it's like, okay, we just want to end the game because it's really, really tough. But because they overstayed themselves inside of the base, they weren't disciplined enough to just fall back and look at other lanes. They got punished for it. And for that final fight at the Lord, the top Lord, we saw that the Rookie was still moving from his base, but that was also good movement from Siusu because they noticed that, okay, Rookie is not there. He probably recalled back to his base at some point because they had some information from the mid-river. They know that there's a good amount of window for them to engage without Rookie to interfere.
Yep, and despite this as well, you can see the hero damage stats in Muhammad is actually favoring on towards the drift a little bit more because of how strong the Farsa as well as the Moskov contributes in terms of AoE damage control, right? Because if you think about it, the Beatrix, yes, you've got strong AoE damage, but it does have reload times. So in between those shots, it is going to cap his maximum damage output, whereas Moskov can just free hit all the way through. Likewise can be said from there off as well. Once you go for the combos, that's pretty much it. But the Farsa, you still have a decent amount of damage. So nevertheless, it makes a lot of sense why the stats go there towards that favor. But the MVP for this game is going to be none other than Na with a 6-0-11. And the final moments as well, the Beatrix just popping off for the team.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to deny the stats, right? Like 6-0-11, perfect game for him. The only one that did not get killed in the entire round. And I think he got to give it to his teammates as well because Beatrix needs a certain amount of farm before he get online. So his teammates played it, I wouldn't say very safe, but they opened up enough space for Na to be like, okay, now when you're ready, let's counter back onto the opponent. Rather than, okay, we try to push it, try to win everything when Na is not even ready yet.
Yeah, and time again, Na was pulling off shots that people just did not expect because his snipes so far, it's not really a big factor, right? It's such a small detail, but as long as he makes sure that the Moskov is out of the fight, or at least too afraid to join the fight, the job is pretty much done. And he was able to mix it up between focusing on the Moskov and contributing to the team fight. So I feel like his patience and discipline is just what sets him apart from the drift. And it's scary considering how much respect he's giving the drift. And I was expecting this game to be really, really one-sided. But like I said as well, the element of surprise was from the drift.
Yep.
And the game just dragged it out to a stage where it should not have gone that long.
Yeah, I think overall for the next round, so they need to be prepared to be a little bit more versatile and not too dependent on only one hero like Moskov.
Yep, but before that, I'd like to shout out to our amazing sponsors here. Thank you, Snapdragon, for making all of this available because Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters the most. And currently, winning is very, very important for both of these teams as of yet, as both of them, either one will be eliminated after this series from the entire tournament itself. And so far, the Drift is one game away from being eliminated, whereas See You Soon is one game away from advancing.
Yeah, I mean, the stakes are high, right, at this stage of the tournament because we're at elimination stage. So for the next round, I do hope that they kind of switch it up a little bit, like not have a draft that's too dependent on like one Moskov to just try to win the late game, because even though, yes, he is strong, he's good during the late game, but if it's all alone 1v5, it's still very, very difficult.
Well, I believe that's going to be the case as well, but there's a reason why Moskov is currently in the marksman meta, and it's scary to see how things are progressed at this stage, and hopefully See You Soon is going to be switching up the bans. But so far, I'm loving both sides' draft. Both sides' patience has been really, really good here, but the mix-up is going to be real. Because as of yet, the Drift needs to bring something new to the table. And currently, See You Soon was able to adapt, and they themselves have to fix whatever the issue they faced from game one. I don't think there was a big problem between either side's draft.
Yeah.
It all came down to execution. And currently, See You Soon is one game away. They've got to be on the side of relief, but they need to keep their mental health, or in this case, the morale, into his game number 2.
Yeah, and it was a tough game, not gonna lie, right? So if I were the player, I mean, like for us, just watching the game, it's like, wow, imagine the players actually playing it. So hopefully they'll be able to keep their mental intact for the next round. So will we expect to see some similar picks? I have a feeling like the Valentina, we're gonna see it again, because not only from that previous match, even for the tournament as a whole, like Valentina is a common pick. We might see the Eve as well being picked up somewhere in this round. So expect some of those. We did see like some new picks, but I think some comfort picks are going to come in again.
Maybe. That's maybe the case in this regards as well. But so far, Valentina with Glue, two very, very disgusting heroes to actually play with here. Do they ban off the Glue this time? Because time and time again, in the previous game here, Trabot was doing so much work as a Glue, making sure he's zoning the right targets time and time again. Likewise can be said for the Drift, for the Kaja pickup. So, See You Soon, do they respect the Kaja or do they ban it off? But for now, the Drift first pick, do they ban the Glue?
Ooh,
okay. Fanny again.
Yeah, we're probably going to see the first few bans the same. Maybe an Arlot again is going to be banned. They did talk about how they respect the Arlot hero too. Same goes, I mean, so far so the same. But I think what should be banned out, Kaja, maybe not. Again, because Kaja is a single pick, right? So single pick of heroes. So I think dealing with single pick of heroes are not too bad. So they might not want to waste it on it.
Yeah, I like that the Drift has taken the initiative to bring the Baxia because of the fact that it actually limits the regeneration of the Glue itself, which is something that I think a lot of players kind of struggle in the current meta, where yes, Dominance Ice first item is great and all, but it has shifted to a meta where Dominance Ice sometimes is not the priority. In this case, having an early Dreadnought armor or an early Radiant armor would be much more helpful than the Dominance Ice because of how much burst they can do to the table. In this case, the Dirov was one of them. So I think with the Baxia, getting the early Dreadnought armor was what helped them in their favor. Meanwhile, the Drift this time, they're smart now. They picked the Glue, denying it away from See You Soon, and See You Soon also denying the Kaja away from the Drift. Two very comfort heroes from both sides, and both teams do play a lot of Kaja.
Yeah, it's nice to see the Kaja switching sides. Now, let's see, what would come next? I think we might... Well, Baxia wasn't too bad of a pick if you kind of think about it.
I really liked the idea.
Yeah.
I really liked it because it was based on that scenario. That final pick was what they needed from the Drift. But personally, the Baxia would have won the Drift the game if See You Soon didn't go for the Dirov final pick, because that Dirov was pretty much the game changer of just destroying all this tankiness that Baxia brings value as a jungler in the early stage game. So I think it all came down to the draft, right? So both teams, they understand each other's draft, they understand what was the right condition to actually come on top, and I love it about this. But now, bringing something new to the table, See You Soon knows that Assassins has been banned from the first stage of the game. The final phase of bans here, both sides banning off Assassins. See You Soon not taking that risk, picking the Hayabusa for themselves this time.
Well, so now we still have a couple of open picks here. The Valentina, surprisingly, is not being picked or banned by any side, so that could be considered as well. Interestingly, see you soon. So I think that we might see a Valentina being picked up by See You Soon. That's something that
I think
they have not picked up, actually.
I think the Drift should actually ban it as a safety net. But at the same time, I'm a little bit worried as well because Kadita is completely ignored from both sides. And the Kadita for the Divine Judgment can be a guaranteed one-shot combo, even if you get an early Athena shield. The Drift, you know what? Playing it safe, going for the Faramis ban instead. Personally, not a big fan of Siusun picking it, but for the Drift to pick it up to deal with the Hayabusa isn't too bad. But as of now, they need a strong roamer, and yeah, I don't think Faramis will work in terms of synergy to actually pair up with the Feathered Airstrike. So I guess that's going to be idea as well. Atlas is great as well as a counter initiation too. Lilia being banned as well from side Siusun. So I'm guessing they don't mind Siusun going for the Valentina. They don't mind Siusun go for a Kadita as well, which is great ways to actually just one-shot the Drift.
Yeah, and I think this could be an opportunity for them to do that, because looking at the current situation where the Drift is, now the Drift is playing a little bit kind of like a wildcard-ish, right? Because they don't really have like those assassins. Yeah, so
playing safe.
So Eve, very, very safe pick, so definitely we won't see the Valentina now. Akai, like what you mentioned.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it is a good one.
Okay, Jungle Akai coming from the Drift. And also as tank Hilda, triple tank composition coming from the Drift, it is going to completely annoy See You Soon. And this constant pressure from the Drift with the Hilda is going to put so much work on this Hayabusa. Meanwhile, See You Soon, because they picked the Eve, they need a very, very strong frontliner and an XP laner to zone them out. And currently, based on the hero pool that I'm seeing here, there are not a lot of strong ones. Forcing an Edith is not going to be good against a Hilda Glue. Forcing a Lapu Lapu is pretty much the only okay option, but it's not hard tanky compared to what the Drift is bringing to the table. So I think going for a Yu Zhong isn't too bad as well from the side of See You Soon, but personally, I'm very, very afraid for See You Soon's composition right now. No choice. Yu Zhong to deal with the Feathered Airstrike. Seems like that is going to
Feathered Airstrike. Okay, so at least that's done. But then again, here's... So the fact that Kaja has been picked up by See You Soon, so I think that they're going to crank up the pace this time around. Because if we look at the Drift, right, they don't... what they're kind of lacking is like the early stages of the game, whereby they don't have that kind of hero that has that enough mobility to really go around. So they might play a little bit safer on their half. So but for See You Soon on the other hand, because you have a Kaja, the moment you have a Kaja, you know that you need to win that early game. You know you need to take advantage, especially if you hit level 4, start doing your thing, right? You cannot leave it to the late game.
Yep, and currently, based on what I'm seeing as well, Yu Zhong is pretty much the only key winning one to actually disrupt the Feathered Airstrike coming in from the Drift. But based on this draft, we might see the full 3 game, because I'm really liking the Drift's draw position a little bit better because of how tanky you get. And Claude might be forced to get up a lot of pressure, but hopefully it's not going to be the case. I know you guys want more games, and currently See You Soon opting for a very risky composition. They're 1 game ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, we're heading into game number 2, and this is going to be the fight for their tournament lives here, especially from the Drift. And I'm pretty sure after this game, a lot of players, a lot of names are going to be watching out for the Drift. But as of yet, very, very early invades coming from the Drift with the Hilda.
Okay, so this will force La Flame to stay in his own half, and I'm not too sure if they managed to steal away the purple buff by La Flame. And like what we mentioned, because you're a Kaja, you really have to go towards lane after lane after lane just to try to win those early game moments. So La Flame, but you can't do it alone, right? Like, he's just going around just trying to be annoying towards the team. Looking at how the Drift was playing as a start, they're trying to go in for the jungle event even till now. They really want to stop La Flame from just scaling.
Yep, Kyrie is going to get zoned out as well. La Flame taking a little bit too much damage. Fuji now going to be going for the harass. They force the retribution on Kyrie, and that's going to disrupt his momentum. Arski is going to try and delay the momentum a little bit more, but Starfoy will get that 4 a little bit earlier compared to Kyrie, who's currently just hit his tree up top. So that is going to be the Akai having the early heavy spin for this early engagement. But now Kyrie taking a little bit of soaking damage here, but it all comes down to the retribution battle. And currently both sides still doesn't have it as well. Reach gonna be in a little bit awkward position.
Nice.
Kyrie looking for the solo kill. Okay, Shadow Kill will zone him up, but he's still gonna take a little bit too much damage. He needs to make a run for it. Fuji looking for the finish. Trouble is there to save the day, but he cannot run away from the Hilda. That's gonna be first blood in the hands of the Drift. Now, Black Dragon has been expended to try and finish Mob. They will catch Fuji. Fuji won't be the one to fall, but there is still an Archive jungle for that turtle. Glue split comes in to try and zone this fight. The heavy spin comes in, and the Drift will secure the turtle. But the fight, what is this? They get the pullback with the glue. That is Kaja down 2-1 in favor of the Drift.
Wow, a good start here for the Drift. So looking good so far, and because they got the turtle, they managed to invade the jungle, and they managed to steal a couple of buffs from the side of See You Soon. So right now, the Kaja early gameplay is not working out.
Oh, this is going to be tough here. The Drift with the split Trabot now. Gonna be forced to play a little bit safe. Kyrie once again not having the best time of his life. He's just getting completely focused down by Fuji as a tank Hilda. This is gonna be a very, very difficult target to finish off, and currently See You Soon needs at least 2 items up on ASCII. And it's going to be tough. Starboy now going to be forcing a retribution battle with the Hayabusa to steal the purple buff in. Kyrie desperately needs this farm, and Fuji, look at him. He's making sure that Kyrie doesn't get in, but they do force the retribution on Kyrie as well. There's no retribution, a heavy spin to keep them from disengaging, and now the Drift makes a run for it. Wow, this is happening as well. Can they kill off the Flame? No, they cannot, but on the top side as well, Trabot in a little bit of trouble with the glue, almost killing him up top as well.
Well, it does look like the Drift's game in control, but then again, it's kind of 50-50 as well. Look at the movement for Fuji. I'm really liking it, but 2 onto 1 top block.
He doesn't have the damage to kill him off, and Kyrie will back off. They even forced the Black Dragon from the Drift. This is huge. Long cooldowns coming in, and Trabot canceling it, the awkward position. He's going to get dived on, and that's going to be the kill coming from the Drift. And now, with the Feathered Astra coming in, they get 2 kills, and now Arki also going to be the next to fall. Double kill for the Drift.
Oh, miscommunication there by ASCII. He came in at the wrong time. He came in when the Feather Astra was still on and when the fight ended. So a little bit of a miscommunication there by ASCII. Hopefully See You Soon can be able to pick themselves up again, because I can see the stress, can see the pressure onto them.
Oh, this is so, I would say so hard to see See You Soon play this, and the Drift absolute full control of the situation. You can see how annoying Fuji is. He's zoning the back lines and focusing on the turtle. Kyrie is there. He gets pulled to the Divine Judgment. They finally take down the Hilda, but they force multiple ultimates out of See You Soon, and there's no way See You Soon is going to be able to contest the turtle at all.
Well, at least the good news is that it's just a total. But then again, if you kind of think about it, look at the goal difference between the board, about 3,000 difference. And early on in the previous round, it was always See You Soon be at the forefront. This time, the Drift, they're having that upper hand. And See You Soon, it seems like they're having trouble dealing with pressure.
Yep, Rookie now. Once again, the promo buff stolen away from Kyrie is not just a buff stolen from Kyrie. That is also value gold stolen away from the jungler. That is going to put the Archive ahead of Kyrie even more. And speaking of ahead, he's currently level 8, whereas Kyrie is only level 6. And this is going to put See You Soon being set back once again. Whereas the Drift will continue to try and snowball their way through, while Kyrie desperately looks for farm across the map. Feathered Extra expended as well. Reach. Going to try and pull off on Arki. But again, Fuji, look at this. Force an early OK Shadow kill, and Fuji and now at the stage where he hits harder than this Hayabusa. Not looking good for See You Soon once again.
Look at how tanky Fuji is. Like, there's no damage. Like, you just hit him with a regular attack, but there seems to be no effect at all. And we do see a couple of skills onto him too. Same thing, Fuji right now, he is unstoppable.
Yeah, Fuji, very early Dreadnought armor to deal with the Hayabusa despite the penetration. And because of the shurikens coming from Kyrie, those 3 shurikens is going to proc a triple debuff coming in from Fuji. So that is just going to barely tickle him down. You can see he's going to be able to zone him out. Feathered Airstrike being expected to provide a little bit more cover, while See You Soon will lose a tier 1 down bottom. Whereas Arkai is going to be able to trade off a couple of objectives here. Now Fuji still mano a mano. Doesn't have the damage, and Kyrie just cannot find any space to get farm. And the Drift right now just toying with See You Soon. They force the Black Dragon. They want to go in for the catch. and can
Backline.
he catch anyone? Because Trabot now, he's just zoning his way through, but he's going to get completely zoned out. Heavy Spin comes in, but here comes the chain stun, and that's going to be Trabot taken out. Now Kyrie joins the fight, but he gets stunned. He got caught out by Rookie, and they are going to get 2 easy kills from the Drift.
Oh, great idea going in for the backline, but his teammates were just too far apart. And now in the mid lane, they will definitely get more kills. But before that, they'll take down
Divine
the turret.
Judgment. Oh my goodness. Divine Judgment on Fuji. And Fuji says, you know what? I'm just going to shake it off. You can't kill me. The recalls are coming in, but see you soon. Just losing so much economy across the map.
Look at how much trouble Fuji is causing CU soon. He's just going around and a lot of attention is given towards him, but every time they try to take him down, they can't because he's just that tanky. And Fuji can go around all alone. Another kill at the top lane thanks to Fuji, combined together with Rookie. I mean, this guy is just unstoppable at this moment.
This is over. Radiant Armor also purchased up on Fuji means this Yeep is going to lose out a majority of its damage, especially when he drops those second skills coming in. Meanwhile, Turtle with the buff also going to be being stolen away. See you soon. Has absolutely no room to breathe at all. And now top side tier 2 is going to get completely collapsed, and Fuji just taunting them as well. ASCII tries to clear the minions, but what can they do? They just don't have the damage to actually challenge this. And Siusun's only saving grace is pretty much a Cloud, and even then, he needs so much more to actually fight back.
Ooh, okay, see you soon. Now they are pressed to a corner. We can see how much control the Drift has at this moment, and the Drift's control is of course because of Fuji, because of the rotation that he does, and that forces CU Soon to just fall back, and they can't even come out of their base.
Goodness. Look at Fuji, he's just being so dominant right now, and now with one Bandit Airstrike just chunks half of the health all the way through. The Flame is gonna get completely zoned out, but here comes the Blazing Duet to clear the minions, but he doesn't have the damage. The tier 2 will fall, but CU Soon currently desperately scraping as much economy as they can, and this is gonna take forever.
Dude, you have Fuji, you have Starboy, you have 2 tanks, and Starboy can be the tank that goes along with the team. Fuji can be that solo tank that just goes around the entire map, just annoys everyone.
The Flame, he goes for the Divine Judgment, he gets picked off, and now, he just got his Golden Staff, and that's going to be the big turning point for Claude. But at this stage, is it enough time? Because it seems like he needs even more, potentially even the Corrosion Scythe while you're at it. But the Drift, they will continue to starve them out with economy. Kyrie desperately finding some sort of farm, but he is going to get completely bullied out and choked in his base. Level 9 jungler. Trabot now with the Black Dragon to buy time. But once again, the Drift, they're just shoving all the lanes. And this is actually giving a little bit more breathing room for CU Soon. But I guess it's the best time to do so because the Drift will focus on the Lord.
Ooh, and space open by Fuji. Just look at where he is. He's at the top jungle, just going around, getting information, opening up the map. And with that information gathered, they know that they're clear to secure the Lord. And at the same time, because they saw that Fuji is around, they try to go in for the chase, but what can they do?
Kyrie must hit Fuji down to the core right now. It's like Fuji is just making sure that there's no way Kyrie is going to be able to split push, making sure he doesn't have any sort of farm. And currently, he's 1 level ahead of Kyrie. Oh, you hate to see this. Like, oh my goodness.
I mean, even if they take down Fuji in a team fight, like, they would expend a lot of skills on the Fuji alone. And that's definitely not going to be worth it because Fuji's not the damage dealer.
Yep, and now with the Lord knocking in as well, the Drift is going to be looking to close out Inhibitor, tying the series and see you soon. What can they do? Bandit Airstrike already zoning out Trabot. They force out an early Black Dragon. Black Dragon with absolutely 0 value in this team fight. But the Drift says, you know what, Inhibitor is all we need. It's only the first Lord, it's not the Luminous Lord. It's just not worth taking the risk to extend this fight.
Yep, it's not. But here's the question, right? So how is CU Soon going to come out and control their jungle again? The moment they want to go for the orange buff, they see someone there, and that's only one person. The rest of them are down, choking them in the mid lane, and now they're going to take advantage of the top lane.
Oh, it's going to be tough as well. Bandit Airstrike connects on Kyrie, just one Bandit Airstrike dropping down 90%. The Malefic Roar is not going to do him any good if he's so low. In this case, another inhibitor will potentially fall. As you can see, the Heavy Speed comes in, it locks onto one, but it is going to be the OK Shadow Cube comes in, but Kyrie eventually almost getting taken down. He is going to be able to survive, but See You Soon somehow manages to hang on, and it's all up to Na to clutch it for the team on this Claude. He's level 11, but he needs at least his Corrosion Scythe to come online, but it's going to be even more difficult because as of yet, Divine Glaive purchase up on reach, and this Farsa was hurting even more. Now, it is going to hurt even more.
Oh, they're not done yet though. Fuji, look at his position at the front line and he expects to pull skills for him.
Oh, Feathered Airstrike comes in! 2 shots, the flame! A tank Kaja just got 2 shotted by the Drift. This is not where we're looking for as well. Nah, not going for the Corrosion Scythe, going for the Winds of Nature. Hopefully it is going to be enough because as of yet, he needs even more. And Starboy, the Archive jungle, looking very tanky as well.
Behind?
But now,
oh.
we do see a little bit of a solo attempt from Kyrie. He's not going to do much, but now the Crystal being focused down. They're focusing on the Crystal, and they're just taking a lot of damage. And now the Drift, they're throwing bodies for the Crystal. They get the kill, and they will try and close the game. But unfortunately, they did not focus the Crystal. They were busy fighting, and See You Soon was able to defend with 3 members down. That's going to be a little bit of a tough call for the Drift to close out the game now.
That is insane how See You Soon defended that Crystal. They could have just finished it, but oh man, the Drift, like what you said, maybe auto attacks just go everywhere and it wasn't focused onto the Crystal. They could have just ended the game and not allowing their opponent to come back at all.
Mistakes were made. They could have just thrown bodies for it, but they hesitated, and that gave a little bit of a saving grace. But with that 3 kills, it is going to buy a little bit more space for See You Soon to come online. And currently, it looks like it is very possible to see this comeback.
Yes, there's still an opportunity. Now, it's tough because the moment Fuji comes back online or comes back up into the game, how are they going to deal with Fuji? It's just too much. Just too tanky, just too annoying, just too much speed.
It is going to be difficult, but as of yet, all hopes is on Na right now. He just got his Wind of Nature, and maybe the Malefic roll is going to kind of extend his damage output on this Cloud, because right now, from the side of See You Soon, they need the perfect wombo combo, and calling for the pause right now is smart, because right now, they need to figure out what's the best way to win that game. The only solution right now is that they need to get another pick off, and that's the beauty of having a Kaja, right? You can isolate the right target and get a kill, but currently, what is the right target? And if you think about it, 3 very, very tanky compositions from the Drift, and the only 2 heroes that should die is pretty much the Brody or the Farsa, and so far, Brody is a threat, but as of yet, the biggest priority list for them that is completely zoning them out is the Farsa.
Yeah, I would love to say that, okay, their job right now, their mission right now is just to ignore Fuji and focus on the rest. But the problem is that they don't have any inhibitor turrets. So if they do so, Fuji can just like, okay, yeah, sure, ignore me. I'll just push out another lane and just end the game.
And yeah, I agree. And on top of it all, with this next Lord upcoming as well, they don't really have a lot of room, a window to actually find these opportunities. They either force a Lord or do they try and go for the stalemate. And currently, do they have enough economy to put them at a stalemate? And last I've seen, I do recall, the Drift was around 11k advantage in terms of economy. And even though they've lost that fight, I don't think it's going to be a big deal of difference, because now we're going to be jumping into the game. And speaking of advantage, it is still 8k in favor of the Drift. And the See You Soon says, you know what, we're going to rush the Lord. No jungler available. They have to rush this. And currently, the one stopping them in the track is going to be Restrike as well. They force the OK Shadow kill, but the Feather Airstrike almost takes him down. And Kyrie forced to reset his way through. He gets the mechanical prowess to go in for the back off, and now the Drift will continue to extend the fight. Meanwhile, Arkai a little bit too far for the retribution, but See You Soon says it's not worth it. The Drift might be focusing on the Crystal, but because of this reset, that pretty much gives the Drift the potential game to close things out, and it might actually happen.
Yeah, they just need to wait it out for the Lord to show itself, and that's it. The moment the Lord is ready, walk in, finish out the game. Just look at how much health that the Crystal still has. It's about 50%. Should be an easy cleanup for them.
It's tough now. Nah, looking to steal the orange buff as well. Tong Block is there, but the Blade Armor up on Starboy is going to reflect some of the damage from this Arkai. But with this Lord pushing in, it pretty much gives them the game from the Drift, knowing that there's no way they can actually defend this. But now they force a phase outside the base. Claude coming in, but Trollop from behind with the Black Dragon trying to buy enough time. Well, the Claude needs to focus damage. Revolution throws in, but they just don't have the damage. They get chain stun, and See You Soon now with the blazing duet. It looks good, but it's not going to be enough. While Drift is looking to focus on the crystal, and they'll clean out everyone and tie the series, keep the tournament alive, and put See You Soon into its game number 3.
And there you have it, the drift. What a round this is. This is a very different round from round number 1. The drift from the start till the end controlled the entire situation, and there's no doubt that Fuji is the MVP just because of how this guy just controlled the entire map.
It was so very hard to play, and you can see Reach and Fuji were just playing out of their minds in this game. And even the trial law was going for this kind of Black Dragon plays early stage game. The biggest threat here from See You Soon is that they didn't have a very, very strong frontliner to zone off the Glue, zone off the Hilda, and also the Archive. It was pretty much the full triple threat, and because of the Claude first pick, which puts them in this awkward situation where they just don't have enough damage to chunk through all this tanky composition. And even here in the final fight as well, they just don't have enough damage to burn through the Lord itself.
Oh yeah, they don't have enough damage there, and plus Fuji was absorbing all those skills. How else are they going to respond to that? I mean, to be fair to them, because of Fuji's movement, they didn't have the jungle to farm. Look at the amount of difference. It's about 10,000 gold difference. And that's because majority of the time, their jungle was taken over by the drift.
Yeah, you can even see as well, based on items here, Kyrie only had a Malefic Roll and a Hunter Strike, barely translate much against the composition from the drift, whereas Fuji already has the Dominant Slice and the Anti-Cuirass to deal with both of the damage coming from Kyrie as well as the Cloud, which is really, really unfortunate. But with that being said, you can see even the hero damage department from See You Soon, only 14k, whereas the drift, 994,000 damage. And I'm pretty sure most of this damage is coming from this Farsa, and it's no surprise as well. Look at this, 5.7k damage per minute. One Feathered Airstrike is enough to take down more than 80% of Kyrie's health time and time again. And even that final Fort Lord fight, which was a saving grace from See You Soon, it was Reach that actually completely scares everyone from the side of See You Soon and keep them in check.
And absolutely no surprise, damage taken per minute by Fuji is the highest. He was doing all that hard work. I mean, this guy deserves the MVP for this round. He was doing a lot of hard work just opening up the map, and at the same time, because he was so tanky, at some point he absorbed so much damage and he took in so much skills that it opened up his space for his teammates to actually overtake his opponents that took advantage of that. So Fuji, I mean, this guy, he's just playing at a different level by himself.
Yeah, it's going to be either Fuji or Reach for this year. I'm looking forward to see what production thinks is going to be the MVP for game number 2. But nevertheless, the drift, their tournament lives still stand. They fight as if their lives are depending on it, especially for the Cambodian esports scene. And currently, they're showing us what Cambodian teams are made of. And currently, seeing into the game number 3, it is going to be a perfect game. But production calls it. The game MVP is going to be Rich here with 5-0-6. Total damage, 82,000 on this Farsa. One of the biggest reasons why everyone from See You Soon could not shove in despite the annoyance coming from Fuji.
Right, okay, I'm not gonna lie, he played amazing as well. I mean, I love his positioning. He was unchallenged despite there was a Black Dragon, but yeah, that was just to cancel out his Feather Eye Strike. But anyway, because of his positioning, he was not punished for it. 506 KDA. My honorable mention still has to be Fuji.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
I'm sure it's pretty close, like 1% difference.
Yeah, fair enough. I can see where you're coming from as well. But as of yet, the biggest threat here, Farsa, coming from Reach. There is a reason why it is currently an S tier mage in the current meta in all single MPLs. And Reach was able to show you why, despite having a potential Valentina that may have been picked up. But seeing how things are considered as well, Kaja has had his ups and downs in today's games in general for the Snapdragon Pro Series, both the previous series and this series as well. It was an up and down, but what I do realize is Kaja is currently on a losing streak for today.
Oh yeah, now that we think about it, right? Like whoever picks Kaja seems to not win the round.
Yeah, which is very unfortunate. But it seems like they have to switch up their composition. It is back to a drawing board. And I'm looking forward to see how it goes for game number 3.
Yeah, so maybe game number 3, because of how the trend is, not only for this round, but for the previous round, we might not see a Kaja. But you know what else we might see? Is that we're going to see the break screen, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to head on to a little bit of a break before we go into game number 3. Do not go anywhere. See you right after this.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming. Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Lace up my shoes, time to get it. Put in the work, I'm with it. Paying my dues with sweat and tears. There is no weakness here. I ain't new to this, I'm a veteran. Wear my battle scars like a letterman's. I done crawled through the mud full speed, so I wouldn't underestimate me. That's a rookie move. Homeboy, I got nothing to prove. Team player, but I'm still self-made. I'm in it for the passion, not the parade. I don't need the lights or the cameras, just me and my opponent. All the work that I put in has led up to this moment. Let's go. You go hard, I go harder. You beat, I beat farther. You cannot match my speed. Cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league. Game time, let's go. I hit that mark weeks ago. I'm about to lab you up. Tell me, have you had enough? You would think I had a PhD in psychology. The way I get in your head, there is no escape. Like I said, I'm out of your league. I play fair, but show no mercy. Only give my time if it's worthy. Cause I keep my mind on a mission. And you don't fit the vision. I ain't cocky, okay, a little bit. I call it confident, but they can handle it. Don't blame me, it's just my time. So move, cause you're blocking my shine. I'm out of your league. You better go with plan B. You taking a crown? That's a fantasy. You can't step to me. I'm out of your league. Better beef up that defense. I give you an A for effort. Now hit the bench. You go hard, I go harder. You beat, I beat farther. You cannot match my speed. Cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league. You go hard, I go harder. You beat, I beat farther. You cannot match my speed. Cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league.
Put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, we want it up, put it on.
Welcome back once again, the decider match of who will be eliminated by the end of this series. One of these Cambodian teams is going to be out on the running for the entire tournament here. Is it going to be the Drift? Is it going to be See You Soon? It all comes down to a full best of one right now, a full reset in this game number 3 here. My name is ICBaby12. Join with me is going to be Sir Cloud as we take you through the commentary of this monumental historical moment for the Cambodian teams, where one of this is going to be the ones that decide who will continue to represent Cambodia into the next phase.
Oh man, this is going to be insane. I mean, looking at the two games that we have seen, it's really hard to tell like who will win after this. But so far, the Kaja pick,
Yep,
yeah,
it is a losing streak all the way through down towards the bottom. And welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Season 1, where if you guys love the action here, we hope and pray we are going to be having more Season 2. But most importantly, you guys watching at home, much love to all of you guys who has been watching out throughout the entirety of the stream. But Game 3, See You Soon, they kind of messed up game number 2 in terms of the draft, you know? Hilda pickup was a surprise factor from the Drift, completely shutting down the Hayabusa. No one expected this as well, but now when you think about it, Hilda is a very, very good situational tank hero to deal with assassin junglers, and that's why people has kind of shifted away from the traditional assassin junglers, and I'm looking forward to see how the adaptations are going to be made for game number 3.
And I do expect in the next round that Hilda will be banned out. But if Hilda is banned out, then they will open up at least one slot for, I don't know, maybe an R-Lot or maybe a Ling,
a Joy,
Martis.
a Fanny. There's just so many variation. You have to pick your poison. And so far, I think one thing great about the productions here, producers, they were able to interview every single player and what they think about the R-Lot. And so far, everyone is afraid of it and they just don't really want to deal with it. It's either they pick it, they don't understand the composition, or they pick it, it's just so good, but people don't know how to deal with it. So it's always a hit and miss when it comes to new heroes. And so far, likewise can be said for the Joy as well, for the previous season. And currently now, even now to this day, despite the nerfs, Joy is still a force to be reckoned with. So as we get the Drift, still again on first pick, prioritizing on the bans with Fanny. Likewise for the set for Joy for See You Soon.
Yeah, so it looks like the same. R-Lot again. I'm really looking if they're going to ban out the Hilda. Because if they don't, well, okay, if they don't, is the Drift going to play that strat again? Now, if I can't think about it again, right? If they were to ban it, maybe it would be the second phase ban rather than the first phase ban because they are other priorities still. If not, it'll be taken away. And then they'll like somewhat see like, okay, this is going to be their draft, and then it might come in the second phase ban.
Well, I don't think the Hilda would be a priority for the Drift now. Like, the Hilda is great to deal with assassin junglers, but if it's any other jungler, Hilda is in a situation where he's not doing his job great. But one thing I know is the Glue is still a force to be reckoned with. So, Glue completely slid off into the current patch again. The Drift going to be taking it again, and Tong Block has been doing really, really well in game number 2 with this Glue pickup. And likewise for See You Soon as well, where Trabot was able to completely destroy the opponent here. So Glue being priority here, See You Soon needs to find a way to deal with this tanky composition because based on game 1 and game 2, they have played triple tanks as a composition. So See You Soon might be leaning on a carry this time to deal with this, potentially.
Yeah, they need to be prepared with like a high damage. But
okay.
I don't know how to feel about this. Okay, yes, it's a Kaja Farsa combo, but we have seen this before, this kind of combo. But that didn't really work. Of course, that's a different team and that's a totally different game, but the stats don't favor Kaja.
But what favors is going to be the Farsa here. 8 times pick with 87% win rate. And See You Soon immediately responds with the carry as well, knowing and expecting the Drift is going to be bringing in the tanky composition. And now, the Drift, they have to be a little bit more shaky now, a little bit more concerned of the potential true damage that what carry is going to bring to the table. Mobility is going to be lacking, but the Drift, they will have to figure out a solution. But hopefully, this is going to be what keeps them in the game. See You Soon banning off the Valentina in case the Drift decide to chain CC or steal the Feather Dash Strike, which is something that can turn the tides in their favor for this upcoming game.
Right, so as expected as well, so if they were to ban the Hilda in the second phase, it will happen in the second phase, but looking at the current composition, probably they won't go for the Hilda just because you have like a carry on the other side who will just melt Hilda down. So yeah, probably that is not going to be the case. But the one that they might want to consider out is, let's see, Eve is still open though. Or maybe something like whatever that they can deal with Farsa.
I think Kadita is Kadita, Lunox, and Lilia are great pickups for the Drift here right now to deal with the Farsa. And currently, I feel like Kadita is like the most best option, but Purify just completely destroys it as well. So in this case, not going for it is the safest call, but the Drift, they are going to ban off the Benedetta, expecting See You Soon to actually go for the XP lane. Benedetta is great for just cutting out the backlines here, stopping from the heavy spin. Does decent amount of damage with the spin for the Blue as well. I guess they don't really want to do it. Lapu technically should be the next one that the Drift should be banning here, forcing See You Soon to go for the Yuzhong again. It's going to be favorable for the Drift. But yeah, I guess right now there's not really a lot of... Okay, wow.
Okay.
Barat's ban. The Drift expecting See You Soon to go for a Barat's jungle, huh? Interesting. Lapu is going to be most likely secured from Trabot right here, but jungle. They need a tank jungle, and currently there's just not a lot left. I think... Okay, Teresa is pretty good. Okay, Teresa is pretty decent against Blue. I've forgotten about it. But now with the Lolita pickup, it is going to be a threat here for the carry. And they, like you said as well, they will bring in the Yi for that AoE control for the Drift.
Yeah.
I'm liking the composition, but see you soon. Final pick is going to be the jungler.
Yeah, because it's always the understanding of like, okay, you have a Farsa on the other side, you get the Eve just to try to counter, at least you get to steal one of the best outs in the game, right?
I think they can go for the Deroff again this game, but is it tanky enough? Do they go for a tank Deroff? But at the same time, Lancelot was banned in the first game. So Lancelot tank coming from CU soon isn't too bad right now. It's pretty decent.
We haven't seen that for quite a while.
Yeah, but okay, they go for the Link. Okay, they play it safe, they go for the Link. This time, no Hilda to interrupt. And Link right now is great because the Drift, they don't have mobilities. They're a very team fight oriented composition, and see you soon. They have the split fight to actually dive the back lines, and I'm liking this. I was hoping to see a Lancelot tank and the jungler from see you soon, but no, they will stick with the Link. I love it. It's pretty 50-50 from both sides once again. Very, very clear win condition from both sides as well.
So you have a lot of tankiness on the Drift, and then you have a lot of damage from See You Soon. So looking at the current situation is that See You Soon, it seems like because they have like the Terizla, they have like the Link, they have like the carry, they need a lot of space for them to farm. And that also means that it's a signal to the Drift to like, okay, we should play it as fast as how we played before, like just go straight into the jungle. Maybe expect like Lolita to be the one to do that because Lolita naturally is a little bit more tanky. So they have to make this fast. If they go towards the late game, See You Soon has so much damage that the Drift might not be able to deal with.
Yep, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, the decider match between both Cambodian teams here. One advances, one getting eliminated. This is the Drift going up against See You Soon. Game number 3 representing from Cambodia here for the Snapdragon Pro Series. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy the show. We hope you guys have a little bit of fun because I am extremely nervous for either of these teams, especially for the Cambodian fans.
Okay, here we go. So Lolita starting to go up onto the other side with 3 of them. So they could start the jungle invade. And okay, and again it's going to be Fuji. We have seen like the mentality of Fuji. He has no fear in going into the enemy jungle, and he knows that he can survive.
Yeah, this is going to be a big problem for them as well. Aski going to give a little bit of harassment in. Fuji going for a couple knocks in. But the question here is, they have to play this safe. And currently, See You Soon, all they got to do is just have trouble come online quickly. And speaking of coming up quickly here, Nah was able to trade off Rookie pretty low, so but it's still a very 50-50 ones. Meanwhile, Kyrie left completely uncontested with this lane. The Drift making no attempts to actually go for the invade. And speaking of invade, Starboy looking for the retribution battle, but it is going to be Starboy that comes up on top. Denying jungle from the Ling as much as he can. And that's going to be happening as well, but he secures the crab on top of it.
Oh, Paragon still at level 3 though, so now with the total up, he's not ready to pull off a Divine Judgment just yet. So this is quite a 50-50 gameplay. As long as he still has not hit his level 4, then it's going to be tough for them to engage still.
Well, it is going to be indeed as well, but at the top side, we see a lot of damage coming from Trapon. He gets the penalty zone right at the last edge. He is going to get a solo kill all by himself. And while this is happening, forces the real mobilization for the turtle as well. But do they get it? Numenor Blast comes in. The heavy spin won't zone them out. Kyrie won't dodge it with the Tempest of Blade. And now they are going to try and extend the fight. But the Drift, they will back out. They will only lose 1. So it's still going to be a 50-50 trade despite losing 1 member.
Yeah, in terms of goal as well, still not too far away, just about 100, despite one of them getting the turtle. But now Paragon hitting his level 4. He'll want to pull that move off, but because they do not have that information that Rookie is there, too bad.
Very, very smart coming from Rookie as well. He is going to be backed out regardless of what happened. Doesn't have the mana to do so. Meanwhile, See You Soon is going to try and get a little bit more pressure here. Purple buff are going to be secured from Kyrie, but he is a little bit awkward here. Gucci going for the setup as well. Starboy can't seem to angle it for the heavy spin, but on the contrary, he doesn't even have it. He's about 3 seconds behind. He just got it as well. Very, very unlucky of him. Meanwhile, See You Soon still has to play this safe as well. Paragon making sure that Na doesn't get punished for this next upcoming fight. So dodging the fight is going to be the strategy here. But as soon as I say it, Divine Judgment comes in, pulls in Fuji, the Feather Airstrike will be enough. But the Numenon Blast connects it all to save his day. But it is not going to be enough. It is going to be a 1 kill for nothing.
Oh, Feather Airstrike kind of stopped Reach and his teammate from trying to save Fuji, and unfortunately Fuji will be taken down. But Kyrie might be interested to get a kill at the top lane, but no, it's going to be onto top ball, so not going to be worth it for sure, especially under the turret. So they definitely going to focus on the other lane. That is just going to be a distraction for the moment.
Yeah, smart as well. The Drift, they know they've got the upper hand. They're going to try and power farm Rookie as much as they can. Meanwhile, the strategy from See You Soon, there's nothing much they can do. They just need to play time. And now, with the Clock of Destiny help with ASCII means, they are going to try and scale even better from middle stage of the game. It's not a major item, but I like how See You Soon, despite getting 2 kills here, they're not risking too much, because if they give this early lead to Drift, it is going to put them in a very awkward position. Now, the Turtle comes in, Paragon, trying to prove aggro, but do they have information on Fuji? Numenon Blast comes in, they have the slow. It is going to be a wasted one as well. With no Numenon Blast, it is perfect go time for See You Soon. Dog Block also going for the fight as well. They do get the chain stun on Kyrie. The Tempest Blade is going to momentarily keep him alive, but he's going for the sidestep, but the Turtle will be secured by Starboy. Wow, the back lines get completely collapsed by See You Soon as they take Fuji, and once again, a hero for a Turtle for the Drift.
Oh, nice one there by See You Soon. Still, because of that trade, now we can see that their goal is still pretty close, but look at the top lane. Looks like there's a free lane there by Rookie.
That is huge for the Drift, but at the same time, getting the tier 1 would have been the most ideal situation. But as soon as I say it, Rookie, if he gets greedy, he's going to get punished here. Nah, shows himself as well. Rookie playing very disciplined as well, not giving a lot of information, but as soon as he reveals himself, he's out of position. But now Fuji has to save the day, but Rookie says, I have the damage, I'm going to scare him off. And See You Soon backs out immediately. ASCII is going to be the awkward as well, but the Divine Judgment pulls Fuji away. And that is going to buy them a little bit more time. But as of yet, See You Soon, they're just slowly chipping away at the Romans coming from the Drift.
Oh, they're not done yet though at the top lane. Looks like they want to press and try to get those kills.
Oh, Real Illumination comes in as well. It's not going to be a good one, but it will secure the tier 1 for Rookie. Meanwhile, the Drift is playing this very, very safely. But as of now, 3 deaths up on Fuji means See You Soon has a personal vendetta on this Lolita right now. In this case, Fuji, because of how Game 2 went.
Well, I would feel the same if I'm See You Soon as well. Like, we gotta take it out as much as possible just to break his momentum. But look at this Terrence. 4 kills for See You Soon, but yet the amount of gold is not that far different.
The Turtle is coming in. ASCII is going to get caught off. He doesn't have the Purify, and that's going to be killed for the Drift, and they got their first power spike as well. And another tier 1 Numenon Blast is going to connect on Kyrie as well, and that's going to be huge for the Drift, and they look for more. The penalty zone from Trouble is going to stop the bleeding, but can he get out? No, he forces the flicker, forced Tong Block to back out. He's dropping a little bit low, but they don't have the damage here. Divine Judgment comes in. Trouble tries to go to a risky kill. He gets it, and it's going to be huge, but the Real Illumination won't be able to finish him off. The Feather Airstrike is going to try and trade off Fuji, but it is not going to be enough. But See You Soon still hanging on and stopping the bleeding. But the third Turtle, once again, going to be in the hands of Starboy again.
Oh man, this game is just like going back and forth, like just putting aside the scores. We can see that like at some point it's the Drift, at some point it's See You Soon. It's really hard to tell still who will win this, but looking at the Drift right now, they are starting to gain their momentum. We can see they're securing all the objectives. Not that many kills, but because they can steal away those objectives from See You Soon, they could probably scale faster at some point.
Yeah, the Drift is so smart right now. They know they've got the aggression, they've got the early advantage, and they need to try and snowball as much as they can, while See You Soon just needs to buy time. But for how long, that's going to be a completely different question. Right now, Na is only level 9. And that's going to be a problem. Likewise, can be said from Kyrie is only level 9 as well. Going for the spin push is going to be the smart play, and going to be applying pressure on the tier 2 up top. Tong Block is there to stop him trying. Can they go for the latch? He is going to be forced to run as well. Paragon needs to save him with the Divine Judgment, but Tong Block is going to back out, so that's going to be 2 ultimates forced out. Meanwhile, bottom lane, they do trade the tier 2 on bottom here. Kyrie is there, but he doesn't have the purple buff. So that is going to put the Drift in a very comfortable position to challenge the Ling for now.
Oh, a lot more space created by now by the Drift, but it looks like
Oh, no win on Blast. Looks good. Arski will connect with the Purify from Arki. Will bail him out, but the purple buff, can they secure it for the Ling? Absolutely not. They have to concede this. That's going to be the easy one for the Drift. Meanwhile, see you soon. You can see Kyrie says, no purple buff, no problem. Cut the creep wave up top is going to be the way to go. Heavy speed to zone off for the tier 2. Feather Air trying to scare off Fuji. They catch Fuji again. Another personal vendetta. Penalty zone connects on 3. They need to get out. But where's the damage? They go for the flicker, but Rookie will kill off Trabot. No follow-up coming in from See You Soon. But they trade 1 for 1. Kyrie trades a tier 2. Golden Staff up and nah. Being See You Soon is still somewhat hanging on in this game.
At this point, we can see a power shift towards the Drift, and See You Soon, they choose not to take that head-on engagement. Instead, they send Paragon towards the top lane, tries to secure the objective, because right now what they need to do is open up the map, especially with the Lord up.
Interesting enough, Paragon went for the antique Q-Ras, knowing that majority from the Drift is magical damage. Maybe not so much from Rookie, who needs a little bit more of his AA, but in this case, they are going to start a fight as well. Tongfa with the split, try to latch on Paragon, but that's not the right target. Storm comes in, but See You Soon, they will pull back Paragon, they will finish him off, the Lord will be secured, while See You Soon will get the easy pick on the Kaja. Meanwhile, Starboy connects on 2, now with the Numenor Blast as well, connects on Trabot, but Starboy, he takes a little bit too much damage. He is going to get 1 for 1, but was it worth it? As because Kyrie is all the way in the bottom lane taking a tier 2 as well. While the Drift, they may have won the war, but with the Lord coming in, it is going to make so much space for the team for See You Soon.
Right now, it's scary for the Drift because they don't have the level of mobility that See You Soon has to deal with split pushing. And See You Soon...
Oh, the Divine Judgment on Fuji! He is going to take a little bit more damage. He's not going to be able to finish him off. ASCII, but Fuji has some sort of personal vendetta with See You Soon. See You Soon a little bit too pissed off with him. But as of yet, all they can do is just stop the bleeding as much as they can, and currently looking and waiting for an opportunity. Radiant Armor on Trabot is going to do well against this Yi, but now Revolution will zone them out. Trabot drops him on penalty zone! They connect on 2! It's going to be huge, but they lose Trabot. Trading off Rookie and Kyrie now, managing to split off the fight. And it is gonna buy them a little bit more time for See You Soon.
Oh, the Drift, they better end this game fast because right now we can see that See You Soon is punishing them with the split push. And now with Kyrie, he's farmed up. He can go into the backline by his own and secure kills.
Yep, at the same time, so Na is slowly beating up his advantage as well. He's got 5 assists, hasn't died a single time, and currently he's progressing with his DHS. And that's exactly what See You Soon is looking for. Meanwhile, the Drift, they cannot afford to lose a fight like this anymore, especially when Rookie is the highest net worth for the team.
Oh, same goes for See You Soon as well. Looking at the current situation, if See You Soon loses the next fight, it's pretty much it because right now they are knocking on their doors, but they are going in.
This is not good. They scouted out the rotation, but now Tonglet gets Divine Judgment. The suppress comes in. There's no way he survives it, and that's going to be the easy takedown for See You Soon with the Divine Judgment. Mistakes were made, and the Drift, they look like they are in disorientation. They are in chaos right now, as they don't exactly know what to do with the split push from See You Soon.
Okay, so See You Soon, yes, they are putting pressure with the split push, but right now, because the Drift, they are not grouping up yet, See You Soon is holding on onto the split push. Once they start to group up, See You Soon, they might do it again.
He does have the heavy spin. This might be a perfect time. They are going to try and chain it as well. It isolates ASCII. Fuji sitting on the rocks here, not going for the Numenor Blast. Starboy, he might get picked off. The Feather Airstrike might take him off. They're going for the sidestep, but the penalty zone will connect on 2. And now, finally, the link comes in, but they trade off Tribal. Kyrie joins the fight, but they need to back out. The Drift was able to kite them out, and now the slows comes in. And Arski will be forced to go for the reset. But the Drift, they were able to trade 1 for 1. But as of yet, Kyrie nowhere near to secure the Lord as he goes in for the split push pressure. And you can see the Drift, they're so afraid of losing this Lord, but it is all within See You Soon's mind where they say, you know what? We're not going to contest this. It's all about the split push. We hope you make mistakes, and that's exactly what See You Soon is looking for.
Yeah, they do hope that, okay, just going for the Lord, because if they go for the Lord, they'll be too busy. But now looking at whatever the fight happened earlier on, Starboy started out the fight really well. He took a lot away from See You Soon by just breaking up their formation. So that was their first thing. Secondly, because the turret is still active, we can see that how difficult for See You Soon to actually go in and get more than they would have gotten.
That's why tier 1s are so important. And now Lord is going to be out for grabs. Do they steal it? No, the Drift will secure it. Heavy Spin will zone them out. But guess what? Top side Ling is going to be breaking. No, he doesn't. The defense comes in and the rest of the Drift is going to try and punish him. Unfortunately, will not be able to catch him at all as See You Soon continues their macro split push game.
Ooh, okay. Looking at the current situation, it is very tough for the Drift. If they wanted to go for the Lord, they want to go for the objective, they need more than 3. They need like maybe the whole team, and when they do that, they open up space for Ling, Kairi to actually do the split push, and they were almost punished for it. But the good news is that they managed to secure the Lord, they managed to defend, so they bought themselves some time.
Yeah, it's going to be tough as well because Winds of Nature coming from Na is going to be what keeps him alive against the physical damage coming from Brody. But at the same time, is it going to be enough? With the Lord pushing in, it's going to be very difficult. But they got Aski. He does have the Purify, but he's stuck. Heavy Spin comes in, keeps him in check. No Farsa available, and that is huge for the Drift. They might close out this game. Rookie as well, going for the chain start. He's getting aggressive now here. Almost dying here, but then the last tick of the torn apart memories will take him out. No, no problem, the Drift. This is go time. It's up to Kairi to defend. The Lord is hammering on the crystal, but they get Rookie as a trade-off, and somehow they still have the wave clear. Glue is going to join the fight, and now Kairi doesn't have the damage to finish them off. They're all so very tanky, but See You Soon still holds on. They defend against the minions, and the Drift will back out.
I am amazed that the Drift didn't lose more than 1 player in that fight. Only Rookie. After all that, we saw like what, 3 of them super duper low. See You Soon.
They have to go for this.
They are looking in for it. Starboy.
Oh, but
no
they
mistake
can't.
there.
They can't. The minions are shoving down bottom here. But let's take a look at the replay as well. This is a beautiful catch coming from the Criv. They know they got the advantage going for the dive, but there was a big clutch coming from Rookie here to actually kill off now one of the biggest threats from See You Soon. But as soon as this happened, everyone from the Drift wasn't expecting Rookie to get a completely dive from Kairi, but as soon as I said it now, Starboy, purple above, Greed is going to be punished from the side of See You Soon. They take him out with a Divine Judgment, 4v5, and See You Soon is go time to open up the map. And while this is happening, Kairi already making work to shove the top lane, and the Drift, they're not taking the risk to actually defend this, but what they're going to do is make sure this tier 1 down middle keeps them alive for this game to continue with the dominance. But Kairi, getting greedy. He doesn't have the purple buff. He has the Tempest Blade, but he's going to be forced to back out.
Oh, but backing out means that he's going to do his split push thing on the top lane, while in the middle lane, everyone is just focused there. But besides that as well, look at the bottom lane. Trabot is there. They're going in for a double split push, but now Trabot falling back to his teammates. Kairi definitely waiting for the right moment again to go to the top lane to do that split push, but the Lord is up.
This is so hard. The Drift, they understand as long as this middle turret is standing, it is going to give them map control, because anything happens, all they got to do is just back off towards the middle lane, while the Lord here from See You Soon, there is not much room for error. But a concealed play comes in. They want to try and catch out Starboy. They force the heavy spin, and that is huge. And now, what is going to be the reactions here? Because on the top side as well, we do see a split push potential. They don't know where the Brody is, and currently, as soon as he showed himself, Rookie, he is looking good for the rat, and everyone from See You Soon, they are going to get backed up, and now the stalling begins. Farsa misses out the Phantom Airstrike, and Arski going to be dying to this as well. The penalty zone comes in, but the Divine Judgment will be able to catch Rookie on the sides, and he might actually die. Meanwhile, the rest of the Drift, they're hammering on the Crystal. They're looking for the Crystal, and they close out the game. They deny See You Soon a chance to advance, but the Drift comes up on top with game number 3. What a turn of events for this Cambodian teams.
This is the craziest game by far in the Snapdragon Pro Series. It could have been anyone's game. We got the split push. We got good team fights. We got good coordination. My oh my, this is just nuts.
Oh my goodness, the Drift was able to stall so much of See You Soon. They bought enough time, but it wasn't enough. They just don't have the damage to deal with all this tanky composition. It was only Na, pretty much the only one that couldn't do much, but even then, it came down to a very, very crucial decision. But even then, GG well played from both sides, because the Drift, held on and understood their timings for this entire game. And they realized that Farsa was the biggest threat. You can see time and time game, before they start the fight, they always focus on towards Arski's position.
And I really like how the Drift, despite the big pressure by the split push, they know like, okay, exactly how many people to send back and exactly how many people to stay with the team to put pressure at the front, instead of like, okay, 4 people going back, and that will be a miscommunication because that will open up a lot more space for See You Soon to actually counter back onto them. They just need to say like, okay, one person who may not be the most impactful within a team fight, and that's it. And for the most part, it was Tong Block going back, and the moment Kyrie sees that one person, he backs out. He doesn't really challenge it anymore.
Yeah, Rookie was just playing out of his mind as well. Like, even this last moment, he was about to die. He was pretty much the only one with the Blade of Desert Threshold to finish off the Crystal, and that one auto attack is what helped him close out the game. But nevertheless, GG will play with See You Soon, because that was pretty much a very difficult fight for them to actually deal with as well, because based on itemization here, you can see Trabot, he went for the hammer mace as well as long Bloodless Axe. That is damage item right through, but you can't exactly tank through all the damage coming from the Drift, because like it or not, they just don't have enough front lines to tank through or soak the damage from inside the Drift. Kaja isn't exactly as tanky as what we expect the Kaja to be.
Yeah, and one thing about the Drift is that they managed to secure majority of the objectives, as we can see here. Even from Buff's perspectives as well, they managed to secure most of it too. So what they did really well is that they denied the, especially the purple buff, because we all know that as a link, you definitely need the purple buff if you want to be effective. So without, they know that that's the case. They try to take it. They try to take as many purple buffs as possible, and they stop Kyrie from being overly strong.
Yep, the Drift definitely brought us an element of surprise here. The dark horse of the tournament. No one has seen them on screen, and now bringing us the Cambodian flavor and rising up the challenge and taking the win, the dub against See You Soon. This is a big time to be watching onto his Cambodian teams. But before that, let's talk about the stats here real quick on how it all went down. Damage output wise, it is going to be from Reach's perspective. Highest damage here with 4,138 damage. Kyrie, 803 GPM. Starboy with 6,430 damage taken per minute. Fuji, most amount of assists. The most annoying player from the side of the Drift.
Oh, come on, Fuji. Well, maybe not this second round performance, but overall, we gotta give it to Fuji, right? Come on, I would love to see Fuji as the MVP. He deserves it.
I feel like it might be the case as well. Game 1, Game 2 was extremely annoying from him. Game 3 was a little bit even more annoying. But nevertheless, I have to give credit here. I think Fuji should be the MVP, but I might be wrong. Let's take a look at what production thinks for the MVP for this match. But as of yet, based on the hero damage and the taken here, they just have such a good tanky composition. The glue was perfect. Glue 100% win rate so far for today. Kaja, pretty much non-existent win rate for today, which is very, very unfortunate. But I really like the Teresa breakout from See You Soon as well, to be honest.
Yeah, you're right. Even like on theory, on paper, like you put the Kaja, you put the Farsa together, it sounds like a great combo. And I think if in regular ranked games, it's awesome. But when it comes to competitive, they know how to deal with it by now. So looking at how Kaja is, I don't know in the next few teams or the next few matches, people want to prioritize that. But thank you so much for putting Fuji on top. I mean, this guy is amazing.
Finally, a little bit of an advantage here, but seems like this is going to be the third game here. Fuji going to be the MVP for this game. Seems like he wasn't playing the Hilda though. He was playing the Lolita in this game, but nevertheless, he is going to be the MVP for game number 3. And I'm really liking how things went in his favor. But as of yet, a little bit of a biasness here. I like how Sir Cloud, you know, the names here, switching over game 2, it should have been Hilda. But at the same time, GG well played, because Fuji played a phenomenal game in game number 3. His Lolita setups was great. His Numenon Blast is what turned the events for the fight for the Drift and came out on top.
Yeah, and it's not only about his hero selections, right? It's about the style he plays. He dares to go in. He dares to invade jungles. And for the most part, he gets away with it.
Yep. And in this case, See You Soon. Seems like there is going to be Paul Walker musics all the way through in the meme section. And Paragon, they will not be seeing you in the room. Probably in spirit, praying for their success, because now the Drift is going to be keeping the Cambodian flag alive for the Snapdragon Pro Series on behalf of the rest of the Cambodian teams in here for the tournament.
Yeah, what an amazing round that was, right? I mean, since last week to today, I think this is one of the most insane matches that we have seen. But next up, it could be even better.
Oh boy, Team Evo Esports. This is going to be something I'm looking forward to see as well, because we have Zanri going to be in the team going up against PBN Strike, a very legendary team as well. This is going to be a game between experience and pride between their nations. And again, one of these teams is going to be eliminated. But for now, that is it for See You Soon as well as the Drift. Congratulations to the Drift to advance into this next stage. And I'm looking forward to see how it all goes down. But for now, we are going to be taking a very, very short break. And right after this break, we'll be having the final series for you guys. Hope you guys enjoyed the show.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
And I'm out the beat. When they all look, everything on fleek. Word on the street, on my sound of a beat. Do it all day, every day of the week. Getting turned up, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Up the beat, when they all look, everything on fleek. Do it all day, every day. Mad up the beat, when they all look, everything on fleek. Do it all day, every day. Every day of the week, getting time out, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Do it all day.
listen, not your pal, too cool. But trust, I am not no slouch. Cause I will knock all the taste right about your mouth. It'll get real crazy, the party pumping. Music intense and your heart is jumping. So you may want to head to your car or something. You don't want to be the one getting...
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, brought to you by ESL, and of course this is the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Season 1. We had a very, very exciting game earlier here between both See You Soon and The Drift, and fortunately for now, The Drift was able to come up on top with a reverse 2-0 sweep, eliminating See You Soon from the tournament. But now, this final series is going to be another interesting one as well. But my name is ICBB12, join me, Sir Cloud, is going to be taking you through the commentaries for today, and so far I hope you guys are enjoying yourself because it has been an explosive day so far.
Yeah, we didn't expect this kind of day to happen because it is an elimination day.
Ooh.
So a lot is on stake for these teams. And next we'll be seeing two different countries going up against each other. We're going to start off with Evo Esports coming in from Laos.
Now, representing from Laos, we have Opper, Your Name, Flash One, Biston, as well as Xandri to kick things off. Xandri has had a lot of Mobile Legends experience over the years representing the IDNS before. Now, currently under the banner of Evo Esports, can he live up to his expectation of the team? But so far, he has been one of the core solid roamers for the team, and you can see based on the team highlights as well, he has been known for his aggressive Kufra plays, but this time with the Grok as well being played on, it was a little bit unfortunate because Tiger WONG Esports is another strong team that kind of eliminated them as well. If you think about it, Tiger WONG during the previous season, the Open Finals, they were a force to be reckoned with to play all the way towards the lower bracket finals.
Yeah, it was a Cinderella story for them to reach this stage going through the lower bracket. But of course, like what you said, Xandri really strong. He has a big hero pool. Grok is one of them. He has played a Matilda, he has played a Ruby, even a Selena as well. So this guy, he's really versatile.
Yeah, and speaking of entire fights themselves here, because Evo Esports, they were able to kind of clutch it out for the team, right? And that was something that is very noticeable, but at the same time, PBA is trying no strangers to the MLBB streams here, especially here during the Open Finals, Snapdragon Pro Series, representing from Indonesia. We have Nanami, Rigel Anzai, Yoji Chenko, Lutz Anzai, as well as Ricardo to actually play for the team. So this is something that I'm looking forward to see based on their play styles, because of the fact that, you know, Yuji Chenko has been known for his Mage plays core from the side of PBS, right? But Bloods Anzai is pretty much the fallback plan during the Open Finals when he brought in the Moskov, who was so annoying to deal with.
Yeah, he brought in the Moskov. It was 3 times he played the Moskov, 2 of them wins, so it's looking pretty nice for Blitz Anzai. And we did talk about why Edith isn't played that much or not played at all, especially in the playoffs. But they were one of the teams who used Edith as one of their favorite heroes during that stage of the tournament. So we might see the return of Edith next.
Well, maybe, could be, should be, but at the same time, before we hit the drafts here is going to be a head-to-head comparison between the gold laners of Evo Esports as well as PB and Strike. And you can see Biston as Blood Anzai KDA here. Blood Anzai will have a favorable KDA, but the kill participation a little bit more on Biston's vicinity. So it just shows that Blood Anzai is going to be the backup plan from the side of PB and Strike, as he plays a little bit more defensively and passively to gain goal, while Biston is a little bit more team fight oriented. And based on this as well, we can see even the hero pickup. We have the Claude as well as Melissa and Brody. 3 very early, I would say early heroes that requires to join team fights, whereas Blood Anzai is a little bit more late game.
Yeah, so Biston liking the Melissa, that's one of his top picks before. It is a 50-50 though, because he's been picked twice, 1 win, 1 loss, but that's not too bad as well. But he also has his versatility, like the Moskov, like the Brody, even the Claude as well. So yeah, he's pretty solid, versatile player too.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see how it all goes down. But before that, let's take a look at what you guys think about the prediction. Cast your vote in the Twitch chat and let us know who do you guys support throughout the entire team itself. Because as of yet, it seems like we haven't had enough limelight from the Twitch chat. So guys, come on, give us some love, give us some predictions. Who do you guys think? Is it going to be PBN Strike or is it going to be Evo Esports? For now, let's take a look at what we think about this prediction. It seems like we're finally split off, considering that second game we were kind of 50-50. We were all favoring See You Soon, but guess what? Both of us, 2-0, not happen, did not happen. 2-1 all the way, but this time we are split off. What are your thoughts? PB and Strike 2-0, why?
Not gonna lie, it is a tough pick, but what kind of differentiated these two teams for me is, of course, one thing is the region, because we do know that Indonesia is one of the strongest regions when it comes to the Mobile Legends arena. So, hence, I kind of put that as a factor as well to put in my 2-0. What about yours?
Well, for me, I believe in Zanri just because he has the competitive experience to guide the team to actually join in, represent from IDNS after so many years of competing at the international stages. Unfortunately for him, didn't make it for M4. Hopefully, he will continue to do so. And with this team, it is going to be looking good. Maybe, should be, could be. That's why I'm just making a little bit of a biasness 2-1. I feel like experience trumps talent to a certain degree. But of course, talent with experience is going to be a completely different story.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie as well. I mean, Zanri plays a roamer role, and in the world of Mobile Legends, the roamer role is arguably one of the more important roles, especially it controls from the early stage of the game towards the mid, and that opens up a lot of space for his teammates if he's able to pull it off.
Well, of course, it is debatable, and there is so many to actually talk about when it comes to this kind of playstyles. And guess what? Shout out to our amazing sponsors as well, Snapdragon, for bringing a lot of stuff, and as well as Galaxy S23 Ultra, where you can share your epic moments and level up your gameplay. Because with this brand new phone, we will take you to the different level in gaming and also in your pictures when it comes to taking those really, really good looking selfies and also portrait shots of him.
Oh, of me?
Yeah.
And selfies of you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta zoom in here and there, but at the same time, Galaxy S23 series is one of the best phones out there in the market that you can actually get it for a very, very sweet deal. And I'm looking forward to see how it all goes down. But while this is happening, we are going to be taking a very, very short break. And right after this break, we will give you guys the game that you guys have been waiting for.
Meta heroes. Meta hero.
I would prefer to choose my favorite hero because when you have confidence, there's nothing that can stop you.
I prefer meta hero.
Favorite hero.
Favorite hero.
Meta hero.
Favorite hero. Five miss.
Five minutes.
I make in my team.
5 match in a team.
5 mage.
5 mage.
I think no kill but win the game because in the current meta, the kill doesn't really matter now, and it's discipline that wins the game.
No kill but win the game.
No kill, but win the game.
No kill but win the game.
No kill but win the game.
Of course, we will pick no kill but win the game.
Get carried to mythic rank. Get carried to mythic.
Play rank with 4 warrior players.
Play rank with 4 warriors because in low tier the game is more fun.
Play with 4 warrior rank.
Get carried to mythic rank.
Get carried to mythic rank.
Play rank with 4 warrior players.
The rest of the members of Euphoria just positioned perfectly just around the area. Oh no, just carry on. Just gonna get the first initial kick, but now you see the rest of them actually go on in. Julian tries to get on there with the hand swords, but the Benedetta's electro final blow is just too much damage. Carrion is already dead. Glue is next to die. Head God continuing to just run them down. When does he stop? Finally does.
First 8 teams. Shadow getting gone on. Oh, okay, I mean, JH just steals it. Luminum Blast on the back line. They're gonna pounce to Easy, doing a lot of damage with those piercing arrows. Takinaga is unstoppable. Get rid of the Fedrin. DYY is gone. GameLab getting a good trade. Can Sway Esports hold on? Break even is back. Yome able to go on to 3 members of CU soon. They're running out of health. Yome able to get the immortality, and now Barbie G comes in with the ultimate, shuts down the Melissa. Kyrie is isolated. The Lord is pushing into the base. CU soon, your base is in imminent danger. Can Ashley clear it out? He's just a savior. He cannot do it. The Lord has done it. Sway Esports. Expanding the flicker from this Lolita, now there's a chance for AA to re-engage. Nasu protected by the count Alta, but they lost him. Kesu is still in the fight and getting the kick onto 4th Secret, who is untouched so far. Kesu the first to go, but is there enough damage though from Arrow 404? The Fredrin also goes down. 4th Secret finally threatened, but this guy is incredibly still alive. Once in the moment! You cannot keep doing this, my man. 4th Secret. That is the meeting! Stop it!
Welcome back once again to the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang Season 1, and we're down towards the final series, and it is going to be between Evo Esport as well as PBN Strike, and one of these teams in the lower brackets will be eliminated after this best of 3 series. Welcome back once again. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me is going to be the legendary Sir Cloud as we take you through the journeys of all the games so far as your commentators. Welcome back once again. Nice to see you guys back and chilling. Hope you guys are enjoying the show. Got yourself a couple of popcorns here to take you through some amazing Mobile Legends Bang Bang games. And so far, Sir Cloud, this final series, we made our predictions just now. We made our statements, but it all comes down to the teams to decide who lives and who dies by the end of this game.
I want to see big brain plays. This is how we saw the Hilda play earlier on. Like, it just caught everyone off guard, and the gameplay suited that moment. So let's see if anything comes up. Maybe the return of Edith this time.
Well, maybe, just maybe, we might see the Edith potentially. Hopefully it will rise back, but so far, teams are starting to adapt to the potential R-Lot, and Edith, before that, R-Lot was pretty much banned during the Open Finals, not allowed to play. But now, with the introduction of R-Lot in, it kind of mixes up the ban phase, allowing certain S-tier heroes to sneak into hero pool, causing potentially Edith maybe down into this tier list because of that play. So, maybe, hopefully, we would see a little bit more of a difference in approach when it comes to draft. So far, Glue has had a successful run in today's games.
Okay, I'm going to open up a discussion point here, right? So, Kaja, yes or no?
No. Hate Kaja.
Even not because of today?
Okay.
Okay. Or is it because of today?
I love Kaja. I play a lot of Kaja back then.
Alright.
But this season and last season, my Kaja's win rate has pretty much plummeted to about 50%. And normally, I would try and maintain to a 70 to 80% win ratio in all my ranked games, and Kaja is my lowest out of all the tanks I've played.
Man, okay, and looks like for the teams as well?
Yeah, it seems to me, and it's just, like, they're now in a stage where you don't have a lot of strong mages that can one-shot after a setup of Divine Judgment now compared to before. There is still kill potential, like a Farsa, but based on the drafts here, I don't know. I feel like Kaja isn't as tanky as before, where Kaja was able to evenly match back then pre-patch Esmeralda's tankiness, which I think was one of the biggest selling point of how it made Kaja strong last year.
Yeah, so if we do see a Kaja pick by any of these teams after this, we gotta be worried for that. And even though with the best combo of like Farsa, Kaja, we know that's kind of like the traditional-ish combo, but even the win rate for that is, it's actually today it's like 0.
Yeah, it is non-existent for today, as Kaja's win rate is gonna slowly plummet down, and looks like we might be switching up a little bit in terms of the drafts as well, in terms of tank composition. Lolita, something that I really like as well, because Enchanter Roamers was very popular during the Open Finals as well. Matilda was one of it here. Well, Lolita is great. If you think about basing on Blacklist composition, Estes was something that was kind of surprising factor for us in today's games. And maybe, just maybe, we are going to be seeing that later on. But for now, let's see. PBN Strike as well as Evo Esports. PBN Strike first picking here, ban coming in. It is going to be the Fanny most likely. But at the same time, they could let it slide because of the fact that Evo Esports, they're not really afraid of it, right? Zandri plays a pretty strong Kufra.
Yeah, and I think one of the top bans for this matchup will be definitely Fedrin. That's definitely one. It's really popular with Evo Esports. I wouldn't say that Valentina will be a ban. Every team, every round it's been let go, and despite it being some popular picks around, but I think there's a lot of ways to counter the Valentina, and sometimes it depends on what your opponent picks as well, what kind of spells that the Valentina can steal away. So I think that it will be given out. But if there was a surprise ban, I would say maybe a Glue. It has been picked up a lot, and the win rate's not bad.
I think Glue is still one of the strongest XP laners out there, alongside with Lapu. Edith is pretty decent as well. I think recently Terisla is also a pretty decent hero to go with. But PB and Strike, they've done their homework. They're banning off the Fredrin. Fanny still in the pool as well. Evo Esports just don't really care about the Fanny here. Zanri plays a pretty strong Kufra. They're banning it, they're respecting it. And most of the time, the teams now has slowly adapt to the timings of the purple buff, which we can see as well. Just now, Ling coming from See You Soon didn't exactly work out because of how they actually shut down. And in this case, same can be said for the Link, Fanny itself. So Evo Esports, they're not too worried about the Fanny. They can let it off through, but they have to be worried about the Glue. That's for sure.
Yep, the Glue is definitely one of it. Maybe even the Lolita as well. But those kind of bans, okay, Glue maybe will be an early ban, but Lolita, depending on situation, it could be a second phase ban. But for the first phase, well, I just want to say that Alot will be banned, but yeah, kind of expected. So far, most of these bans that we see are quite common bans today. But there's one that's still available. Fanny has yet to be banned.
Fanny completely ignored here. But because Evo Esports is on second pick, so even if they go for the first pick, Fanny is not going to look good for them.
Okay.
But oh, they're not taking the risk. They ban off the Fanny. That means there is going to be the Glue up for grabs. Also, can be said for Eve as well as Valentina. 3 S tier picks from the side of PB and Strike.
Yeah, I would expect that if Valentina were to be picked, it would be picked at the second phase pick rather than first phase. You might want to prioritize the Glue because of how versatile it is, but PB and Strike again?
Okay, seems like they are going to drop the Kaja and towards the first pick from the side of PB and Strike. Evo Esports immediately going for the Valentina, 22% win rate, along with the Archive for a jungle. 3 times pick so far. And this is going to be interesting. PB and Strike pretty sure gonna go for the Farsa. I know. You're bored of the hero already.
Yeah.
I get it. You know, I understand.
I'm done with Farsa, Kaja.
You know, I would like Kadita or Lilia to a certain degree, but they prioritize the carry for now.
Okay.
I don't think it's a Farsa. There is still Glue in the table, and I feel like the Glue is so much more important. There are just so many other mages in the pool to be drafting here from PB and Strike. But the Glue is one of a kind.
Yeah, I do agree that
like
definitely
going, pretty sure as well. PB and Strike, they have to go for the Glue. Double pickoffs here. We have got Kaja, we've got Glue. Both really excel in towards isolating opponents. The Evo Esports, they have to be a little bit more worried in this composition now.
Yeah, so right now, PB and Strike, they could still go for the Farsa later on, but is it worthwhile for Evo Esports to actually ban out the Farsa, considering that there's a lot of ways to actually counter to it?
I don't think they should. They should actually ban off junglers for sure. In this case, Lancelot jungle isn't really popular, but like you called it, Evo Esports gonna go for the Lolita instead. So no Kufra from the side of Zanri. Not a big fan, but sure, Lolita still works very similarly as well. We saw how the Lolita was able to shut down See You Soon in the previous game against a Farsa. So you talked about the Farsa pickup. This is the response. Let them pick the Farsa. It's okay. Evo Esports makes the ban from Edith. Finally, somebody respects the Edith. Even though no other teams do, they do. Thank you very much. My love for Edith goes out there, but at the same time, no one cares about picking Edith, especially this week and the previous week.
Well, just because it's PB and Strike, because they have a history of playing Edith with a 50% win rate, so that's kind of okay for them to ban out. Now, looking at both teams, I think both teams, they kind of like mobility. So we still have the Ling that's still available. I think that's a pretty good pick. We haven't seen Cho for a while. So I think that if any team were to pick Cho at this point, yeah, that's pretty nice as well.
Yeah, I don't think Cho is going to be the case. Both sides don't really have a role for the Cho right now. But personally, I'm a big fan of what PB and Strike might be considering. And that is going to be potentially a Lancelot jungle. Lancelot tank has been really popular in the Indonesia region, and it has worked out. And so far, not a lot of players, especially from Evo Esports, they don't have a very strong team composition to deal with the potential Lancelot. Akai heavy speed is great and all for the Lancelot, but aside from that, he's got so much to worry about. So I wouldn't be surprised if that is going to be the case for PBN Strike. Evo Esports here, they're still keeping their options here in case they go for it as much as they can. But I don't think they are at the stage where Lancelot is a prio yet. But for marksman-wise, Brody is okay, but they're keeping their marksman alive. They are going to go for the Yuzhong XP for Evo Esports.
I kind of feel that the Yuzhong pick was an anticipation to PBN Strike in case they pick the Fasta. So let's see. So no Fasta yet.
So it looks like we are going to see a jungle Karina to set up with the Divine Judgment alongside with the Faramis. We talked about lack of magical damage. PBN Strike, 4 magic, 1 physical, or in this case, true damage from Blood's Anzai playing on the carry later on. Evo Esports, they have the solution to all of this, to be honest. They've got everything to deal with the composition from PBN Strike. But now, final pick, Moskov making it all the way down bottom. Evo Esports, seems like they've got a pretty solid composition right now.
I think both teams, they seem pretty balanced. Like you got a good balance of that late game, early game and mid game. They can both go for the jungle invade as well because you got the Kaja, and for Evo Esports you got the Lolita. So pretty balanced, I'd say. It does feel like a 50-50 draft for me.
Yeah, it does seem that case. PBN Strike, once again, a very, very single target composition where they are going to be looking for focus fires and isolation. In this case, pick-off composition here. Faram, once you get caught by the Divine Judgment, you're not getting out from the Shadow Stampede, nor the split coming from PBN Strike. Whereas Evo Esports, they're looking for their poke potential to actually force chaos in their composition. Disruption is going to be the key from Evo Esports. Whereas for PBN Strike, it's all about picking off and trapping them in this space. That is going to be the team fight. Key objective from both sides in terms of team fight. But when it comes to split push, well, both sides seems to be very, very 50-50. But for this final lower brackets here, ladies and gentlemen, I'm looking forward to see who comes up on top. This is going to be PBN Strike going against Evo Esports here for the lower brackets best of 3.
I'm thinking about a head-to-head between a carry and a Moskov. I feel that it's pretty similar or pretty close between the both of them. Recent times we see better results out of Moskov.
Yep, looks like we are going to be calling a pause coming in, but Biston will have a little bit more of a range coming in from the Moskov itself, right? Biston technically does kind of outrage carry a little bit.
True.
In terms of mobility, they are kind of 50-50s from both sides, but carry does a lot of damage against tanky composition. So that is going to be the difference in approach when it comes to the playstyle, but I feel like it is still kind of 50-50 when it comes to what the results are going to be delivering in some of this team fights. So I'm looking forward to see how they come out. But for now, it is going to be even Stevens for both sides.
Yeah, really even Stevens. I mean, it is hard to tell, right?
Yeah.
This game. And I'm kind of feeling your prediction as well. Like you gave a 2-1 prediction. Yeah, we might go to game 3 just by looking at this draft. So, I mean, both teams, they do have that caliber and they know what they are setting up for. Even up to the late game, it's carry versus Moskov. So, if we kind of think about it as well, it also depends on how much control whichever team has from the early to mid game to open up space for their hyper carries to really be online.
Yep, before that, we are going to be jumping straight into the game here to figure out how things are going to go down. PBN Strike going to harass Opera here. You can see Raicho giving a dive to Yuzhong. Yuzhong does have the sustain. The Banter keeps him in check, and now they're grouping out of 4. He pulls in with the Shadow Stampede. That's going to be first blood in the hands of PBN Strike, and now they're going to be looking for more as well as Evo Esports completely crumbles. And this is what I'm talking about from PBN Strikes, right? Once you get caught, there's no way you're going to get out.
And it's already 2-0 for PBN Strike. Okay, that's really, really fast. And that's what they need, right? Like we always talk about, like that if you have a Kaja on your side, you really need to control the early stage of the game. And so far, so good for them having a Kaja where Leonie is playing it, and he even got a kill for himself.
Now let's think about Faramis, right? Faramis is great for a team fight composition, but if your team is disoriented, it's not necessarily the strongest, especially in pubs where you're playing alone without your friends, right? So I guess it's understandable why we don't see a lot of Faramis in pub games, knowing that if they don't know how to play around Faramis, it is going to be very difficult to play around. But in this case, Top side, Nanami getting a little bit harassed here, but Evo Esports just doesn't have the level to actually contest this despite losing 2k economy. And bottom side, you can see Bistan already gaining pressure, and you can see even them diving in, making sure that this gold plating is going to favor Blood's onside right from the get-go.
Wow, taking a lot of risk there, Leone. But looks like they might go in, but well, objective first, try to take down the turret as much as possible.
They just have so much more confidence here. Turtle will be secured by Evo Esports, so that is going to be a 50-50. PBN Strike just says he's not worth it for the Turtle. We are going to try and make sure that Bloods Anzai wins his lane matchup, and that's exactly what they need as well, because Bloods Anzai, early corrosion side coming in means that Bistan might take a little bit too much damage once Leone gets the jump on him.
Interestingly, they kind of ignored the Turtle. Yes, they sent Nanami to actually just be the one that buy time for them, but the rest of them don't seem to be interested, even though time has been bought. So Nanami, well, obviously he couldn't be the one to steal away the Turtle.
Okay, seeing on the bottom lane, Evo looking for the patience as well. They're freezing the lane. They're just not really too much. Oh, mistakes, Matsunsai. He just dashed forward, just a little bit more. Numenor Blast catches him. They know he's there, but barely at the pixel. But he does have the Purify. He's gonna be able to get out. So PBN Strike is going to back up as well. Your name from the sides. Blood's Onside doesn't know he's there. He's right beside Surprise. And now the heavy spin comes in. The rest of Evo Esports is going to collapse on in. Patience paid off for Your Name. And that's going to be the gold laner down from the side of PBN Strike. But do they get the redemption? Yuji Chenko is going to be here. He's going to get caught out, but there's no follow-up. This is a Farah miss. Does have the Blood Outer as well. But for now, Evo Esports doesn't want to overcome it yet.
Nicely done by Your Name. The patience game that he played, and the moment he went in, he pushed his opponent to a wall, and there's no way you can get out of that kind of position.
Yeah, Blood's Anzai didn't have the Purify rather early, so good communication between the teammates here to decide when to go for the dive. Meanwhile, here comes the flicker forward, the Divine Judgment and the Count Altar will save PBN and Strike, but at the same time, they will die a second time. The stolen Count Altar also from the side of Evo Esports will prolong the fight, and now the heavy spin is going to cause disruption to try and buy time for the Razer Evo Esports, but at the same time, where's the follow-up? He can't do anything. Black Dragon finally comes in. They take down Raijo, but they lose too. But can they trade off a little more? And yes, that is going to be a Blood Anzai getting taken down by Opper, whereas PBN Strike is trying to make a run for it here. But the damage from the Faram is a little bit too much as they clump up, as they get completely waved out. And that's going to be a complete wipeout with 5-for-3 trade-off from the side of PBN Strike.
Despite the trade, favoring towards PBN Strike, but I gotta give it to Your Name again. Again, he managed to pin down 2 from PBN Strike in that fight, but well, the counter coming in from PBN Strike, the U-turn from PBN Strike was just on point. Right at the edge of the turret anyway, so Evo Esports, whoever that was caught, they have no space to run.
Oh my goodness, and as of yet, that is going to be the total slain from the side of PBN Strike. Evo Esports losing even more economy, while PBN Strike just has so much sustainability. And the biggest threat right now is that they've got 4 magical damage, which is great to just completely shut down Evo Esports, and somehow they need to itemize accordingly to deal with it. But while you're doing it, this carry is going to get free hits all the way through. He just got his golden staff, and this carry is somebody they've got to worry about later on.
Okay, so right now PBN Strike, they are at the forefront. 4,000 gold difference for them, and so far what they've been doing is that they've been trying to invade the jungles. Yes, it kind of worked out for the most part, but Your Name, he's the key person right now.
Divine Judgment comes in. Your Name does have the heavy spin, and that's going to be a wasted ultimate here. But Your Name will be forced to back out. Nothing much has lost from this aggression, but it does make a little bit more space to pressure the top lane for Blood's Anzai. Yuji Chenko going to be getting scouted here, but the predictions here in the fan service, it is going to be everyone favoring towards Evo Esports, but as of yet, not many is expecting Evo Esports to actually, not many is expecting PBN Strike to come on top, and it's kind of surprising considering how well they're doing as of yet. But as soon as I say this, Eugene Chenko, he does have the counter altar. He's trying to force a bait, and there they go. They're going for the fight, and the counter altar coming from Evo Esports keeps them alive. The Numenor Blast not going to connect, but it is going to slow down PBN Strike as they go for the reset.
Oh, okay, resetting, try to take that buff, but would the PBN try to steal it away? Did he?
Oh,
Nah,
no.
just in the nick of time.
Yep, just in the nick and time indeed. Enchanted Talisman up on Eugene Chenko is going to try to keep the Cloud Altar as much available for the team. And seems like Evo Esports team are just going to buy a little bit more time to come on time. Enchant, we have got double Clock of Destiny coming in from the Karina as well as the Faramis. So that's going to take a little bit more long time to go in. But Evo Esports going for the fight. Numenor Blast connects, but Blood's Ansai will purify out of there. And Leone is going to try and delay the fight as he still holds on for his flicker. But nope, he is going to play this a little bit slow. He doesn't have the flicker. Toto will be the objective right now from PBN Strike. While Yuji Chenko is going to try and annoy your name. Does he go for the steal? No, he doesn't get it. So that is going to be PBN Strike coming on top of the Turtle trade.
Yeah, PBN striking onto the Turtle, securing it. Beautiful timing indeed. But looking at the current situation, they are focusing back onto objectives. They did lose the first Turtle because they totally ignored that. But PBN Strike, they know that Evo Esports, they're starting to scale onto them. So now they need to make sure that they secure all those key objectives, including, if possible, the buffs on the other side.
Yep, Yuji Chenko, big threat here from the side of Evo Esports. The Cloud Altar is a big problem here. I like how Flash One is always trying to steal off the Cloud Altar to make sure his team has got even playing grounds. And currently, PBN Strike with the aggression, Flash One going to be A-OK. But they have to send members up top because as of yet, PBN Strike, they're grouped up all four. And Opper playing a little bit safe. He does have the Black Dragon. But at the same time, oh, the spear coming in, scouts off 3 members. Bottom lane, Evo Esports immediately dives onto his Nanami. And you can see Nanami, he may be alone, but he's got the damage to 1v1 the Moskov himself. And you can see the rest of the team from PBN Strike, they're coming in. Piston will be eliminated. The rest of PBN Strike is going to buy him some time. The Count Altar comes in, but he's only going to save himself. But the rest of the team from PBN Strike, they've got the catch potential. They're pulling them back, but your name with the heavy spin is not going to do too much. It is going to catch Leone. He's stuck in the base, but the rest of PBN Strike is there. They're going to try and save his life. But Leone comes in and saves the day. Petrify comes in, but Opper is taking a little bit too much damage. Maniac coming in for the carry, and guess what? They're stuck. Yuji Chenko gonna try and tank for the team, but is it gonna be a kill? Yes, he survives with 1 HP. Blood Anzai gonna be able to lift this. And as you can see, Biston not going to be able to trade him off. BBN and Stripe making sure this carry keeps on surviving.
That was insane. We got to look at this again. So Nanami, look at the amount of damage on the Biston. Bot time, the comms for his teammates to come right on point, and they secured that kill immediately. But for the side of Evo, well, they came in one by one. You got to think about it. Even like your name, I think it wasn't necessary for him to come in, but I think he was just trying to get back into the base.
Oh, he tried to get a lot of kills as well, but it was Blood's onside that saved the day in this fight. A little bit of a mistakes there, but at the same time, Blood's onside just doing so much damage, and that's the power of pure damage, right? But even here, they were deciding, hey, you know what? Sacrifice for the marksman. In this case, it was absolutely worth it. However, the Lord comes in. Your name instantly getting the heavy speed cancelled off, but he does secure the Lord from Evo Esports. The counter altar are propping in, but Opper, he goes for the Black Dragon. He won't get picked apart, and now, as you can see, PP and Strike, they're still fighting as long as they can, but they lost the members. The Moskov coming from Biston is just doing so much work, and Evo Esports, they somehow manages to make a comeback in this trade-off.
Beautiful, beautiful indeed. Nicely timed to come in. But for the Lord, well, let's see. Oh, Evo Esports, they managed to get the Lord as well. So it was a good execution there for them. And now with this Lord, they can continue to push on to the top lane. They still need to clear the bottom lane, so I wouldn't say that it's still a hard push from Evo Esports just yet. So PBN Strike, they still have time.
Oh, it's so difficult, but at the same time, with Evo Esports stealing this Lord here is gonna give them a small window of opportunity to come back, because that aggression from PBN Strike down bottom, yes, they've gotten the Maniac on Blood and Zai, but at the same time, it bought so much space for Evo Esports to scale back into this game, and with this Lord, it is gonna help them even more now, as PBN Strike has to find a way to close out the game. Blood Zanzai, level 12, will be focusing on the Lord up top. Meanwhile, Biston is secretly going to be taking objectives after objectives. But as you can see, they are split off. They go for the conceal play. Numenor Blast connects on
here we
Till.
go.
It is going to be huge. They force the count out, but the Braijo onside from the back lines eliminates Mr. And now Evo Esports, they have to run away.
Opper.
And now Opper with 1 HP will be running with the tail between his legs as he backs off. And now BBN Strike pounces back in this fight. It's close, but objective is gonna be key. BBN Strike focusing on tier 2, and they are gonna try and DF the tier 3. Piston back in 11 seconds. Lolita's shield is gonna be able to block their way through, and he is gonna be A-okay.
Yeah, discipline, because Nanami's not there. Nanami is busy clearing up the top lane. So right now, all they can do is that just reset, wait for their cooldowns to be back up, and clear the jungle at the same time. But Evo Esports, they know that they cannot lose the jungle to their opponent. If not, they will fall behind in terms of gold. Right now, they're kind of close, but if they continue to give the jungle away, definitely they'll be behind.
Yep, it is going to be a very difficult one, considering now both marksmen is slowly scaling their way through. As you can see, Biston looking for the Athena shield build up later on for a little bit more of a magic damage output. But ever since the Radiant Armor purchase up on your name, it has put BBN Strike in an awkward position where most of their magical damage is going to be negated in this upcoming fight, and it is going to be a big problem later on.
Ooh, okay, so it's going to be the fight for the Lord now. And of course, right now, the Lord is going to be very, very important because both sides are kind of 50-50, so they can turn the tide for either side.
Oh my goodness, Numenor Blast comes in. They go in for the dive. They scout out Evo Esports now with the Divine Judgment to catch on towards 20 August. And that is going to be a Lolita ticket now. The rest of Evo Esports, they're getting cut off, but they are going to try and force a fight. Flash one goes in for U-turn, but the double kill finishes him off, and Heavy Spin not going to do him any good. The damage from BBN Strike a little bit too much as Biston nowhere to be found as he tries to go for the split push, but that is going to be a free Lord for BBN Strike.
Yeah, they'll definitely still go for the Lord because the minions are not ready yet, so right now the Lord will be taken for free, but the top turret as well will definitely be taken out. Flash one, does he still want to be there? Gotta be careful.
Oh, he's going to be fine for now. Bottom side now is going to be shoved in with the Lord in the favor of BBN Strike. Evo Esports, they don't have a lot to work with in terms of defense, especially with that ballsy play coming from 21 and completely running over PBN Strike, allowing them a freebie in that engagement.
Right now, we can see they'll be waiting for the Lord. They have secured the entire jungle. They stole away the buffs. Evo Esports, no buffs on their side at all. So this is going to be a tough defense here coming in for them. PBN Strike, they have everything. They may not be able to close the game just yet, but they may be able to take like 2 inhibitor turrets easily.
It's going to be tough with the Lord pushing in. That is going to be a free inhibitor coming in. That's going to be knocked in as well. Opera still holding onto the Black Dragon. Yuji Chenko a little bit far off. Finally regroups with the team of PBN Strike as they slow push this on the other side, while Biston on the bottom just going to be defending for Evo Esports. PBN Strike waiting for the moment to strike during the August, going for a Numenor Blast, not going to be able to do too much, and that is going to be 2 inhibitors down as they try to go for collapse. They go in for the pull. They find Judgment cancels your name. Count Alter keeps them alive. Opera trying to keep them in check. He goes for the stun, but where's the damage? Flash One finally drops the Count Alter away, but do they have the damage? Yes, they do. Flash One kills off the carry, and now as you can see Yuji Chenko, he is going to try and trade off, but Evo Esports, they somehow manages to defend and they get 4 for nothing.
Wow, I am amazed that they still managed to defend that, but then again, of course, we still had 3 inhibitor turrets still active. So PBN Strike, they went for objective. They know that as long as they took all 3 inhibitor turrets down, they still have a chance in this game, despite them giving 4 lives away to Evo Esports.
Oh, let's take a look at the replay as well. As you can see, they're all grouped up. It kind of allowed Opera to go for a big fat Petrify and just completely shrunk their way through. And while this is actually happening, Flash One was just doing so much work to actually zone them off. And 20 August as well was just blocking a majority of the shots coming from Raijo, who needs those true damage in order to soak his HP, which kind of resulted in them holding on. So props towards 20 August for that play. But at the same time, it does make things a little bit difficult now from both teams to actually close out the game.
Ooh, okay, so that means the Lord might be the decider. So 38 seconds on the clock before the Lord shows up. But then again, PBN Strike, they are not really controlling the Lord side entirely just yet until maybe the last 10 seconds. Do they check? They don't have Nanami with them, which is fine. Nanami will just be a distraction at the bottom lane because if Nanami can somehow push the minions right at the edge of the door, Evo Esports will be pressured to pull back.
Yeah, Winter Trunken purchase up on Rigel to actually buy time. Evo
now
in a position as well. They know they're there. They are going to be forcing a flicker,
Going
but the
in.
Divine Judgment comes
Beautiful.
in, connects on the Lolita, instantly assassinates his way through. Cannot survive that at all. But Evo Esports, they're going to try and buy time with the Lord. Opera needs to make a run for it as well. Flash One buying a little bit more time. But you can see Bloods Ansai already making work towards the Lord. Your name also going to be signed. He does have a spin. He misses the wrong angle. And now the carry is going to finish him off. Bistan finally shows himself. He's got the damage, but he's going to get connected as well. Bloods Ansai survives with the count altar. And Evo Esports, no, they have to run. It looked big, but now the second Divine Judgment comes in. Rigel will get the double kill. And PBN Strike will be able to clutch it in for the team. And now Your Name hit the heavy spin. Is going to buy time with the minions. And he's not going to do much. 21 August goes for the Nominum Blast. But it doesn't matter. PBN Strike takes down the Crystal. Takes game 1 against Evo Esports.
Well, that timing, that mechanical skill. And okay, so the differentiator for me in these two teams is that the teamwork from PBN Strike, the timing of them to appear at the right moment is just on point. And well, we got to give it to Kajapik as well. The Kajapik finally got a win today, and that is also because Leone, whenever he goes in with the Divine Judgment, he picks the right target.
Yeah, it is always going to be on the right target as well because Evo Esports, they were struggling to actually go for the catch-up, and every single time they start a fight, it was off a very, very awkward angle, and it was just so difficult to actually set up for the team, especially when whatever initial setup the Evo Esports brings to the table instantly gets countered by the count altar, whereas the stolen count altar from the Valentina doesn't necessarily transcend and help to deal with the PBN Strike because their skills is more not for a one-hit wonder. It's a prolonged teamfight composition. So that is where PBN Strike was able to out-damage the count altar from their side from Evo Esports.
Yeah, just like how we see in the highlights, right? That Nanami bought a lot of time for his teammates to actually come and support him. And whereas on the other side, Evo Esports, looking at how their comms are working, now it's like Your Name, and then Opera comes in later, all alone, and they got wiped out because of the coordination.
Yeah, this overheat coming from PBN Strike is what cost them a little bit more of a potential loss there. Even though it looked good for the Maniac, he bought it more on time. But this right play here was a little bit questionable, but Bistan waited for the right angle to completely one-shot them. But it was Yuji Chenko that saved the day. His count altar has been so spot on to make sure that PBN Strike doesn't lose out their members, and every single time that happens, it kind of allows Rigel to get free reign in all this composition, which resulted in them in their win. So well done, GG, well played from PBN Strike.
But you know what, Your Name, I would still give him like a honorable mention because of how he executes stuff, especially with his heavy spin. I think it's on point. At some point as well, in one of those fights, he managed to pin down 2 from PBN Strike from 1 heavy spin. I mean, this guy is just great with it.
Yeah, it was very, very difficult one indeed. But let's take a look at the items real quick here. We do see Opera going for the Queen's Wing, which is something that I don't think we haven't seen for a very, very long time now. It is kind of a little bit off meta, but at the same time, Your Name going for the Radiant Armor. What's really surprising is that we only got 2 Athena shields up on Bistan and Xanri. I was expecting a little bit more. The Dominance Ice is great to deal with carry, but it doesn't necessarily help a lot because carry's damage, it does scale off max HP. So Your Name having the Sky Guardian's helmet doesn't necessarily help him deal against a carry. So I don't know, it's a little bit questionable, but it's understandable that they want to play the draggy game.
You know, what caught my attention as well is the amount of buffs actually stolen by PBN Strike.
Oh yeah.
Look at the orange buff, 10-5.
Yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate as well. 10-10, great shout out on that as well. But this is going to be the hero damage output as well. 257,000 in favor of PBN Strike. Just because of how every single time Evo Esports kind of clumped in, it just gives so much value for Bloods Ansai to benefit off the carry's passive, alongside with, I think it was Yuji Chenko with the Faramis as well, just completely getting free value just because they're all clumped up from the side of Evo Esports. Every single time Count Alta comes in, boom, free value for the Faramis.
Yeah, and Leone with the most assists of 20. I would say, as compared to all the Kaja users with today at least, he was really on point with his Divine Judgment. Even though it's like there's like two heroes just like side by side, he picked the one that doesn't have the immortality at some point as well. So he definitely knows his mechanically eye-hand coordination is definitely there. But yeah,
Yujichenko, definitely the MVP from game number 1. 7-3 and 14, 91% kill participation alongside with the first blood on top of it all. Total damage 45,000, not the greatest amount, but considering the amount of value he brings to his team fight, it's you know, it's no surprises that he is gonna be the MVP for this game, and I'm looking forward to see more coming from PBN Strike because his Cloud Altar has been really on point, and so far we might see a little bit more bans on the Faramis in his upcoming games, especially against PBN Strike.
Yeah, we might, but it could be bad as well, so let's see what happens later on. Or is it going to be a worthwhile ban?
Oof, it is indeed a good question as well. We have seen teams ban it off. It is a hit or miss. The biggest problem with Faramis is that you are going to be lacking in terms of magical damage, but you can be compensated with your teammates who do other magical damage. But with PBN Strike, when 4 magic here was a little bit questionable for me, but it worked out in their favor because if you go full magic defense, every single magic defense in the game currently now gives a lot of max HP, and that actually allows the carry to scale into the game. So a very interesting approach, but it still worked out.
Yeah, but you know what else that worked out? It's our sponsor for this show, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much to Snapdragon for sponsoring this show. Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters. And of course, winning does matter, and that's why these teams are competing.
Exactly, especially now with PBN Strike taking a very difficult game 1 against Evo Esports. It is gonna put them in a situation where they are risk eliminating Evo Esports unless we see a miracle comeback. In this case, will it happen? You gotta stick around. But before that, a shout out to our amazing sponsors as well, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, where you can share your epic and also level up your gameplay throughout the entire journey. And seeing how things are going right now, you gotta get yourself a pretty good phone for you guys to actually take some pictures while you're at it.
Yeah, Kaja user today definitely has leveled up because of that. The only Kaja win today, but besides the only Kaja win today, we have our amazing sponsor, which is Monster Energy Drink. Unleash the Beast. Comes with multiple flavors.
Yep, and on top of that, you can also unleash your beast and give you the energy to actually go up in towards this next upcoming fight. And so far, he looks pretty beastly to me, and because if you can't see his screen here, he's got this hoodie where if he just flips it up, he can be the Assassin Creed and just completely beat somebody out. Yeah, you know, it's a headset, but I get it, you know.
Yeah. You get it.
Yeah, it's a pretty slick here, and I've always wanted to pull this off, and only Sir Cloud can actually pull it off. But as of yet, if you are looking for a sweet promotional deals here, you can always head down to Kachi Shop, where great deals and game top-ups, you can always head down there to get yourself some sweet diamonds, to get yourself some new, and I mean new, freshly off the street, not just the Jujutsu Kaisen skins, there is also potential collector skins for you guys to roll for as well. That is something that I want to get as well, because I only managed to get two out of the many collector skins. I want more. I've only got the Kufra and the Baumon, but I want, you know what I want? I want the carry. I want so many more. I want every single collector skin.
Man.
It's nice.
I know, sometimes it's just hard
to pick. It's a big flex, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I've got collector skins, But you know what's even rarer?
What is?
M1, M2, M3, M4 skins.
Ooh.
One thing I realized is that once you miss it, you ain't getting that skin no more.
Yeah, it ain't coming
back.
back.
Coming back. Collector skins has come back. That's the rarest of rares right now. I missed M1, even though I was casting M1. I hate myself.
Yeah, well, you were just busy casting. That's why you couldn't get the skin. I totally understand that. Yeah, but anyway, you know what else that missed out? So the vote was actually favoring
Evo Esports, 80%.
And yeah, the result was the other way around.
Oh boy. You've predicted a 2-0.
I mean.
And so far, you have been really on point so far. I'm still predicting 2-1 for Evo Esports. Gotta keep my boys from Laos a little bit hopes up right now, but with that being said, now let's talk about the drafts here. PBN Strike once again gonna be on the blue side, while Evo Esports on the red side. And currently, Evo Esports 1 game away from being eliminated from the tournament itself.
Okay, so we did talk about the possibility of Faramis being banned. So I think that even if it's banned, it will not be in the first set of bans. It will be in the second set of bans.
Oh,
yeah,
boy.
because you have so many other heroes that is a must ban. Like voila, almost every round you will see a Moscow ban, you'll see a Joy ban. We're probably going to see a Fanny ban. You know, the typical ones.
I think glue is something that is gotta be taken out. Glue is just so strong.
Oh
and
yeah,
it just brings so much value, right? In terms of flexibility, yeah, people say you play glue in XP, but in terms of flex role, which is very common, especially for the past 2 years, first pick heroes is always gonna be flexibility instead of S tier meta heroes. But glue works as a roamer and also an XP laner, so it does open up a little bit more option to work with. But as of yet, I think Evo Esports, they just don't really care. They just don't want to deal with the 1-1, which is kind of surprising considering that they do have a Lolita player to actually deal with a crossbow tank. So I'm really surprised that Evo Esports just doesn't want to deal with a 1-1 or the Fanny, which they did ban off the Fanny in game 1. But do they do the same again? Arkai being banned here, it just,
agreed.
Like you said as well, a good shout as well, where Evo Esports was able to bring it to the table. Kaja being respected, that means they are going to open up 2 meta heroes for themselves.
Okay, so you got the Fanny that's open. What else?
Glue is open as well.
You have the Farsa, you have the Valentina that's open. Yeah, but for the first pick, I would say out of all that, if you really want to play the Fanny, you got to pick that now.
Yeah, I don't think they should first pick it the Fanny, because as of yet, Fanny can be pocketed into the 3rd slot, right? In case Evo Esports do bring in the Kufra, which is most likely something they can do, prioritizing on the flexibility is more important right now, especially for PBS, right? Like the Fanny, you can go in for the final pickup for sure. As of yet, they should go for the glue first as a safety net and then see whether or not Evo Esports picks up the Fanny pickup. But most likely they're not. But no way.
Oh yeah,
Faramis. They are going to prioritize the Faramis over the glue. That means Evo Esports can snatch up the glue themselves. But forgot about that. We completely forgot about Fredrin. Guess what? Fredrin loves Faramis. If they're all grouped up, it's even better because he will get free taunt values all the way through and chain CC's way through. And we talked about how game 1, Evo Esports was struggling to actually extend the fight after the Cloud Altar. But with the Fredrin, you are going to be extending it to the ends of day.
Yeah, honestly, I almost forgot about the Fredrin because it was just banned out the entire day, like a default ban. But because Arkai is banned and Kaja is banned instead, so Fredrin is open. So yeah, that's a good pick there. But that also means that Glue is still open to be picked out. If Evo Esports doesn't pick Glue here, it's very likely that PBSI will do that.
No way!
Okay.
I love it. You know, like, okay, personally...
Alright, tell me.
I would prefer going for a Brody to deal with a potential Fanny if PBN Strike go for it. But Melissa is a great way to deal with the Cloud Altar, which was the biggest problem the Evo Esports had in game number 1, which was whenever they drop the Cloud Altar, boom, you know, the Melissa is not going to be able to, everyone, the Moscow wasn't able to clear it off as quickly as it can, but Melissa is pretty much guaranteed the Cloud Altar is going to get popped alongside with Freddy Taunt, so I like it. And they can keep the Valentina option open because of the fact that PBN Strike pretty much doubled down that this is guaranteed a mage for Ramis, and forcing PBN Strike to play a roaming for Ramis doesn't help them at all. So this is really smart coming from Evo Esports.
Oh, and you have a Lolita again. So Lolita's concept can be pretty much the same like a Kaja's concept, whereby from the early game you can do a jungle invade, and plus you have a Faramis to back you up as well. So this kind of combination, I kind of feel that PBSI is going to do pretty much the same thing. So this is where Evo Esports needs to be prepared to defend their own jungle.
This is okay. So right now, PBN Strike, they've got the Lolita, they've got the Faramis. That pretty much showed their hand for a mage as well as roamer. So Evo Esports, if they decide to go for the Fanny now, it isn't too bad. But that is gonna force the Fredrin down towards the XP lane, which is not exactly the strongest composition. I don't think they would take the risk. But going for the Valentina is gonna be smarter as well. Evo Esports has no choice but to ban the potential Fanny because right now they're still opening it up for a potential Kufra pickup. So PBN Strike, if they ban the Kufra, immediately Evo Esports is going to react with the Fanny right here, right now. So in this case, PBN Strike, do they respond because Kadita being banned off, they need a mage. I don't think. Okay, technically they can go for the roam Kadita, which completely just one-shots the entire Cloud Altar, which PBN Strike wants to play it. But I don't know, it feels like Evo Esports right now, they're just drafting instinctively of what their comfort is. And currently, Moskov should be a decent ban, but no.
I was thinking Moskov as well, but very interestingly, now Moskov is open. So PBN Strike, well, we did talk about like the similarities between Moskov as well as Carry, right? So we did see like how effective Carry was in the previous round. So now that Moskov is open, I mean, PBN Strike, just pick it.
I don't think it's a big problem as well. PBN Strike, they can still go for the B tricks for themselves, but Blood's Anzai is comfortable with the Moskov. So I think that's going to be a freebie for PBN Strike to go for the Moskov for sure. But final pick here is going to be the Roman from Evo Esports. Do they want to take the risk to ban the Kufra, knowing that Evo Esports might be bringing in the Fanny? And so far, Fanny is just up in the air, and there's a lot of thought process coming from both sides. Do they risk it or do they don't? And hope and pray that neither of these teams actually play Fanny right now, which I think is going to be the case. Yujong being banned here, another alternative to deal with the Cloud Altar. Evo Esports, do they go for it right here, right now? Because it seems really, really good. But no, they're going for the Grok, so there is no Fanny from the side of Evo Esports. But if PBN Strike goes for it, the Grok is going to completely shred through here. But so far, here with the Dirov as well as the Harry pickup from PBN Strike. We talked about how they needed some kind of magical damage. The Faramis isn't enough, but forcing the gold lane on Harif means they are going to hyper end this game.
Ooh, okay.
They're going to power their way through an early aggression.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage here from PBN Strike. And plus, they can do the jungle invade because of Lolita. So they can definitely do it from the get-go. Whereas for Evo Esports, yeah, you have the Grok, but Grok lacks mobility. That's one thing. So,
what? Nah, I disagree. Grok is by far one of the fastest in terms of rotation. But the Terizla, yeah. Oh, wait, Terizla,
Okay, so there's a Terizla and there's a Grok.
Okay, roaming Grok and then
yeah,
XP.
Sure.
Yeah, XP Terizla. I was expecting XP Grok, but alright, okay. Zanri did show himself as a Grok for a previous week.
Yep.
Rotation-wise, okay. But I really like how PBN Strike is drafting this accordingly. It feels like they are a little bit forced into this composition, but fortunately for them, Dirov does bring a lot in terms of damage output. But the question is, can they out-sustain Evo Esports in all this teamfight? This Fredrin is going to create a lot of chaos, and hopefully PBN Strike is able to close 2-0. But for now, Evo Esports fans, they are going to be a little bit keeping hopeful for now as they try to take this into as a 2-1 series.
They are comfort picks from both sides, not going to lie about that. So you got the Lolita, you got the Grok, these are comfort picks. You got the Fedrin, this is a comfort pick as well. Valentina's a comfort pick. So everyone's not taking the big risks as we head into the game.
Yep, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be game 2, lower brackets right now for the final series of the day. We have PBN Strike going up against Evo Esports for game number 2. And currently, Evo Esports is setting up an ambush here against Leone. It's going to do a lot of damage, but it is going to be Eugene to try to set things up. And that's going to be first blood from the side of Evo Esports, but they do get a trade-off from Raisho. But Flash 1 doing a significant amount of damage is going to try and harass PBN Strike from the get-go.
Wow, calm down, people. It's not even a minute, and we saw like 2 kills in the middle, but evenly balanced, 1-1 each. I guess everyone's just trying to put a statement here, and it was more of Evo Esports trying to invade the jungle on PBN Strike's side, but PBN Strike, they were prepared for it.
Well, as you can see, PBN Strike currently in a very, very weird position. Upper also going to be looking for a little bit more harassments in. They want to try and pressure your name, and they are going to try and make an attempt. Here comes Counter Altar, pull it back to try to extend the fight. Your name doesn't have the appraisal draft, so that's going to be PBN Strike getting an early pick off on the jungler, immediately helping Raisho. And this is the aggression that PBN Strike needs as well, especially when they don't have a late game marksman.
Yeah, they want to play it fast, that's what we discussed, right? And so far, so good for them. Well, that was still an early attempt. Let's see what happens, especially when the turtle shows up. And I think that turtle is definitely going to prove a statement to who is able to control at least the riverbank.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit of a problem for now. But bottom side, they do have a dive on towards Opper. That's going to be a significant amount of damage. But this is a very tanky Terizla into his later stage of game. So he's going to be okay. PBN setting up for the turtle fight as well. Evo Esport in position to going for the dive. Your name not showing himself yet. but it is going to be Flash One to harass his way through both. Having called Alta for now means Evo Esports will get aggression as well. Leone waiting for the right moment strike. Moments before the storm. Turtle being baited out as well, but here comes the dive. Nanami instantly with penalty zone. They have to disengage, but Flash One, he forces the count onto all by himself, but Evo Esports, they have to back out, and now they get a freebie on your name, and BBN Strike comes up on top. Mistakes were made by Evo Esports, and that is going to be putting them and losing out this turtle fight, while Raishel already making work for BBN Strike.
Yeah, there's going to be a free turtle there while they just make sure that no one dares to come. But at the same time, it's not only the turtle, kind of think about it. Even the purple buff as well. It's definitely going to be taken unless your name is going to do it.
Yep, he is going to be forced to go for the retribution battles while Yoni zoning his way through. Raishel doing some work. He does. He have to appraise his buff. He's got the round. Can he pop it in time? No, he cannot. That's going to be BBN Strike taking him out of equation. And that is a double kill for Raishel with the turtle buff. Oh my goodness.
I mean, that was a little bit desperate for them to take that purple buff. I thought that, in my mind, my thought process is like, just let it go. Because right now, they are behind. Look at the goal difference. It's 3 minutes, but you have 2,000 goal difference.
Oh, your name could not get the appraiser's wrap in time. That would have been so sick if he gotten it all, but mistakes were made, and that is going to put BBN Strike in a very, very huge lead here. Almost near 3K advantage as they try to continue to snowball their way through. But now, Flash One gonna have to play a little bit defensively. A Numenon Blast is the way to go, as they know in terms of late game, this Melissa is gonna pop off even harder. But Eugene Chenko just got his Clock of Destiny, a pretty decent timing at that. But BBN Strike, Leone, a bit of trouble. Here comes Wall Charge connects, but he's so tanky. Raishel looking to force the fight, but that's still Melissa with the outing actually going for the counter altar as well. But they're isolated as well. They're all stuck in. And here goes the Numenon Blast from the side from Nanami. It's not going to help him enough, but the Evo Esports, they are taking a lot of damage, but they will be able to trade 3 for nothing. Over aggression from BBN Strike will pay their price, and now Eugene Chenko is going to be the next to fall. Double kill for Flash One to save the day for Evo Esports.
Well, rule number 1, never aim a tank.
Oh boy.
Yeah, and the fact that they put a lot of skills and a lot of time and effort onto the Grok, so yeah, unfortunately they were counted upon.
Yeah, the go away setup with the wall block forced BBN Strike in a very, very awkward position, and the setup from Numenon Blast was just so huge from Flash One in this place. But Turtle coming in with the retribution banner. Do they get it? No, they do not. And it is going to be Xandri that takes it. And now the Melissa comes in. Mister will shred their way through. BBN Strike taking a little bit too much damage, and that's going to be the double kill from Evo Esports, as they will finally take back the lead away from BBN Strike.
Oh, wow. Okay. Right now, we can see that BBN Strike is just making mistake after mistake. Like, previously, it was just aiming the tank, and then recently, it's just going in all alone, unprepared, because Evo Esports, they clearly have controlled the jungle closest to the objective, and they should be aware that, okay, they are still around. If we go in like 1 or 2, we'll be taken out, and that's exactly what happened.
Radiant Armor purchase up on 20 August, and you can see Nanami forced to defend against this all by himself, but the chip damage from Piston a little bit too much. Woo! The wall block almost taking him out, but nevertheless, trading in the middle tower here, BBN Strike looking to try to trade objectives across the map, but here comes the wall charge. Numenon Blast set up by Flash One as well, but the counter Numenon Blast from Leone will stop them in his track. The puppets are doing their damage, but BBN Strike was able to survive this. Leone saves the day with the shield, and that's going to be the disengage from both sides.
Okay, so we got to tune our understanding. 20 August is actually Xanri.
Yeah,
it's using a different naming game. But anyway, so far it's been doing very well. We can see how he engages with the opponent, how he becomes the wall in front, and how he takes that amount of damage. But for the other side, BBN Strike, they will need to find a way to go to the backline. Right now, 20 August or Xanri, he's just being that wall in front.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult as well, but Flash One, they know they are the threat, they do get the catch. However, here comes the counter engagement. Raishel immediately shut down with this catcher. BBN Strike not going to be able to scale a little bit more into the later stage game. They're forcing the Harif to join the fights early, but Evo Esports, it seems like they've got control of the situation, and they are going to try and drag this out. Bottom side as well, Tier 1 is going to be exposed, but it is going to be Opera that stops him in the track. Evo Esports feeling a little bit more confident now. Leone all by himself, but they're just making sure that this turtle doesn't get stolen away by PB and the Strike. But once again, Flash One stealing off the Numenon Blast again from Evo Esports.
Yeah, not enough time for them, but look at the back. Right now we can see some movement by Nanami, but no big moves just yet. And at this moment, well, Evo Esports seems to be able to secure majority of the objectives as of now. And because of that, they caught up in terms of goal. Right now, it's still really 50-50. And because of it being 50-50, I think that the river control is going to be really important. That's why you can see that PBS Strike, they try to be at the river as much as possible, and not too much on the jungle invasion. As long as they can control the river, at least they have that 60-40 moment.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit of a difficult spot to be in, but PBN Strike, they're setting up an ambush, going for the one-shot combo with the Derov. But it's going to take some time. 20 August, he's going to get focused down, but Raijo! Instead of focusing the Grog, he went for the minions instead. So, don't know it was intended or not, but seems like they are going to try and drag this out. But I don't think it's advisable, considering that the Melissa from Biston is just popping off right now. Level 10 into the game. He's got to go away to deal with the Derov. And this might be a problem later on for PBN Strike.
I think it was a good choice to not go into the Grog because it's a... Well, what?
Only a support.
Yeah, it's only a support. It's tanky. You don't want to use all the skills onto him, but maybe this one.
Oh, the Shadow Stampede not going to be able to pull Opper in. Flickers out of there because of this mishap. They could not trade the tier 1 or get a kill. Bottom side is going to get pressure. That's going to be a free tier 2 down bottom for Evo Esports as Biston is going to try and make work for it as well. 20 August with the blocks as well. Just irritating all the rotations for PBN Strike.
There you go. So another turret down. I mean, we can start to see that Evo Esports, they're moving in as a 5, like they're no longer splitting up, but there could be a counter to this, whereby PBS Strike could go for the split push.
Oh, Opper, he's gonna get caught off, but he goes for the penalty zone to try and disengage. He's got the sustain, finally goes down, but he buys enough time for Evo Esports to commit for this wall. The wall charge comes in on Raijo. They going for the dive. He's gonna get completely kited down, but the count outer keeping him alive. The counter Numenon Blast is gonna keep Raijo alive as well. They do trade Opper for Leone, but somehow no one has died in this entire trade-off.
50-50 trade, and without Opper, this could be opportunity for PBS trying to go for the Lord, but are they going to take that risk because Zanri is still around though? Zanri is keeping eyes on the objective, not allowing it easy for PBS trying to take it away.
What a clutch coming from Yuji Chenko just now. However, does he have the second count altar? Because as of yet, Evo Esports, they're still afraid to contest the Lord. Tier 1 still standing from both sides, but Evo Esports still feeling a little bit more confident to start things out. They are going to try and force PBN Strike to commit to this fight once again. Raijo not showing himself yet. He doesn't have the Probo buff, but half HP is going to be the Lord here. They need the big stop coming in, but guess what? They dive on the Opper. The Teresa with the penalty zone connects on 2. 20 August with the wall trying to buy time. The Lord will be secured from Evo Esports. But guess what? The Yuji Chenko with the plays here. The count altar, Numenon Blast comes in, and now everyone from Evo Esports, they crumble. And they could not disengage. Once again, the count altar saves from Yuji Chenko to extend the fight.
And now this is opportunity for them to take the mid turret. Yuji Chenko came in at the right timing. He was fresh. He had all his abilities, and his opponents had nothing at some point because they expended everything. So he took advantage of that, get 2 kills back to back. And now, because it's just the first Lord, so there's not going to be a problem for them to take it down.
Oh, this is huge for PBN Strike. This is exactly what they needed, and they need the perfect setup as well. Evo Esports was in no position to fight that. 20 August tried to buy time with the wall charge. Unfortunately, the count altar is what turned the tides for the team as well. Flash One in no position to save the team. And right now, Numenon Blast comes in. It is going to get cancelled. Your Name, however, needs to make a run for it as well. Do they make the dive? The appraisal's back. Turns the time. Catch us on Leone. But the count altar is not going to save them alive. They get completely shish kebab by Biston. As now PBN Strike will pick apart the final member. But no! The Nami takes him out!
Wow.
And how is he going to be able alive? He was able to swing his swords, but he trades 1 for 3. And now Yuji Chenko gonna try and get a little bit more. Blood's Anzai is here to say hello. This Harif does have the damage, but Your Name doesn't want to give away the rich buff, and he will get the retribution on it.
Yeah, good thing, good thing, good thing. Their objective was just to not allow him to get the buff, but anyway, he still managed to get it at the end, so that's kind of okay. Purple buff in taken as well. I know PBN Strike, they really try to control the jungle, but at this point, without the numbers to back them up, it's going to be hard, but they try anyway.
Yep, it is going to be the case here. Evo Esports currently fighting for their desperate lives as they try to hold on this aggression for PBN Strike. And so far, Melissa Biston is going to be the saving grace for Evo Esports, whereas PBN Strike, they need to shut him down. And so far, it has been very, very difficult. 20 August, opening up the map, really nice for the team. But he is going to make sure that they do not strike on towards Biston. And with 40 seconds left on this next Lord, PBN Strike, they cannot afford to make any more mistakes, as Melissa, with down towards his final item, is going to make him an unstoppable force.
Evo Esports, they can win fights, but they don't have the map control. PBN Strike, obviously map control is on their side, and at the same time, just look at this, they are doing the split push. Nanami at the bottom lane, just pulling players from Evo Esports towards him. This opens up a lot more for PBN Strike.
Nanami doing a lot of damage as well, but you can see the reaction from PBN Strike. He's not going to be overcommitting. Evo Esports is going to try and keep him in the safety as well, but here comes the conceal play. The wall charge immediately isolates and cancels the mob. Your name looking to re-engage, but they are in a choke spot for this Melissa to pop off. It's just not risky here. The pump is on cooldown, but seems like they don't want to overcommit. Leone forced to back out with a flicker as well. The wall block not going to be able to isolate his way through. They baited out the Numenon Blast from Flash 1. Not exactly sure if PBN Strike knows this, but that is huge because they still have the count outside. And now 20 August is going to be burned down, but the Melissa Dolls are doing so much work. PBN Strike is taking so much, but now the Nami goes on the backline, finishes him off, but the damage has been done. PBN Strike, they're holding on. Blood's onside is going to focus on Your Name. While he needs to make a run for it, they lose too, but the puck comes in, but the counter outside keeps him alive. And what a save from Yujichenko. Your Name now needs to run for his life, but the Nami cannot connect. They do not have to fight. The count outside from Evo Esports turns the tide, keeps them alive. Double kill for Flash 1 and Evo Esports. They managed to wipe them all out. Triple kill for Flash 1 and PBN Strike desperately forced that issue, but Evo Esports was able to come up on top.
That was an insanely long fight. My goodness, everything's thrown at Evo Esports, but somehow they managed to sustain it. Even PBN Strike died, come back again, but still not able to secure enough kills on the Evo Esports. This allowed them to secure the main objective, that's the Lord. My goodness, that is one of the longest fights that we have seen today.
Oh my goodness, and now they are going to try and force the issue. Rigel getting very desperate with his pickoffs, but there's only so much he can do on Zadirov, where he is pretty much the only physical damage alongside with Nanami, and so far they haven't been able to tally up in their composition. And with this play, Evo Esports, they're desperately holding on to try and drag this into his game number 3.
Oh, here we go. It's going to be a 50-50 matchup in the middle right now. No big objectives, but this fight is definitely going to be super important. And we're going to start it off with Oppa at the forefront.
Going to be zoning things out, but it seems like everyone from Evo Esports is going to be able to react to this as well. Yujichenko needs to be very careful with his count outer. Meanwhile, Flash 1 hasn't exactly shown himself what he's stealing here. The Lord is going to be showing himself, reveals his position down bottom, but Flash 1 thinking what to steal right now, and it seems like he's saving his out for Yujichenko, and Yujichenko cannot afford to give it away, but no, Flash 1, he made a mistake. And so that's going to be a little bit of a cooldown for Evo Esports. Meanwhile, PBN Strike, they are going to try and clear off the minions and try and force the fight. Wow, Flash 1 doesn't have his ultimate yet. Harassment has been made. But PBN Strike, they're getting pressured by 20 August as well. Numenon Blast comes in, connects on 2, but the follow-up, it doesn't come true. The wall charge counter engagement, the countouts are also going to be forcing the fight as well. Leone holding on, buying time with the shields, and there's going to be a lot of damage. But the appraisal's wrath from Your Name obliterates PBN Strike. Well, Flash 1 finishes off the backline. The Nami still hanging on the backline. The stolen countouts are from Flash 1 is going to keep Evo Esports alive as they back off from this fight.
Ooh, okay. I wouldn't say it's a successful defense, but at least they managed to shoo away Evo Esports. They're kind of low at this moment. We can see that Nanami is trying to go in, but nope. Discipline. Secure those buffs. Get back your lane.
Oh, Your Name looking for the taunt and 2-mana as well. Leone counter engagement does his setup, but no! It is going to be Bloods on side. They take down Your Name. He's online and mistakes were made. as they try to drag this off. But items here, what are the item pickups right now? It seems like it is going to be not enough from both sides. They need to be fully maxed out on magical defense to deal with Blood Sun's Eye, because as of yet, he's starting to hurt like a truck.
Oh yeah, we can... I mean, they're super close as well in terms of goal, despite majority of the kills on the Evo Esports. But now looking back at the highlights, look at Zanri's position. Despite him being super low, he's not backing out. He hopes that his health is still sustainable enough for him to pull off something at least, just as a backup behind there. If any other player, normally they would like, okay, I'll just recall, reset, and come back in. But nope, he is there because he trusts his teammate to steal.
Oh, what a catch as well. Now Opper going to be isolated as well. The penalty zone keeps him alive, but the stolen counter is going to keep him momentary here as he backs off. But at the back lines, they pick off Leone, but they're all clumped in. The Melissa going to be a point of interest, but the Appraisal's Wrath from Your Name buys his time, turns the tide around, and now they are going to give chase as Biston rips them apart. Yuji Chenko is going to be next to fall, and the Frederick will catch him off guard. Blats Anzai, only man standing from PBN Strike. 30 seconds on the sidelines, and Evo Esports says, we're shoving it to the base. We're ending this right now. We are dragging this to game number 3.
Oh, here we go. Final defense, but the being is 1v5 is going to be hard.
If they finish him off, it's going to be a wipeout, and that is going to be Evo Esports fighting for their dear lives in the tournament as they drag this to game number 3 against PBN Strike.
Yeah, putting aside that is 15 versus 16, 26 in terms of kills. Actually, it was kind of 50-50 towards the end. Like, it was just really down to the team fight itself that actually made the difference.
Mobile Legends Bang Bang experience here for the Snapdragon Pro Series. And in case you missed out on game 2, how it went down here, this is going to be the highlights on how things went away for the team. As you can see, it was just a perfect setup on how Evo Esports taking advantage of the go away with the wall charge to set up this choke spot with PBN Strike all right in the middle, allowing Flash One to set up for the Luminon Blast. But even then, it took so long for them to actually finish up the fight. So with this saving grace, they were able to drag this game into a later stage of the game where Biston was able to come online, where PBN Strike, despite having a huge margin of lead in this early stage of the game.
And you were right, that Zanri being handed the Grok, this is what he can show us, this is what he can pull off. He was on point in terms of his roaming, he knows where to stand, his positioning is on point. Even though he's low, he doesn't just back off and completely does something else. He's still with his teammates just to give whatever support that he can, and he knows his threshold of going in.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, you can see Your Name was able to prolong this fight for so long to a point that PBN Strike, they just overheated and over-committed the fight, and because of this setup, it allowed Flash One to shine even brighter. So well done coming in from Evo Esports, especially with the Frederick pickup. And this is exactly why Frederick is so strong in this kind of scenarios. It's not strong front to front, but it's all about the bigger picture of the game, which is prolonged fights. And Frederick is just so good at this fight as well. And even here, 20 August with the wall charge, setting things up. But it was the Appraisal's Wrath from Your Name that dropped them so low to a point that they just couldn't retreat in time.
Yeah, and it was actually the last few fights that actually won them this round because of how they really coordinated themselves. Oh my, this is... I would say that it's 50-50 up to the end pretty much. And I have to give it to Zanri as well. Like, his roaming was on point. He's not really that type that goes into your jungle and becomes the big boss inside there. But he just controls the river, and that's it. As long as you can control the river, you kind of stop your opponents from coming to the other side, and you save those buffs for your teammates.
Yeah, this is interesting as well. Opper opting to go for the Enchanted Talisman last item to get faster cooldowns to swing his way through to sustain throughout this fight, alongside with Oracle and Radiant Armor to deal with the main damage of PBN Strike, which is pretty much magical damage, right? But at the same time, this composition for PBN Strike is a scary force to begin with. But with the Frederick pickup from Evo Esports, they found the solution to the Faramis. Biston currently top of the GPM, top of the damage department as well, 4.3k, and with the Melissa, this is just so smart. But even then, look at the hero damage here. Still, PBN Strike, 310,000 damage throughout the entirety of the fight.
Man.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that is insane. That is insane. I'm kind of surprised that Nanami has the highest damage taken per minute. I thought it would have been Zanri, because he always put inside the forefront. And there was some times where he was kind of focused, but I feel that PBI Strike, they learned their lesson pretty quickly and they don't overly focus on him, so maybe that's why his damage taken per minute is not as high as Nanawi.
Yeah, this is crazy coming in from this fight here, considering that this is, like we said as well, the tournament lives of both these teams. Coming into his game number 3, it could be anyone's game at this point of the tournament as well. It's scary, but Flash One definitely pulled a big W here, but I'm looking forward to see who the M1 MVP is. It is going to be none other than Flash One with his Valentina, with his stolen Numenon Blast, with his stolen counter attack, 7-1 and 18, 96% kill participation, dishing out the damage, doing it, dragging out the entirety of the fight. He is the undeniable decisive player for that match.
And not gonna lie, right, like Flash One, he was the counter towards Faramis. You gotta think about it.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, because he steals spells on point all the time and he uses it at the right moment. And his teammates kind of like know, like, okay, you got it stolen and we are having this team fight, so let's group up and then let's just reset everyone. So it's like, wow, I mean, he was the focal point of why they win. Yes, Zanri was the one that kind of like opened up the map, but when it comes to team fight, Flash One was the definitive one.
Yeah, definitely indeed here. With this final game coming on its way here, all things considered, everything is on the line. Tournament lives, prize pool, bragging rights as well. When it comes to predictions here, seems like Evo Esports still hangs on at the balance. Meanwhile, PB and Strike also being risked elimination as well for game number 3. But before that, we are going to be taking a very, very short break before this break as we take you through the final moments of the series for today. For now, we're going to be seeing you guys right after this break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Taking my time, up in them clouds, rocking them shades, we rolling. Look at them moves, yeah, we can dance too, yeah, we be tick-tocking, body rocking, check my clock, we ain't stopping. Till the sun comes up, till the sun comes up. Taking my time, up in them clouds, rocking them shades, we rolling. Look at them moves, yeah, we can dance too, yeah, we
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang Season 1, where things are getting heated here for the lower brackets. And as currently we are heading into its game number 3 for PB and Strike, going up against Evo Esports for the final game here to decide who is going to be advancing into the next stage and who will be eliminated right here, right now. My name is ICBaby12. Join with me, the legend himself, Sir Cloud, as we take you through the commentaries for today. And we hope you guys have had an amazing blast, because this final game is going to be a very, very important one for both nations. One from Laos, one from Indonesia.
Well, it's clear right now the counter for Faramis is to have a Valentina on the other side.
Yep.
Because he was on point. So I think that with that in mind, we won't see the Faramis in the next round.
Maybe, maybe not. But so far, the Melissa pickup coming from Evo Esports was on point. However, PBN Strike might need to rethink their draft from game number 2 here, because Harif here may be a good idea to actually set it up with the Salmon Force. However, in terms of ultra later stage game, they still had a big problem to deal with the Melissa. Evo Esports, they had a lot of ways to deal with it here. I agree, the Valentino was great and all, but Melissa was just too annoying to dive their way through. PBN Strike with the Dirov didn't exactly connect as well for the armor shredding. So with game 3, that being in set as well, do they stick with the Moskov? Which is something that was a little bit surprised as well. The Moskov wasn't picked from PBN Strike in the final moments for game 2.
But would it have changed that much, considering that because of the Faramis ult was stolen? Yeah, so
I think
I don't
it would have changed way much more,
right?
Compared to how game 1 is. Considering, like, if you remember game 1, when even though there was a Valentina, PBN Strike was able to shred through the damage with the carry themselves. With the Brody himself. So it was something that I think they needed to actually risk playing the marksman division to take advantage of the armor shredding coming from Dirov. Whereas it's understandable that they had no choice to pick Harif, because their only magical damage was pretty much the Faramis. So it's understandable why PBN Strike was put in that situation. But nevertheless, coming to this final game here, now once again on the blue side, it is going to be PBN Strike. I think they should take a pause on the Faramis and just ban it off.
Well, I feel that we won't even see a Faramis being banned or picked at all. I think they're going to kind of switch it up after looking at how Evo Esports is able to counter. I wouldn't even think that it's worthwhile to ban out the Gross.
That's the thing, right? Like, during the Opens, the Snapdragon Open Finals, Evo Esports was one of the very few teams out of every single team that prioritized banning Faramis and picking Faramis themselves. But nobody else does it. So I feel like the intention coming from PBN Strike of picking the Faramis was none other to deny it away from Evo Esports, knowing that that is a comfort coming from Xandri. But at the same time, so far, Xandri has demonstrated that he can play offensively as a Grok player, so it doesn't necessarily mean they are going to be drafting Faramis, which I honestly think suits Xandri in the aggressive role instead of a roaming Faramis. And forcing Flashman to play Faramis is going to be awkward, especially when he's so good in Valentina.
Yeah, true. I mean, I'll keep it as a Valentina if there's an opportunity, but of course it depends on what does PBN Strike pick. So Valentina, normally we don't see it as a first pick, because you kind of want to see, like, okay, what your opponent is trying to do before you go there. Because you don't want to pick that and it's like, oh, okay, there's no real good skills for me to steal away at the end of the day.
Yeah, while this is actually happening as well, Arkai being banned once again, respecting it from game number 1 on how your name played it. Kaja also going to be eliminated. Seems like a very similar approach, but again, Fanny completely ignored. Fredrin also going to be respected from PBN Strike. 2 very, very important heroes. But again, Faramis up for grabs. Glue completely up for grabs as well for both sides. Valentina also going for grabs, but PBN Strike says no more Faramis. I take the Glue.
Yeah, I think the Glue is a more consistent sort of pick because it's kind of flexible as well. And it can also give a lot more, how should I put it? initiation to the team. Yeah. So I think that the glue pick is better than the Faramis, considering that the Valentina has not been banned. So you don't want to be counter pick again. But hey, you know what? Whatever it is, just pick the Valentina. It's
Yep.
work. It's
Playing
working
it
for
safe
them.
as well in case PBN Strike
Oh.
decides to go for it. But we
Here
completely
we go.
forgotten about it as
Here
well.
we
Arlott
go.
gonna be picked from the side of Evo Esports. But the question is this Arlott jungle Arlott, XP Arlott, or tank Arlott? So much flexibility in the pool from Evo Esports to adapt is going to put PBN Strike in a very, very awkward position. But considering the disruption that Arlott brings to the table, PBN Strike sticking to their comforts here, picking in the Karina and picking the Melissa to deny it from Evo Esports. Also a good answer to the Arlott.
Okay, fast picks coming in from both teams in this round. So I do like to see the Arlott play as a tank, and I would want to see Zanri playing it, just because of how his playstyle is playing the Grok. And I think that if he's given the opportunity to play Arlott, which is an extra aggressive type of hero, I think it'll work out for him.
Ooh, with the carry in play as of yet and no Lolita in sight for PBN Strike, it seems like this might be the game to watch as well. Evo Esports, they predictively know that they should ban the Faramis, they should respect Yuji Chenko. Forcing him to play the Farsa or the Eve is going to be the way to go. And this time, these two heroes can easily be messed up with this Arlott in play. So, Evo Esports, it seems like they might consider putting Zanri to play as a tank Arlott. Meanwhile, PBN Strike, they have to consider, is this actually a tank Arlott? Or is this a jungle? What do they ban? And you can see they're taking a lot of time in the ban phase as well.
Yep.
But what is clear is that EXP lanes are still up for grab, but they're playing it safe. Putting the Arlott jungle is something they can manage. But at the same time, they can't deal with it. Putting the Arlott in jungle is the best win condition for PBN Strike. But most likely, it's not going to be the case for Evo Esports, so they are going to ban off Assassins for the team. In this case, banning off Lancelot jungle is great, but so far Evo Esports has not shown it yet. Fanny completely ignored from both sides, which is interesting as well. But Evo Esports, they banned the Faramis. Do they also ban the Eve or maybe the Lolita? But this time, they do ban off the Forza instead.
Okay, I'm kind of surprised as well that they choose to ban out Faramis, because I felt that it wasn't a threat to them, especially the fact that they have a Valentina. But hey, okay, probably they have something else up their sleeve. But right now, what would be Farsa is taken, Paja is taken. I'm trying to think right now.
Ooh, they banned the Fanny as well.
yeah.
They are gonna respect it, considering that PBN Strike doesn't have answers to Fanny in case Evo Esports decides to bring it up as a safety net. But I don't think your name plays a Fanny at all. So I might be wrong. I might be considering here. I might be overthinking this. But at the same time, there is still going to be more heroes up for grabs. In this case, Edith still up for grabs for Evo Esports if they decide to go for it as well. But I don't think it's going to be happening here. Zanri could be playing the Grok. That means this might be a jungle Arlott or XP Arlott still. And this question is still a big question mark for PBN Strike. What do they respond? But so far, like it or not, PBN Strike has to pick something they can deal with all scenarios regardless of what Evo Esports picks with this Arlott.
And it does look like PBN Strike, they are depending on the late game for now based on their draft. So by overly depending on the late game, considering that Evo Esports, how Zanri played the Grok, they are confident in controlling the jungle, and that wouldn't help PBN Strike to go far in the late game. So I'm kind of worried for PBN Strike.
Hilda, let's go.
Yeah.
Double down Hilda in
Counter
case
it.
goes for an assassin jungle. But no! PBN Strike, they play the Xavier as well as the Diggy. So this is going to be a tank Diggy time journey just to deal with the Arlott in terms of chain stunts. And this is great because every stun coming from Evo Esports is going to completely decimate their way through. But the final pick, it is going to be the Baxia. But question is this XP Baxia or Jungle Baxia? Most likely, it is going to be Jungle Baxia coming in from Evo Esports. So they have solutions, they have answers. PBN Strike this time doesn't have the tanky capabilities. And we might see this Karina become a tank Karina rather than a damage Karina.
Man, there's a lot of tank possibilities here now that we see it. But if we talk about like melting down tanks, I would say that Evo Esports, because of the fact that they have a carry, that gives them a lot more potential to do that. So for PBN Strike, if they want to go overly tank, it could be a risk as well because they would trade off damage potential.
Exactly. On top of all, carry is a great closer against tanky opposition. So a little bit worried from both sides. Both bringing some new flavor into the draft, going to the game tree. Adaptations has been made. Will this Arlot be a problem for PBN Strike? Will this Diki be a problem for Arlot? We gotta stick around to find out to decide, ladies and gentlemen, the decider match. Winner takes all in this final series, finals game for today. Evo Esports going up against PBN Strike. One of these teams will successfully continue the journey in this tournament and one will be eliminated. But now the aggression kicks in. Evo Esports to start things off. Opera now gonna get first blooded all the way from Raisho. A beautiful start for PBN Strike.
Yeah, we did talk about like Zanri going in and be aggressive, try to take over the jungle and all that, but a little bit of OX here. But it does feel like the start of the previous round as well. Like they had a 50-50 and then they kind of traded off between each other. But this time, at least at the start, PBN Strike has a little bit of advantage. But anyway, it's only the first blood. But if you kind of think about it, right, because of them drawing a lot of attention to the bottom lane, that opens up a lot more space on other lanes for Evo Esports to farm.
Yeah, this is worrisome, to be honest. This is so worrisome. Leone, oh my god.
Okay.
Opera in the bottom lane is going to completely destroyed by PBN's right. Raijol very comfortable with this, but 2 times in a row, Opera getting shut down from Evo Esports. This is going to put them in a very, very big lead, while 20 August going to try and keep Leone in check.
It does feel like the strat right now is trying to shut down Arlot, because we all know like throughout, a lot of players respect Arlot. So for the fact that Arlot's being played, should shut it down.
My goodness, speaking of damage here, Opera hesitated going for the dive, doesn't have the ultimate as well to chain stun his way through. But once again, this is a damage Arlot, not a tank one indeed. So he is going to be very easily taken down, and PBN Strike making sure that that is going to be focused is going to help him out. 20 August taking a little more damage, and that's going to be the kill threshold for Raijol to finish him off. Turtle going to be out for grabs while the Toys was on making work, but your name will steal it away with the retribution, and Raijol a little bit too angsty with the early quick retribution.
Oh, now that they're depending on the damage Arlot, I'm not sure how this will work, but anyway, they still have other heroes that have a lot of tankiness in them as well, so maybe that's a trade-off that they're willing to take. But Leone in trouble.
Oh, not giving a freebie, and that is going to put him on a deficit as well. Blood's Anzai going to try and harass his way through, forces the flicker up on Diggy. Meanwhile, Evo Esports still not getting any trade-offs at all with this, despite having a tanky composition. And as of yet, Nanami gonna completely bully Opera. Look at this, the constant spam of first hit. Wait, why? Oh, because he's landing his shots and Opera. Oh my godness, he's just giving free damage all the way through. That's just straight up bully coming in from Nanami. But now, retribution stolen again from your name. And PBN Strike doesn't have the rope above. Time Journey is going to keep him alive, but here comes the dive from Flash 1 to go and finish him off. But Raijol from the back lines, he manages to escape. Biston as well, not going to be able to keep him off, and the goal away from Bloods Anzai secures Raijol's life, blocking Evo Esports' path.
Oh, Raijol got away with murder there. He only had 1 HP. Luckily, it was backed up by his teammates. But at the same time, we can see Arlot is struggling at the bottom lane, forced to recall back to reset.
Oh my goodness, what am I watching, man? And at the same time, 20 August now going for the Diggy. Leone doesn't have the flicker available, but here comes the rest. They are dawning light from Eugene Chenko will finish off 20 August, and your name now going to be the next to fall. Set double kill for Eugene Chenko, and now he's going to try going for the stun. Flash 1 going to be pulled back, and Nanami still has the secondary pull back. And once you get caught, there is no retreat. In this case, Evo Esports wasn't expecting this variation coming from PBN Strike from game number 3.
And it's not only about other lanes. Arlot had a tough time at the bottom lane, and his teammates as well, losing fights, losing those team fights, and now they may lose the objective.
Yep, great catch coming from PBN Strike. Opera now going to be going for the zone here, but you can see Nanami just completely bullying out Opera. He does have the split, but the turtle will be reset for now as they need to reset their lanes here. Top side as well. We can see Biston going to be left unchecked. So they're sending Bloods Anzai up top, giving away turtle control for now as they go in for their housekeeping of lanes for PB and Strike.
Oh, finally I see that ALVA has some space to play with and some space to farm, but objective not going to be challenged by PB and Strike. Interestingly, because I felt that PB and Strike, they could still go in for it, but they're going to leave it for free for Evo Esports.
This is funny. This is really hard on both sides, but at the same time, Evo Esports, they're losing kills after kills, but economy-wise, they're only 1k behind, so that's going to be okay for now. But as of yet, you can see Bloods Anzai harassing their way through, but PB and Strike just denying their farm. Flash 1 here, going to go for harassments, but it's not going to do him any good. But as of now, it is going to be a stalemate for both sides. Both not going to be taking risks yet, knowing that it's not the right time to strike. Currently, top side, PPN, just making sure Bloods Anzai gets his farm. Yorni tries to make an attempt, but with the Digi in play, it is going to be very difficult to do so.
Yeah, especially with the Digi there, you don't want to go all in. You don't want to be caught out. But I can see that what Evo Esports they're trying to do, they're trying to win back the river now that PBSR is starting to cool off in terms of their rotations. But I'm a little bit worried for ALVA still at the bottom lane.
Flash 1 now going to be focused down. Do they go for the push? They do get a push act, and that's going to be killing spree from Raicho as they assassinate him. And now Your Name looking for the re-engage, but a time journey completely gets Raicho out of safety. Wall charge finally connects on Tree, but there's no follow-on. The turret will fall. Bloods Anzai will slowly pick him by, but from behind, here he comes, the Arlon. He gets the kill on Leone. He's going to continue here, but the goal away is going to be there. Opera gets a second one as well, but he's going to be kited around as the Nami is looking to finish him off. They're waiting for the right moment to strike, but Opera doesn't have the mana to continue with this fight, and he is going to go for it. Bloods Anzai gets assassinated with Opera patiently waiting for the moment to strike, and now Evo Esports will equalize the fight.
No mana, no problem. What's he talking about, right? Oh, no mana, I'm not going to go in. He will still go in.
Oh, that precision coming from Opera, understanding that he has the damage to threaten Bloods Anzai. What a play coming from Opera. And as of yet, 3-2-0. Level 9 in the process, and PB and Strike has no choice but to concede the tier 1 down bottom from Piston as they go in for the reset. Turtle up for grabs for PB and Strike. Evo Esports, do they want to force the issue? I don't think they should. But seems like they will make an attempt anyway. 20 August going for the wall charge as well. He does have the wall charge. No, but the turtle will be stolen from BB and Strike. Now they are going to go for the engage with wall. Dawning Light connects and 2 time journey offensively will allow them to get the kill. And that's going to be 2 down. But from the side, Opera goes in for dive, but the goal away traps him, and the side cannot do anything at all. Oh, what a disaster for Evo Esports. But PB and Strike, they come up on top.
Oh, Opera came in at the wrong timing. He probably was a little bit too confident with his damage output, but now looking it back again, yes, Zanri went in. I think that's kind of okay, but then again, the follow-up is not there. Oppa was just too far. He was out position. Biston and Flash 1, they were chased down. Oppa went in at the last minute, and that was kind of late, so that left him alone to dry.
Yeah, that was so difficult as well, especially when 20 August was the first one to die from the side of Evo Esports. And with that play coming in play, PB and Strike does have a little bit more damage to work with. Nami, if we kite it out, he's gonna be able to escape this. No follow-up coming from Evo Esports. And currently, this boxer is slowly whittling down in terms of his damage output, and it is gonna be a big problem for the team. Wall charge defensively to back out.
Ooh, okay. Good thing that he's out now. But looking at the current control of the situation, PB and Strike seems to be taking it back to
Oh
Evo
no,
Esports.
no! Flash 1 is gonna get caught out. Digi comes in. Here comes the time journey, but he does have the stolen time journey, so the carry is gonna be able to shred through the Digi instead. Meanwhile, here comes Your Name. They try to go for the re-engage, and Nami is a little bit too tanky, but he is gonna go for the split to qualify. But the time journey from Flash 1 is gonna get him out of safety, while Evo Esports, they have to back out. Your Name buying so much time, but PB and Strike will be able to disengage from this fight. Meanwhile, the top side as well, we do see Opera shoving the lane up top, so PB and Strike has to play this safely.
Opera wasn't with the team. If not, the result could be different. But then again, that's the thing about ALVA. It's not the most mobile, but now he goes in.
Uh-oh, time journey defensively is going to force PB and Strike to back out. Big Dawning Light comes in, but Evo Esports barely tickles their way through as they need a little bit more item. plate armor up on your name to deal with Blood's Anzai later on. But for now, it is going to be a stalemate as they go in for the housekeeping up top and try and delay the Lord push.
Right now, we can see that Nanami is doing the split push at the top. And now without Nanami there, they can still kind of go in because they have Leonie together with them. But for them to really engage, they still need Nanami. And yes, Nanami is joining the fight.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult as well. Evo Esports, they are going for a 4-man conceal play flank from the back lines. It looks like they're going for Blood's Anzai. Blood's Anzai will be able to escape this through the walls, but 20 August might be pulled back. But fortunately for them, he is going to be A-OK. Nanami, however, shows himself. Here comes the wall charge. They want to go for the chainsaw as well, but Bistan mowing him down. But Raisho comes in. Time Journey comes in, but the Dawning Light connects on 3 from Evo Esports. They're in trouble. They need to back up. Raisho gets a double kill. Bistan runs for his life, but the flash one is going to be the next to fall as Raisho gets a triple kill. Meanwhile, Nanami keeping your name in check, and he is going to back out with the Toys Bason, and that is PBN Strike securing the Lord.
Oh, your name, he was separated for his teammates. He was way from his teammates, was separated behind, so it was kind of like a divide and conquer strategy there by PBN Strike. The moment they know that they are like one tank, they can go all the way to chase them down.
Oh, this is going to be very difficult for Evo Esports to actually make a comeback, especially when PBN Strike knows exactly how to deal with the Valentina and the Baxia. But now, speaking of which here, Glue, Nanami currently zoning things out. Look at this disgusting play, spamming his first kill. 20 August taking too much, but guess what? Nanami in the hands of Bistan, you are absolutely nothing. And Carry was able to shred through his health.
Okay, not gonna get that buff back, so unfortunately, the jungle control right now sides to PBN Strike. Flash on, but gotta be careful. Because there's been a little bit of overextension.
Oh, the Dawning Light is starting to hurt as well. Late game is where Xavier shines the most, and currently he's very close to his Divine Glaive. Bistan forcing to get a second defensive item to deal with the initial burst to get value out of the passive here. 20 August backing out as well. Lord coming in. Your name getting pulled back. He might die, and he will die. The hands of Raisho. Dawning Light connects on 3. Time Journey to escort the Lord while they chip away at the inhibitor. The doll from the Melissa is going to zone them out. That is going to be the inhibitor that fall. Evo Esports, they have to throw bodies for this, and they will. 20 August get completely isolated as well. Blood's Eyes right in the middle of it all, but they will lose the fight to Opper as well as Flash One. And now they are going to go for more, and no, Flash One from the sides is going to clean them out. Double kill for him. And Nanami and Raisho still surviving in all. Bistan nowhere to be found. He's housekeeping the lanes. Top lanes are shoved, and PBN Strike will settle with the purple buff.
Oh man, Opper is still going in, but then again, the good news is that he had backup to at least trade it back. But is it really worth it? I'm not too sure. We can see his KDA is just 350 the last we saw it. But anyway, looking back at the highlights, you can see how aggressive PBN Strike and the positioning for Yojichenko, my goodness, it's just on point. All 5 of them were damaged.
It is so difficult as well. Opera was able to buy that in time. Bistan was getting free reign and free damage on top of Blood's Anzai, which kind of managed them to actually go in for the fight. So mistakes were made from PBN Strike, especially for Blood Anzai, to use the goal with set up a choke point. Unfortunately, resulted in him being exposed from every DPS from Evo Esports, and because of this, it is going to be a little bit of a saving grace. But now conceal plays, they're looking for Nanami once again, and this is going to be difficult. The split comes in, instantly flickers out, but now the counter conceal from PBS, right? They are going to go in for the catch. They get 20 August, but Flash One with the Time Journey to keep them out alive. Is it going to be enough? Your name gets alive, but Blood's Answer goes in for die, but Raisho aggressively overheated, gets completely destroyed by Evo Esports.
Discipline, ladies and gentlemen. Nanami, well, he is tanky enough, so you don't really want to go all in and engage to him, but luckily, Evo Esports managed to get away, so it was a 1-1 trade at the end of the day. Raisho, a little bit of overextension like what you mentioned, but now that it's 4v4, well, let's see what happens here as the fight for the Lord goes
He's
in.
doing some damage on Blood's Anzai. He's trying to go for the trade-off. He is going to try to buy time, but the rest of the team provide a little bit more assistance. But no! Opper gets caught out by Yujichenko. Goodbye, Arlott. And that is going to be the potential Lord pickup here. But at the same time, Raisho is nowhere to be found. He's a little bit too far off. Evo Esports, they still have your name. But no! Yujichenko is going to be able to force out this play as well. Time Journey comes in. No Time Journey for Flash One. as PB and Strike will be able to successfully take the Lord and completely zone Evo Esports out of this fight.
Oh, absolutely nice move there. And I mean, now they have total control over the jungle of Evo Esports. The moment Evo Esports comes out, they try to position themselves. They've been chased back all the way. And so far, we haven't seen the best of an Arlot just yet.
Oh, so very difficult here. Opper almost take out Lanzai. Dawning Light comes in, doesn't connect. But slowly but surely, Evo Esports, they are starting to feel the pain of what Xavier brings to this later stage of the game. And as of yet, it is going to be very difficult as well. Likewise, can be said by the Diggy bombs as he tries to build up stacks. Nanami, if we open things up here, the Lord's going to be a long push down bottom. But as of yet, Evo Esports, the only thing they can do is just wave clear after wave clear, while PB and Strike is hoping to capitalize on the mistakes from Evo.
And right now, they're just buying time for the Lord. Once the Lord reaches the doorstep of Evo Esports, they will go all in. They just need to focus on either the top or at the middle, depending on what the situation is.
Flickering forward, going for the catch, about the counter time journey comes in, but the Dawning Light will scan him off. Going for the reset. Your name is going to buy it for one time, but he is going to be the first one to get shredded. But no! They got Raizo in. The Winter Dragon keeps him alive, and Raizo, he won't be able to take one, but the time journey coming from Flash One is trying to keep everyone from Evo Esports, but the Lord is looking at the crystal, and they will close out the game. BB and Strike, they narrowly clutch this game 3, and they will eliminate Evo Esports out of the tournament. And PB and Strike comes up top with 2-1.
The MVP for this round, ladies and gentlemen, goes to the Lord.
Oh, what a game coming in from PB and Strike. What a game coming in from Evo Esports. But nevertheless, in case you miss out in action, these are the highlights on how Game 3 went apart from both these teams.
I mean, both teams, I guess it was more like PB and Strike. They kind of controlled the start of the game. Just look at how their movement onto Evo Esports, just picking out lane after lane after lane. And Opper playing the XP lane didn't really work out for him because he was harassed the entire lane. Despite him not dying that much during the early stages, but just to harass it, just to keep his health low, forcing him to recall back. That is good enough. Job done there by Nanami.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful stuff as well. And even here as well, you can see the power of what Harlot brings to the table in terms of damage output, right? But the problem is, Opera, every single time he tries to make an attempt on the Melissa, just didn't exactly work out. And even the counter, I would say, this is a different approach on how PB and Strike takes the game, right? They love playing those Farami's composition, but with the Diggy, it works very similarly, especially when you pair it up with a glue. Is great and just completely isolating the fight. You can see even here as well, the moment they get caught out, it was so very hard for them to actually disengage from the fight because of the time journey, as well as the pull reversal coming from the Diggy, as well as the split pulls coming from Nanami. But like you said as well, he came down to the Lord just hammering on the crystal. Everyone for Evo Esports was just trading bodies, buying time, but eventually they close out the game from PB and Strike. Good run coming from Evo Esports, but PB and Strike, the better team.
Yeah, PB and Strike, they definitely had it on point. They know how to adapt, like round after round. You found a counter for Faramis, that's fine, we'll switch it up again. You found a counter for this, we switch it up again. So they are definitely very flexible. As compared to Evo Esports, they're sticking to something that's tried and trusted. If you kind of think about it. So like even the Grog pick, like even the Valentina pick, these are heroes that are trying to trust. Like, yes, they had the opportunity to pick the Arlot, but then again, the Arlot was not sustainable on lane by its own.
Exactly, and at the same time as well, he was going for a tank Arlot instead, so that was a Hunter Strike purchase only. The rest is just full tank all the way through. Even with the tank, it's just not enough. Meanwhile, even for Biston as well, you can see that this is a 4 damage item carry, so a 3 damage item carry with 2 defensive items, just because of the fact of how annoying Yuji Chenko is starting to feel and how aggressive Raijo Aizo is, and it's so difficult for him to do his job, especially when PB and Strike is always in your face going for those kind of one-shot potential, whereas Lance Anzai is always given the tools that you need to actually chip away at Evo's Esports' composition. So the itemization, I wouldn't say is wrong from Biston, but based on the situation, PB and Strike has just got more angles to cover from every direction compared to Evo Esports.
Oh, and just to point out as well, the glue pick today has been great. Like whoever picks that, they have a good chance of securing the win. So very good, very good. Should have kind of banned it or picked it away for their opponent.
Pretty much 100% win rate thus far with the glue pickups.
Yeah.
But Rigel Ansai on this Karina, so far 2 games on his Karina, has been popping off coming from PB and Strike. And I'm loving Karina, even though I may not be a fan of the hero, but the way they execute it here, it allowed his patience with his ultimate has been really, really on point to actually get the crucial resets, very similar to how people play the Decimation on the Martyrs. So I like that they have adaptations and resemblance on how the meta is kind of shifting in this current patch.
Let's not forget as well, the Dawning Light was always on point. Like every time he releases it, for majority of the time, we see it hitting like
multiple
heroes, yeah, like 5 of them at times as well. So I think they were just like mechanically or individually really, really skilled in this round.
Yeah, that's a big shout to Yuji Chenko as well. But let's take a look at who the MVP is for that match. But from the side, it is going to be PBN Strike Leone as the MVP for the Diggy play so far, with all the time journeys, with all the reversal to completely bully out Evo Esports, and it's no surprises why he's the MVP for game number 3.
And of course, the Kaja behind you is also to commemorate the fact that he was the only one today who played with the Kaja and win.
Yep, indeed it is. And in this case, Leone, 5.9 KDA, kill participation for 83.8%, overall MVP for game number 3 to decide the game and close out the entire series for the day for PBN Strike, keeping the journey of Indonesia alive. However, for Evo Esports, that's pretty much it for Laos, the last remaining player, the only team from Laos to be competing here at the Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Season 1.
Yeah, on top of that, interesting point, like in the world of Mobile Legends, we always talk about like the arguably the top 2 teams are like Philippines as well as Indonesia. So again, they are showing that region supremacy today.
Yep, and as of yet, that pretty much concludes the results for today, with Error 404 taking 2-0 against Egoist. See you soon. We'll be losing out the series against the Drift 2-1 series, and PBN Strike coming on top of the 2-1, defeating Evo Esports in this lower brackets.
Yep, and tomorrow we will be seeing the 2 Malaysian teams going up against each other. So we got Tupai as well as Miracle head-to-head. Again, it's going to be an elimination match tomorrow, so let's see who wins.
Well, that is going to be a very, very interesting one indeed, where things can get a little bit more spicy down towards the Malaysian teams as they fight for the potential final game. But in case you are wondering here, tomorrow we are going to be having more games for you guys. Same time, same place. We're going to starting things off with 6:20 p.m. GMT +8 with TE going up against Miracle Gaming. We have MHRLK going up against GPX for the upper brackets. A glimpse on how the upper brackets is going to be looking in. But on the bottom side, we have Evo Esports going up against PBN in the lower brackets.
Yeah, so 3 matches being played tomorrow. Again, it's going to be the same format. It's going to be a best of 3. So yeah, there you go. So,
oh wait, it is going to be wrong. Seems like it is going to be Tiger Wong Esports going against Euphoria for the upper bracket. So there's going to be 2 upper bracket matches for tomorrow. And this is going to be really, really exciting to watch. And I'm looking forward to see how Tiger Wong goes up against Euphoria, as well as MHRLK going up against GPX. 2 of the strongest from Philippines and Indonesia are in this 2 series.
Yep, arguably one of the strongest. Of course, also respect towards GameLab, but they won't be playing tomorrow, probably the next day or the next week, in fact. So gotta keep your eye on that as well. But hey, anyway, the upper bracket match, whatever happens, there's still a second opportunity to the losing team.
Yeah, things are gonna get a little bit more spicy here as the end and the finals are slowly closing in day by day, match by match over the weeks to come here for the Snapdragon Pro Series, brought to you by ESL. And I'm excited to be witnessing it here, especially with you today. It's been a really, really fun game here today.
It's been an amazing day together with you as well, and it's a pleasure.
It's always a pleasure. We gotta handshake this all the way.
Yeah, we gotta.
But,
don't tell anyone what we did, like, you know, that.
No, we gotta do it.
Okay, we gotta do it.
Camera. We got a camera, zoom here. Yeah, lovely things here. But nevertheless, we hope you guys enjoyed the show for today here. We are gonna be closing our series here, and it's been an amazing journey. A lot of unexpected upsets here, and we most importantly, we can't spell fun without you guys, because most importantly, you guys are the true MVPs on how everything is able to deliver for you guys for here today. But my name is ICBaby12, he's Sir Cow. We're going to be closing the series for today. Be sure to come back tomorrow, same time, same place, right here, right now. See ya.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look. You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. You take us down, keep fighting.
need you to delay my shine.